रसमलाई, केसरी लड्डू, हलवा याद आना, यही तो है MDH केसर का बहाना।
MDH शुद्ध केसर, खुशबू ऐसी जो दिल जीत ले।
MDH MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. An election result, the last one to wind up 2025 before we head into 2026, which has big battles across 6 major states coming up. Bihar has voted. It has voted in record numbers. Its women have come out and voted in record numbers. But who have they voted for? Can Nitish, who has been Chief Minister of Bihar for nearly a generation, which has been born and gone into college now during his chief ministership, hold on? What about the allies, the BJP? Will they pip the advantage with Nitish and become the larger party, or will Nitish hold on as senior partner, or will they be upset by the new man who has performed reasonably well 5 years ago, formed the government, in fact, in what was then called the Mahagathbandhan, Tejasvi Yadav? What will be the factor that Prashant Kishore brings in? Will he get a single seat for his party? Lots of things to be figured out and decided as we start counting down into what the final results will be. The numbers on your screens are 0 because official counting will begin at 8 o'clock. We'll be populating them seat by seat. First, from the results that are coming in and being published, the format is that in each counting booth, in each constituency, the returning officer at the end of every round, and there are multiple rounds, starting, of course, with the postal ballots, post the results outside. The feedback we get from those posts, tallied with what the Election Commission of India is also posting, gives us a fair indication of the leads and trails before the final results are announced sometime late this evening. One way or the other, it could still be a close contest. Let's open up this conversation. Our reporters are there, 11 of them that have been covering the Bihar elections over the last several weeks. Abhishek Singh joining us outside the residence of Rabdi Devi in Patna is going to be speaking with us. Ritesh is also joining us from Patna, is going to be with us. Alok Mehta, editorial director of India News, with us. We'll open up this conversation with you in just a second, sir. Let's hit the ground with our reporters. Ritesh, the big battle for the capital in Patna. Where are you and how is it playing out?
अब बिल्कुल देखिए, मैं काउंटिंग सेंटर के ठीक बाहर हूं और काउंटिंग को लेकर जितनी भी प्रोटोकॉल्स होते हैं, प्रोसेसेस हैं, वो सारी पूरी की जा चुकी हैं। अभी देखिए कि जितनी भी पार्टीज हैं, उनके प्रत्याशी हैं, उनके जो भी समर्थक हैं, जो लिस्टेड हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन में, उन सभी लोगों का भी इसी काउंटिंग सेंटर के अंदर एंट्री दी जा रही है। पटना का ये काउंटिंग सेंटर है, जो 14 विधानसभा है उनकी काउंटिंग इसमें शुरू होगी। सुबह 8 बजे से काउंटिंग शुरू होने वाली है। पहले पोस्टल बैलेट की गिनती शुरू होगी और उसके बाद फिर ईवीएम जो है उसकी काउंटिंग शुरू हो जाएगी। और जो सोर्सेज हैं उनका कहना है कि तकरीबन 9:30-10 बजे तक जो रुझान है वो आने शुरू हो जाएंगे। तो अगर देखेंगे तो ये पूरा प्रोहिबिटेड एरिया है, आम लोगों के आने की मनाही है। जिन लोगों के पास पास है वही लोग इस इलाके में आ सकते हैं। हालांकि अगर बाहर देखेंगे तो बड़ी तादाद में जो विभिन्न पार्टी हैं उनके नेता भी मौजूद हैं और वो यहाँ पर इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि कब काउंटिंग शुरू हो। तो हम कुछ लोगों से बात भी यहाँ पर करेंगे कि वो किस पार्टी से हैं, किस प्रत्याशी के समर्थन में आए हैं। आप बताइए किस पार्टी से आए हुए हैं?
भाकपा माले से, पालीगंज।
तो ये बताइए कि क्या है इस बार, किस किस कौन
बहुत वोट से जीत रहे हैं, एकदम लाल लहर है पालीगंज।
आप बताइए क्या?
बदलाव की लहर है बिहार में।
बदलाव की लहर है, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल में तो फिर से नीतीश कुमार आ रहे हैं।
हम लोग एग्जिट पोल पे भरोसा कभी किए नहीं है, ना कभी करेंगे। मेरे पक्ष में भी आता तो हम लोग भी एग्जिट पोल पे भरोसा नहीं, हम लोग एग्जैक्ट पोल पे भरोसा करते हैं, जो कि हम लोग के बीच में जनता की जो आवाम का जो आशीर्वाद दिया गया है वो आज है हम लोग के बीच में।
जनता आप ही को क्यों चुनेगी?
जनता क्यों चुनेगी जी? मेरा नेता मुद्दा की बात किया भाई, मुद्दा की लड़ाई लड़ी है।
इनके नेता मुद्दा की बात करते हैं। आप बताइए आपके नेता किस चीज? अच्छा, आप भी तेजस्वी जी वाले ही।
जी,
क्यों तेजस्वी सर?
रोजगार, नौकरी, प्लान।
इधर नीतीश कुमार का भी तो डेवलपमेंट है।
कोई डेवलपमेंट नहीं, खाली
सड़क पे चल,
खाली जुमलों की सरकार।
चाचा जी कह देने से थोड़ा हो जाएगा। चाचा जी कह देने से उनके काम को तो आप नहीं रोक सकते।
काम को रोकने की कहाँ बात हो रही है? उनकी स्वास्थ्य को भी तो हमको ख्याल रखना है भाई। एकदम कैसा बात कर रहा है? चाचा जी कह रहे हैं तो उनका मान सम्मान मेरे लिए है ना।
चाचा जी कटाक्ष के रूप में बोला जाता है।
चाचा जी कटाक्ष के रूप में।
ये देखिए कि ये एन कॉलेज काउंटिंग सेंटर है। यहाँ पर अब थोड़ी देर बाद काउंटिंग जो है वो शुरू होगी और उसके बाद तकरीबन 9:30 बजे रुझान जो है वो आने शुरू हो जाएंगे और उसके बाद 12 बजे तक स्थितियां साफ होने लगेंगी कि बिहार में किसकी वापसी होती है या फिर सही में यहाँ पर बदलाव वाली सरकार आती है। जी,
The big battle for Tejasvi, who's being mentioned by his RJD supporters there in Raghopur, where he's of course up against the BJP, he's held the seat, wants to win it again. Lots of things need to be figured out. Alok Mehta with us this morning. Alok ji, here we are now. A few months ago, who would have thought that Nitish Kumar, after having been there for so long, still has a winning chance? So much so that all the polls have suggested that it's a comfortable return to power for the NDA. They've also suggested that Nitish is still in the lead over the BJP even within the alliance. Do you think there could be an upset today?
Very good morning, Rishabh ji. I think we should celebrate the festival of democracy. You know, we always feel this election is a festival, and that's why people, poor women, everybody voted in a very historical election for Bihar especially. And that's why I think that Nitish Kumar, you remember Jyoti Basu ruled more than 25 years. So maybe say because of honesty, sincerity, what efforts he did for the Bihar, especially since long when he was in the JP movement, and then he was committed for the honesty and work for the society. And that's why if he win, then certainly we are not predicting. That's why I also never participate in the exit poll because I don't predict anything. But I think this is historical. And one sentence for our viewers also in the beginning in the morning: this Begani Shadi mein Abdullah Diwane. You know, because you know Congress party and BJP, they are just happy that their alliance, the Tejasvi Yadav will win or the Nitish Kumar will win. Major historical occasion when the Bharatiya Janata Party, largest party in the world almost all we can say, and the same thing with the Congress Party, historical, more than 125 years old party, and they are depending on Nitish Kumar or Tejasvi Yadav. So this is a very interesting election for the Indian democracy, and it shows how we are very strong in our system, that people have their willpower and they do, and honestly they vote. I don't believe the Rahul Gandhi slogan that vote chori and all, because you know millions and millions people vote and then you say it's a vote chori. So I think this will be a very interesting results today, and it will be a lesson for everybody. You think even for the media also, when we predict something and then we say okay, we are very happy, but we see we are happy for the democracy. Anybody win, then certainly professional like you and me, we always say, okay, this is a good result.
Okay, but let's put the patterns in place. Okay, the patterns in place, ladies and gentlemen, were that about a year and a half ago, general elections 2024, it was the return of the BJP-led NDA at the center. But for the first time in the third victory, historic victory for Narendra Modi, the alliance was required. The BJP required Nitish Kumar especially to be the difference, to be able to have a government at the center. The government at the center operating very stably. But if there was a blip in the BJP numbers, then we've had elections that have taken place. Maharashtra, the BJP government is back. In fact, it is back not only as senior partner but as ruling partner. In Haryana, major upset pulled where many people thought it's the Congress's turn, there's going to be a flip. Didn't happen, came back with significant numbers. So all the elections that have subsequently happened after 2024, the BJP has performed very, very well, and they would like to keep this tide running. Now, the big question is, which way does it go? As Alok Mehta has been pointing out, we are reporting now outside from the residence of Rabdi Devi, where my colleague Abhishek is joining us. Abhishek, now we are not underestimating Tejasvi. He is going to get seats. He might even become the single largest party. But बाकी सब के क्या चल रहा है? कैसे माहौल कैसा है कि आरजेडी क्या आशा कर रही है और कांग्रेस की क्या आशा है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए हम इस वक्त रावड़ी आवास के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हैं और ये जो तस्वीरें हैं ये अपने आप में पूरी बात बयां कर रही है। अब से कुछ देर पहले ये कहा जा रहा था कि यहाँ पर पार्टी के लोग पहुंचेंगे, लेकिन क्योंकि तेजस्वी यादव ने खुद इस बात को अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल पर लिखा कि पार्टी के ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग स्ट्रांग रूम के बाहर पहुंचे और पहले फेज के काउंटिंग के बाद ही वो पार्टी कार्यालय यहाँ पर आवास पर आए। यहाँ रावड़ी आवास पर अंदर लालू प्रसाद यादव, रावड़ी देवी और तेजस्वी यादव रहते हैं, लिहाजा 2 पूर्व सीएम और एक पूर्व डिप्टी सीएम। लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरह डायनेमिक्स इस बार बदली हुई नजर आ रही है बिहार इलेक्शंस की, यही वजह है कि ये सब कुछ इतना अनस्पेकुलेटेड होता जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तादाद में लोगों ने इतिहास रचा, बिहार के लोगों ने जिस तादाद में वोट टर्नआउट सामने आया, वो एक बड़ा स्टैटिक्स बदलने की वजह दिख रही है और अलग अलग तरीके के वादे भी किए गए, चाहे वो रोजगार की बात करें, सरकारी नौकरियों की बात करें, चाहे वो नीतीश कुमार की तरफ से महिलाओं के लिए की गई योजनाओं की बात करें, या फिर खुद तेजस्वी यादव की तरफ से कही गई ये बात कि हर एक परिवार को एक सरकारी नौकरी मिलेगी। ये कितनी वजह बनती है और क्या लोग इस वादे को मानते हुए इस तरह का वोट टर्नआउट में तब्दील हुआ है? हालांकि अब से कुछ देर बाद ये बातें और निकलकर सामने आएंगी और चीटिंग के भी एलिगेशंस लगाए जा रहे हैं तेजस्वी यादव की तरफ से। लगातार ये कहा जा रहा है कि इतनी बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ फोर्सेस इसलिए भी डिप्लॉय की गई ताकि यहाँ पर इलेक्शंस के काउंटिंग के दौरान चीटिंग की जा सके। हालांकि इस सारे एलिगेशंस के दौरान सभी काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पर पार्टी की बड़ी तादाद में लोगों को भी पहुंचने को कहा गया है और अब से कुछ देर में यहां पर भी कुछ तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखाते हुए नजर आएंगे जब पार्टी के लोग यहां पहुंचेंगे, बताएंगे। और ये भी तेजस्वी यादव ने कहा है कि फिजिकली आकर उन्हें बताया जाए कि क्या हो रहा है काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पर, और 10-10 हज़ार लोगों की भीड़ जुटाने की बात कही गई है। उसी दौरान पार्टी के कुछ लोगों ने यह भी कहा कि अगर कुछ गड़बड़ी की जाएगी तो नेपाल जैसे हालात होते नजर आएंगे, उनके ऊपर एफआईआर भी दर्ज कराई गई है। इस तरह की भी तस्वीरें देखने को मिल रही हैं। लेकिन हाँ, अब से कुछ ही देर में जब काउंटिंग शुरू होगी तब और भी तस्वीरें निकलकर सामने आएंगी।
let's keep a reality check, ladies and gentlemen. The rhetoric goes on, of course, till the end. In some case a happy end, in some case a bitter end. This is normal if you've been covering and watching elections take place in India. Every candidate, of course, has the right to visit the counting centers, to have their agents represented at the counting centers. There is always some issue somewhere or the other that is raised and highlighted, and this is the normal course of dealing with the ECI for the candidates. But as a quick reminder, because for all the pollsters and the pundits who come out with predictions in what we call exit polls are literally supposed to be taken at the exit of the polling booth, which means voters are going and voting, and X number as they're leaving, a pollster is standing on the ground and asking them, who did you vote for? And those results then come out. In the end, it's a percentage. Most of the exit polls are relying on a few thousand voters to predict the result for a few million. So there is always an error margin. Now, generally in the exit polls, you get some agencies predicting one extreme, other agencies predicting the other extreme and some in the center, and whoever comes closest claims victory. Everybody else, like prefers to pretend that nothing happened. This time around, we've not had the two extremes. The exit polls have been pretty congruous. They've all seemed to indicate a return of the NDA to power. Remember, at the bottom of your screens, the magic figure is 122. You cross that, you form the government in Bihar with a pre-existing alliance. Let's hop across to my colleague Ria, who is now standing by. Quick reminder for all of you for what the exit polls were from 2 days ago, where things stand from that perspective before we get the results that the people have actually put into the voting machines. Ria, over to you.
Yes, so let's take a look at what exit poll are predicting. Firstly, People's Pulse, NDA 135 to 159, Mahagathbandhan with 75 to 101, JSP with 0 to 5, others with 2 to 8. On the other hand, there's JVC, which has predicted NDA with 135 to 150, Mahagathbandhan with 88 to 103, JSP with 0 to 1, others with 3 to 6. Matriz has predicted NDA with 147 to 167, Mahagathbandhan with 70 to 90, JSP with 0 to 2, others with 2 to 8. On the other hand, there's Polstrat, which has predicted 133 to 143 for NDA, and Mahagathbandhan with 93 to 102. On the other hand, JSP, they have not given their predictions for. There's others as well with 2 to 9. Chanakya has predicted 128 to 134 for NDA, Mahagathbandhan with 102 to 108, and on the other hand, others have got 5 to 9. And today's Chanakya has given NDA 148 to 178, Mahagathbandhan with 66 to 89, JSP they have given 0 seats. So that's the prediction of these agencies. We'll be taking a look at other predictions as well. PMARC has given NDA 142 to 162, Mahagathbandhan with 80 to 98, JSP to 1 to 4, others with 0 to 3, People's Insight with 133 to 148, Mahagathbandhan with 87 to 102, JSP with 0 to 2, others with 3 to 6. DV Research has given 137 to 152 to NDA. On the other hand, they have given 83 to 98 to Mahagathbandhan, JSP with 2 to 4, others with 1 to 8. There's TIF Research, which has given 145 to 163 to NDA, 76 to 95 to Mahagathbandhan, JSP they have given 0 seats, and on the other hand, they have given others 3 to 6. Poll Diary has given 184 to 209, which is a massive number for NDA, 32 to 49 for Mahagathbandhan, and they have given others 1 to 5. So the poll of polls is given 152 for NDA, 86 for Mahagathbandhan, JSP with 1 and others with 4.
Okay, so other than one, which is expecting a total clean sweep, which is the last exit poll on the screen, which says NDA just sweeps it. They get almost every seat in Bihar. Everybody else is in the medium line, expecting the NDA to form a comfortable government with about 20 seats extra in hand. That forms the government. Now, the Mahagathbandhan figures that you're watching on your screens, most of them are accounted for in all the polls by the RJD. That if somebody is saying 80 or 90 seats or 100 seats, they are expecting the RJD to win 70, 80 of them, with everybody else, including the Congress, coughing up the balance 20, which is almost exactly the situation of what it was last time around. So, in theory, it is possible, and I'll put that thought to Alok Mehta. In theory, it is possible, Alok Mehta, for a non-BJP government to be formed, potentially if the results come that way, as it happened 5 years ago when a non-BJP government was indeed formed, but that would involve Nitish and Tejasvi having to come together. After all that has happened, is it even remotely possible, sir, that this could be possibly an option still on the table?
Rishabhji, I feel that Nitish will never go, and even the Tejasvi Yadav will get seats what you are predicting, or maybe 70, 80, whatever they are calling, maybe #1 party. But I think this time the Nitish will not go same way. And the main problem for Tejasvi is the Congress party, because Congress party, what they were expecting, and still they feel that they are coming in a very big way. But I think they are not going to get so many seats what they expect. And that's why I think it's very difficult for them maybe with Nitish Kumar, if we come, maybe who will be chief minister, he will also decide. Even if he says, okay, I'm nominating somebody, Lalan Singh or Sanjay Jha, or anyone, or even he accepts the BJP people, I don't know. That's why it depends on the mood. But I feel that even the BJP will prefer the Nitish Kumar, at least for the time being, for a few months or few years. Maybe he will continue as a chief minister.
So Alok Mehta, let's call a spade a spade. If Nitish is the senior partner, which is what is expected, then he stays on as chief minister. The BJP have never had a chief minister in Bihar. They would want that historic record, put on the mark sheet of having the first chief minister. But if the JDU is the senior partner, given the situation at the center, then Nitish returns.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, Narendra Modi, if you follow the whole BJP party, the psychology of the RSS, even they always prefer, they supported VP Singh, they supported Karpuri Thakur. Number of people, they supported in this sense when they say some honesty is there, because this time the fight between the honesty and the corruption. Criminal people and then the law situation better than the law and order. That's why I think the BJP will at least, because they know how to work with the coalition partners. Maybe sometime they change because of the other problems like a Bandal Commission, then came the VP Singh or others. So I think they will not support the Congress party, but at least they are ready to support even the Sharad Pawar. And Sharad Pawar was ready to support the BJP. These kind of situations were there. So I still believe that maybe if Tejasvi Yadav will get something miracle happen, then I don't know. But I think it will be difficult for Tejasvi Yadav to form the government without support. Maybe the Paswan or the Manji, especially for Manji, I always don't believe about the Manji's role, because he can join anywhere, or Kushwaha, these other partners, maybe shift from here and there, or maybe for Janata Dal, you also somebody, defection, what they call it. So depend on the situation. But I think it's still there's an age for Nitish Kumar, at least for this coalition.
So let's put the spades together. Don't rule out anything in politics, no matter how many times you've seen it happen. But you would suggest that if Nitish Kumar gets the senior partnership in Bihar, he is returning as chief minister. What happens 2 years later, 3 years later, 4 years later, we don't know. But he'll be returning as chief minister. If the BJP emerges as senior partner, and if they dramatically improve their performance, then a conversation of having the first BJP government or BJP-led government in terms of having a BJP face as chief minister can happen. But let me put that thought to Abhishek. Abhishek, 5 साल पहले सोचते हैं, कोविड का माहौल था, कोविड बस शुरू हुआ था, इनफैक्ट पीक पे था. इस बारी हमें बताया गया है, अनुभव है कि जो बिहार के लोग क्षेत्र से बाहर रह रहे थे, बड़ी तादादों में वापस आए हैं वोटिंग करने, इसलिए रिकॉर्ड नंबर हुए हैं. माहौल क्या है? आप भी जानते होंगे, लोग जो बाहर से आए हैं, ये क्या सही है कि जो लोग स्टेट के बाहर काम कर रहे हैं वापस आके बड़ी तादाद में वोट कराए उन्होंने?
हाँ, बिल्कुल ऐसा देखने को मिला, और जिस तरह का वोट टर्नआउट है वो भी ये तस्वीर बिल्कुल साफ जाहिर करता है. माइग्रेशन भी एक बड़ा मुद्दा इस बार देखने को मिला है. जिस माइग्रेशन की बात कही जाती थी कि पूरी देश भर का बड़ी तादाद में जो युवा है या फिर वर्किंग मैन है वो बिहार से जाकर वहाँ काम करता है, और बिहार में उस तरह का डेवलपमेंट नहीं हुआ, या फिर जिस तरह की लोग उम्मीद कर रहे थे. बड़े लंबे समय तक नीतीश कुमार यहाँ सरकार में थे और उनसे बहुत उम्मीदें थी. हाँ, ये भी एक बड़ा मुद्दा हो सकता है, और निश्चित तौर पर इसको लेकर भी जो वोट टर्नआउट है वो सामने आया, क्योंकि युवाओं के लिए बड़ी उम्मीदें थी और बहुत सारे वादे किए गए हैं. और अब इस बार जिस तरह की डायनामिक्स की बात कही जा रही है, जैसा कि आप भी चर्चा कर रहे हैं, ये डायनेमिक्स बदलने के भी आसार हो सकते हैं. और यही वजह है कि इस बार दोनों ही खेमों में, चाहे वो आरजेडी हो, महागठबंधन की बात करें या फिर एनडीए, दोनों तरफ से ही चेहरों पर एक तरह का सवाल देखने को मिल रहा है. उस तरह की खुशी कोई जाहिर करता नजर नहीं आया है दोनों ही दलों की तरफ से, दोनों ही जो गठबंधन है उनकी तरफ से. और शायद उसके पीछे की वजह यही है कि लोगों के मन में और सीनियर लीडरशिप के भी मन में ये एक बड़ी बात है कि जिस तादाद में जो वोट टर्नआउट हुआ है, चाहे वो महिलाओं की ही बात कही जा रही हो या फिर वो माइग्रेटेड लोग जो बड़ी तादाद में बाहर काम करते हैं, दूसरे प्रदेशों में काम करते हैं, चाहे वो महाराष्ट्र हो, दिल्ली हो, वो यहाँ पर वापस आए हैं वोट देने के लिए, लिहाजा क्या वो चाहते हैं कि बदलाव हो? ये एक बड़ा सवाल है जो
Abhishek, that's the $1 million question. Just remember 2025, 5 years ago in 2020, same time, winter of 2020, you're in the middle of COVID lockdowns. A lot of people were unable simply to go back, and those who did have to go back during the first lockdown had a torrid time going back. Obviously, remember initially, you were stuck, state borders were closed, trains were not operating, planes were not operating. It was a very complex, very, very complex time. In that election, during the campaigning cycle, which had to be restricted, I won't say curtailed, for COVID reasons, it did happen. But a person like Tejasvi Yadav, for the initial parts, was in fact stuck in Delhi. Yet he managed to have a performance in which he emerged with almost 70 plus seats. Now the question is, what happens next? That's the $1 million question. Luckily, we don't have to wait much longer. We'll know in about 3 to 4 hours what the people of Bihar have voted for. The biggest conversation in the last few days has been the turnout. It has been the highest turnout of women since 1951. From the first election when India became a republic to now, 80 years later, highest turnout of voters in Bihar. Now, every election, remember, the organic voter base increases because the population count has gone up. But in the percentage terms, we've had the highest turnout. That means for every 100 qualified voters, almost 7 of them have shown up to vote, which is a big deal. Okay, let's pick up the mahal. What's the mahal? In the party headquarters in Delhi, where they're also waiting eagerly for the results. Anand, my colleague, who's just returned from Bihar from election coverage, so he's gotten his ear on the ground, is now back in Delhi, and he's been tracking updates on what's happening in the Congress. In fact, he's standing outside the Congress headquarters in Delhi. Anand, people have gathered behind you, but what's the buzz? Everybody and their uncle is suggesting that the Congress is going to be the weakest link in this election. What information are you getting?
Yeah, Rishabh, look, the way in which we have seen that how Congress party has contested on 61 seats, and given the fact that in the last assembly polls, the Congress party had contested on 70 seats and managed to win only 19 seats. So clearly, a similar kind of vibe is seen over here at the Congress headquarters, as several of the Congress supporters have arrived at the party headquarters over here, and they are once again alleging vote chor, gaddi chor, the slogan that was given by leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi. So we'll speak to them and we will try to understand that why once again they are putting up this allegation of vote चोरी. आप लोग आए हैं फिर से कांग्रेस हेडक्वार्टर पे, अभी काउंटिंग शुरू नहीं हुई है, मगर आप लोगों ने पहले ही नारा दे दिया है वोट चोर गद्दी चोर. उम्मीद नहीं है फिर से जीतने की, या कांग्रेस की परफॉर्मेंस फिर से वहां पे खराब रही?
देखिए, कारण है, आप जो सवाल पूछ रहे, जवाब दूंगा, थोड़ा समझना. पिछले 35-40 साल से मोदी जी जीत रहे हैं, जो चाहते हैं वो होता है. चुनाव का कोई मतलब नहीं है. गुजरात में 25 साल मुख्यमंत्री है, किसी को जीतने नहीं दिया. अब वही भारत में कर रहे हैं. भाई, जब वोट चोरी से जीतेंगे तो क्या फायदा चुनाव का? राहुल गांधी ने पकड़ लिया, मोदी जी फंस गए हैं. जो शतरंज का खेल खेल रहे थे ना, खुद फंस गए हैं. अब उनके सामने समस्या बहुत गंभीर है कि अपने लाडले चुनाव आयोग को बचाएंगे या राहुल गांधी को झूठा ठहराएंगे. राहुल गांधी तो बता दिया सबूत के साथ कि वोट चोर गद्दी चोर चुनाव लुट रहा है. ये तो तय वो करेंगे. मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि मोदी जी जो चाहेंगे वो होगा. चुनाव का मतलब
लगातार आप लोग जिस तरीके से चुनाव में भी गई कांग्रेस पार्टी वहां पे महागठबंधन के साथ में, तो उम्मीद कितनी है जीतने की, या फिर आप लोगों को लग रहा है कि जिस तरीके से वोटिंग की काउंटिंग होनी है आज, तो कुछ हैं चांसेस महागठबंधन के जीतने के? क्योंकि आपने पहले ही नारा दे दिया है जिसको चाहेंगे उसको जिताएंगे.
आपने उम्मीद की बात करी. पूरा हरियाणा में हम जीत रहे थे, बीजेपी की तो उम्मीद ही नहीं थी. जीती ना हो बीजेपी, तो मैं इसलिए तो कह रहा हूं मोदी जी जो चाहेंगे वो होगा. अब मोदी जी फंस गए हैं, उनको बंगाल लूटना जरूरी है. शायद मैं कहता हूं बिहार छोड़ भी सकते हैं, या आंकड़े जितने एग्जैक्ट पोल गलत भी साबित हो सकते हैं, जैसे हरियाणा के. तो मोदी जी जो चाहेंगे वो जीतेगा, जो चाहेंगे हारेंगे. पूरा देश ले लेते हैं, 1-2 स्टेट हमें भी दे देते हैं. कहना कि मैं समझता हूं चुनाव का मतलब नहीं है. मैं तो अपने नेताओं से कहूंगा, ये भारत का पैसा बर्बाद करना बंद करो. जब तक मोदी जी जिंदा है उन्हीं को रहने दो. भारत भी बच जाएगा, पैसे बच जाएंगे. ये पैसा किसान के लिए, मजदूर के यूज करो.
पहले आप लोग ईवीएम पे सवाल उठाते थे, अब वोट चोरी आ गया.
मैं जब ईवीएम पे उठाता तो ईवीएम सबको पता, मैं 10 साल से उठा रहा था. आप सब कह रहे हैं ईवीएम. अब इन्होंने सिस्टम बदल दिया है. कभी ये ईवीएम से, कभी ये डीएम से, कभी ये सिस्टम से. अब वोट चोरी, अब SRA से कर रहे हैं, हमारी वोट काट देते हैं, अपनी बढ़ा लेते हैं। अब तो जब ब्राजील की मॉडल भी भारत के लोकतंत्र में वोट डालेगी तो लोकतंत्र बचा कहाँ है?
ओके,
मोदी जी तो लगे हैं चुनाव को बचाने के लिए, वो तो साफ सुथरा है, कहना कि मैं समझता हूँ।
So Rishabh, you heard Rishabh what they have to say. The Congress supporters, they are clearly mentioning that how earlier it was EVM and now it's through SIR. So clearly they have a lot to say, as they clearly mentioned that Rahul Gandhi has exposed the election commission. However, the BJP.
Okay, so when this started, this overhaul of the electoral lists. Taking out people who should not have been there, it has become a controversy. But was it the issue of the elections? The Congress is hoping, yes, that this was the issue, that they hit the pulse of the election. But for the Congress party, for a long period of time, for a decade, it's seemed like that even if they find an issue which they feel that they can make the most of, and when you are in the opposition, you can go all guns blazing because you have nothing to literally defend. You can definitely go on the attack, but can you turn that with the cadre, with the structure, with the energy on the ground? That's been the tough onion for the Congress to peel. And the reality check, unfortunately, is a bit different. Let me go across to Ritesh. Joyita Basu joining us this morning. Sanjay Kapoor also with us. Coming to you, Ritesh, back on the ground. हम चर्चा कर रहे थे कि पिछली बारी कोविड चल रहा था, आपको याद होगा उस टाइम का माहौल, क्योंकि प्रिकॉशंस थे, ट्रैवल रिस्ट्रिक्शंस थी, कैंपेनिंग पे अलाउड थी, लेकिन थोड़ा ज़्यादा इस बारी खुली कैंपेनिंग हुई है। पिछली बारी कोविड के रिस्ट्रिक्शन बड़े सारे थे। माहौल, कोविड के इलेक्शन का माहौल और इस माहौल में आपने पर्सनल तौर पे क्या डिफरेंस देखा है?
अब बिल्कुल, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि कोविड के समय थोड़े रेस्ट्रिक्शन थे, प्रोटोकॉल्स थे, लेकिन अगर मुद्दों की बात करें तो उस समय भी तेजस्वी यादव ने बेरोजगारी, पलायन, इसके अलावा रोजी रोजगार के मुद्दों को काफ़ी उन्होंने प्रमुखता से उठाया था, और उसके बाद ही फिर नीतीश सरकार को इन सारी चीज़ों पर आना पड़ा था। कैंपेन अगर कंपैरेटिवली बात करें तो इस बार भी तेजस्वी यादव ने धुआंधार चुनाव प्रचार किया, लेकिन जो मैंने ऑरा देखा था 2020 के इलेक्शन में तेजस्वी यादव का, वो कहीं ना कहीं इस बार उसकी कमी खल रही थी, क्योंकि उस समय मैंने देखा था कि तेजस्वी यादव डायरेक्ट कनेक्टेड होते थे, जो भी उनका एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता हो, एक बड़ा नेता हो, उसके साथ उनकी कनेक्टिविटी रहती थी। लेकिन इस बार उनके कार्यकर्ता ही ये बोल रहे थे कि तेजस्वी यादव कनेक्टेड नहीं है। जो ग्राउंड पे जो कार्यकर्ता है, जो वर्कर्स हैं पार्टी के, उनसे वो कनेक्टेड नहीं है, उनके पास वो बातें नहीं पहुंच पाती। हालांकि तेजस्वी यादव ने इस बार फिर से वही सारी बातें की, उसे रिपीट करने की कोशिश की जो 2020 में उन्होंने कहा था, चाहे वो युवाओं को नौकरी देने की बात हो, महिलाओं के लिए जो राशि उन्होंने कही है कि वो जीविका दीदियों को एक मुश्त 30,000 रुपए देंगे, लेकिन वो कनेक्ट जो 2020 में जिस तरीके से यूथ ने उनके साथ कनेक्ट किया, वो कनेक्ट इस बार नहीं दिखा। हालांकि बहुत सारी बातें कही गई हैं, नेक टू नेक फाइट है, अब तो आधे घंटे में काउंटिंग शुरू होगी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से एग्जिट पोल्स में लगातार एनडीए बढ़त बनाते हुए दिख रही है, वो ग्राउंड पे भी हमने देखा।
Okay, so the difference was, if anybody watching the broadcast remembers the conversations we were having, so I was sitting on the same chair 5 years ago, the same morning, discussing what's going to happen, and the surprise at that point of time was Tejasvi Yadav's performance. The reason it was a surprise was because the dynastic change had sort of just started. It was the first time that the RJD was actually contesting under the stewardship of Tejasvi and not under the stewardship of a Lalu. He did well enough to form a government. He did well enough to become deputy chief minister. So he did something right. Then the question was, what did he do right? And one of his poll planks was guaranteeing or giving that these many tens of thousands of government jobs would be made available. And then we realized that the government job is still a huge deal in Bihar, as it subsequently became in elections that took place in Himachal, that it became a huge deal. So it was the government job that became, one would think, the X factor 5 years ago. Now the others have caught on. Now everybody is offering government jobs. Let me get Alok Mehta into this conversation. Alok Mehta, the offer of a government job in Bihar, it's still a big ticket item. People want jobs, and clearly there aren't enough available that they want the stability of a government job. It is a big poll issue.
Yeah, Rishabh, certainly the employment is a big issue for the Bihar or the UP and other states also. But you see, one point I just want to mention about it is migration. You see, the migrant people who voted there. I can't remember, but I know I live in East Delhi, and I talk number of people who went there. So what they think, they are more happy. At least they come in the city and they have some ambitions. They have the dreams. Not only the labor, rickshaw wala, the sabji wala, whom I talk, but other people also who come here. If somebody going to United States and Britain, even they feel okay, but they have affection for Bihar or they have affection for India. So these kind of people don't think that people when go there, then they say, okay, we also want to progress like Delhi, or we want to progress like Mumbai or Calcutta or any big cities, Bangalore. That's why the calculation is there. But certainly people who are living there, and especially they also dream of at least it's a protected job. But now you see it's a very difficult, even the people were aware that it's difficult to give everybody in every family job. At least the people who are educated in BA or MA. But people will think, okay, even after matric, we will give you 5 lakh rupees on the land and we will get a job. Those people, they think they're okay, this will come at least on the name of the caste or community, they will get some employment. So these kind of situations are very typical, and it's a very unfortunate for democracy that such promises. Any party, either Congress party, BJP or Janata Dal, anybody, I think this is a very bad example that somebody gives such dreams. People still talk about the 15 lakhs, but I still remember Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi never spoke about the 15 lakhs. Swami Ramdev used to talk about you have a luxury, you have the Mercedes and all. But somebody else, if somebody promises, is different. Then the responsible leaders, if they promise something, it's a very unfortunate. A senior leader like Tejasvi Yadav, at least I feel that now he's an experienced person.
Okay, stay with us, sir. Ashok Koddia of the Congress joining us this morning. Ashok ji, a good morning to you. Obviously, a bit of excitement, bit of nervousness. Whatever you could have done as a party, you've done it. But in the conversations that we are going to have, let's say a few hours from now, what are you hoping? What's the best case scenario that even this morning you're still sticking with, that this is what's going to happen?
A very warm good morning to you. First of all, let me express my party's stand that we are very much clear. Yesterday, even my party's in charge of the state of Bihar, Sri Krishna Allavaruji, also made it very clear that this time we are going to form the government, because we know whatever is happening in Bihar since last 20 years. So people is are tired from the Nitish Kumar and double engine government. So this time we are pretty much sure that the Indian National Congress is going to form the government with the alliance of RJD, and everyone knows that RJD was playing very significant role, and whatever we have committed during our electoral rallies, that we are absolutely confirmed that we will definitely fulfill our all the manifesto conditions. That first the Tejasvi Yadav clearly made that once we form the government, we will provide a job to each person from every household. So this is on this manifesto we are absolutely confirmed, because we contested election on the grounds of manifesto, and which was the issues were included like the migration issues, the poverty, malnutrition. The first issue was the women's safety as well. And apart from that, the unemployment was the major issue during the Bihar elections. And Prime Minister Modi and BJP, JDU never talked about these issues. They were fighting these elections on grounds of communalism, right? The Babar, Akbar and all. But the Rahul Gandhi, Tejasvi Yadav, Priyanka ji, our in charge Sri Krishna Allavaruji, everyone spoke about the real issues, which was very precious during the Bihar election. And that is why this time, we have registered 10% more voting than the previous elections. More than 65% of the people voted. And according to several surveys, it has been proved that the people who have migrated from Bihar to different states voted a lot. And that is why we have registered extremely, mammoth voting during these elections. Though we are absolutely confirmed. Even Tejasvi Yadav made it clear yesterday in his press conferences, we are going to form the government on 18th of November, until and unless there will be no any vote chori during the election, because we know whatever had happened during the polling day as well, and we are expecting today this as well.
Okay, Ashish, let me just pick on that for a second, because let's be realistic in administrative politics in this country. You saying that double engine sarkar will be rejected, but let us take, for example, if it is, that if indeed you form a government along with Tejasvi Yadav, you will be back stuck demanding funds from the centre. So, the double engine sarkar actually has some logical sense in governance, however fair or unfair that might be.
No, sir. Let me tell you, once we will form the government in Bihar, there will be no Modi at the center. Now the time has come that Modi ji has to pack his bag and come back to the state of Gujarat, because I am sure once we will form the government in the state of Bihar, JDU will definitely come to us that please accept us. We don't want to stay with BJP, because it's the BJP's, engulfing policy, right? It's since the beginning, it's an inception. So we are very much clear. Once we will form the government in the state of Bihar, that there will be no BJP at the center.
But the reality, Ashish, tells us that if we go back 1 year, Maharashtra, the BJP improved its tally and came back to power in the NDA, but this time with Devendra Fadnavis as Chief Minister. In Haryana, the Congress was supposed to do well, supposed to flip, but no, the BJP came back with a thumping victory. Odisha was a major historic upset that took place. Before that, in Arunachal, Andhra, where the NDA came under Chandrababu Naidu. Then this year in Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party was replaced by the BJP and not the Congress. So the consensus seems to be that even if there are alternatives in play, they are no longer the Congress. You've only contested 70 seats out of 240 in Bihar.
That is absolutely right, sir. We don't need to, reject the realistic stand of politics. But as far as our party stand is concerned, the remaining thing will be decided by the High Command. But that is what the Rahul Gandhi ji and Priyanka Gandhi ji made it very clear during his press conferences, and as well as while he was addressing the rallies during the election in Bihar, that our intent is not to come into power, but we do not want BJP at the center, because now the people are tired from the politics of Samshan and Kabristan, Hindu, Muslim and all, right? So that is why if there will be no Modi at the center, I am not saying Rahul Gandhi will become the Prime Minister of the country, but as far as our parties is concerned, you must have observed the political behavior of the Chandrababu Naidu.
Okay.
He is absolutely...
Bihar 2025 changes the tide of more than a decade. Could be, we don't know. We'll find out in a few hours. That's what Ashish of the Congress has to say. Let me get Joyita into this conversation. Joyita, one thing has changed in the Congress party from the last elections that took place in the earlier part of the year, in which the national capital government flipped from the Aam Aadmi Party to the BJP, and strikingly flipped. That one thing is that Priyanka Gandhi is now in parliament. So there is a slight difference for the Congress in terms of the leadership structure in parliament. But has it translated into some sort of difference on the ground?
If you're talking about the Congress, I think things have gone from bad to worse, and especially in particular if you're looking at Bihar. I mean, okay, of course I admit that there is Congress presence in Kerala, and Kerala elections are coming up, and Congress is going to put up a stiff fight. I would not even be surprised if Congress comes to power in that state. But when you are talking about a state like Bihar, I mean, okay, Rahul Gandhi showed some initial interest, talked about vote chori in the initial days of the campaign. After that, he completely disappeared, and he did not take much interest in that election. And there was problem even in the Congress, and there has been the Congress has been in a shambles when it comes to Bihar. So for them to expect that, and it is known, we have been discussing this also, Rishabh. The fact is that it is RJD, it is Tejasvi Yadav who has been doing the heavy lifting. But you see, in a state which is so divided by caste, and also, of course, aspirations and stuff is there, when a situation like this emerges, only one party cannot do the heavy lifting. If they have a chance, of course we will know. We don't know as yet what the results will be. But going by the exit polls, if we stick our neck out, we are going to say, if those results are somehow nearby, that NDA is doing better than Mahagathbandhan, it is primarily because of the coalition that is working. And if the Mahagathbandhan reaches towards a striking distance, that is only because of Tejashwi and no one else. So for Congress to sit there and see and say, what is that thing, something called Mungeri Lal Ka Haseen Sapna? That is what the situation is like for the Congress.
Okay.
And to actually believe that the central government will topple if even RJD comes to power, well, I think again, as I said, let's not start building castles in the air yet. Let us wait till the end of the
Okay, Joyita, quickly, the other point of conversation has been record voting, especially record voting of women. Now, that's a structural change that has taken place. It's a societal change that has taken place where women are coming out to vote, and a lot of people are saying they're coming out to vote because of welfare measures that are targeting them, and Nitish has nailed those welfare measures better than anybody else.
Rishabh, whatever information we have got, that 10,000 rupees thing has worked wonders. All right. Number two, whenever you are talking to anybody from Bihar, when it comes to women, they are coming out. In fact, if you look back to the way Bihar has been voting, women have been constituting a voting bloc for Nitish Kumar right from the time he came to power. Of course, roads, etc., it became prohibition. That really worked with them. So when it comes to Nitish Kumar and women voting, women have been going for him in a very big way. So yes, welfare measure, particularly that 10,000, and the major problem that is there, whenever we see so many sound bites on TV as well, all women are talking about the little periods of that RJD has been in power. Those periods have been very bad for women's security. So security is a very important thing. So if I am going to stick my neck out again, I would say women have voted en bloc for the NDA. And especially the last phase of the election, the second phase that we saw in Simanchal area. I've mentioned this earlier also. There was complete polarization. Hindu voters have come out in a very large number in Simanchal. So let us see. We may get a few surprises.
Okay, let's get Sanjay Kapoor in. Sanjay ji, in what conversations that one has had, observed from what is happening on the ground, it seems that a Prashant Kishore has not been the wave maker in this election, even though he's got a lot of limelight. He's got a lot of media attention. He himself is a popular figure, but may not be the difference. That the election results are going to be very similar to 5 years ago. But the problem for Tejaswi is that his performance may be at par, may even improve, but his allies' performance is not going to hack it once again. What is happening to the Congress?
So you asked too many questions in one question, but I'll start with the Congress because that is where the Joyita and the other gentlemen from Congress had said. I'm rather surprised by the optimism of the Congress leader who's sitting with you. I think that they'll play a positive role, but I don't know whether they're in a position to form the government on their own. He said that the Congress will form the government, but that's not happening. And there is, although great optimism which is expressed by the so-called, the person who's in charge of the state, Mr. Krishna, that the Congress will do better, because last time their recognition was that Congress or the alliance did badly, primarily because of the weak link that was Congress. So how has things improved now? We don't know. In the few hours that the results starts coming in, we'll get to know about it. But as of now, I don't think they'll make much of a difference. Though about a month or two back when Rahul Gandhi started his yatra, he got colossal support, colossal amount of crowd coming and beefing him up. But the fact of the matter is how much seats it will translate, what will really do. Did he lose momentum after that yatra that he undertook? What really happened? Because I thought they spent a lot of money everywhere. Congress posters and banners were visible. But the entire show is actually now controlled by RJD and Tejaswi Yadav, as even Joyita was saying. This basically him who will decide whether the Mahagathbandhan comes close to power or not. So this is where it stands at the moment. And when it comes to Mr. Prashant Kishore, I think which Prashant Kishore is a media wonder, as Dipankar Bhattacharya of the CPIML said, he's more a corporate, he runs a corporate party. There is no support on the ground. And he's been pulled up by many of the, other big parties which will benefit from his presence. It's an upper caste party, which is basically those who, in a certain way, think that they can bring down the BJP or they can upset the calculation of Congress party. So basically, that is what he wants to do, but that's not happening because I think there is a clear idea on the part of the voters that they will rally around the traditional parties, the legacy parties, and not really go around with some new fancy that.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Tejasvi Yadav speaking out for the first time this morning. Let's listen in.
बदलाव होगा बदलाव होगा बदलाव होने जा रहा है बदलाव होने जा रहा है सरकार बना रहे हैं
Okay, well, brief and to the point that there is going to be change in government and that they are going to be forming the government. Sanjay ji, let me touch upon this with you because we saw a lot of issues, practical issues, personality issues. Now in politics you can get past them if that's what it takes to keep in government. Between Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav last time around, it had become pretty ugly. Now that's the pretext of course he gave for exiting and going back to the BJP. But do you think a Nitish can countenance in any possibility a return to partner with Tejasvi?
He's done that in the past. It's not that he's not done that in the past. He has had a working relationship with Lalu Prasad Yadav and they've gone back to the Jayaprakash Narayan days. So nothing is really unexpected when it comes to, as the Biharis normally call Mr. Paltu Ram, Mr. Tejasvi Yadav. Although we don't call those kind of names on their channel, but the reputation of Bihar is of Tejasvi Yadav, of Nitish Kumar is this. But having said that, Nitish Kumar has not been able to solve many, although he's been in power so many times. The migration of people from the cities, from villages to the big cities of India, to southern India, goes unabated. I mean, you look at it, there are more Biharis outside than probably in any other state that they move out. And the poverty stark, unemployment is unending, and there is great amount of resonance for whenever Tejasvi Yadav talks about providing employment or giving government jobs, because the private sector per se has failed to deliver what it has done in other states, but in Bihar the clamor for government jobs is tremendous, and that is what they really want to do.
Okay, in a practical sense, when we say that there are record votes of women, what is enticing that? Is it societal change that is taking place? Is it the welfare schemes that are targeting women that is changing? What is then encouraging more women to come out and vote?
10,000 rupees was announced at the time, and no other election commission would have allowed it. It was very, very partisan on the part of election commission to have allowed that. So that is one thing that has been doing. And in fact, the votes, the money was coming in right till the time voting. As you check out with people from Bihar, and they'll tell you the money was coming right till the end. 10,000 is a big amount for Biharis because their per capita income, monthly income is about 5,000 rupees. So 10,000 is like two months of salary, 2 months of wages for them. So that's a huge amount. So that is one factor. The other factor for Nitish Kumar is that he ended ended Sharab Bandi, or he started prohibition in the state, which is something that the women of the state really like. But I don't know what is the percentage of women who will support him, because at the end of the day, many of them would end up voting in the same direction as their husbands, and their husbands, the young people, the kids, all of them seem to be deeply anguished by the lack of jobs and the manner in which the family gets thrown off and the bread earner goes out to the city.
Okay.
That remains unchanged. They may get some desire to vote for Mr. Nitish Kumar, but at the end of the day, the family and the desire of the family to vote for a particular party prevails.
Okay, so some things have not changed. As they say, the more the things change, the more they remain the same. So something regarding what regional loyalties, clan loyalties, caste loyalties, and religious identity, those things are not gone away. They have not been replaced. The government job is still a big deal in Bihar. welfare politics is as, if not more important than development politics. People will rather receive in some measures a grant for themselves to spend rather than be enticed only by infrastructure projects. So these things are relevant, not to suggest that the others are different. Binu Menon joining us this morning as well. Binu ji, now we don't know, we are about a few minutes away from the first trails and leads coming our way. How are you feeling this morning? Can we hear him? Yeah, go ahead, sir. We can hear you now.
Yeah. So we are quite confident about our winning this time also, because we have our progress card. We have shown our roadmap. It's unlike Tejasvi. In many of the interviews, Tejasvi has been asked about his roadmap for the jobs he promises, and every time the person who interviewed got to know that the roadmap is ready, the blueprint is ready. It would be out in 2-3 days, which hasn't come till now. And on the other hand, we have shown our roadmaps, whether it is 100 MSME parks, whether it's 50,000 cottage industries, setting up of 10 industrial parks, setting up of chip manufacturing companies. All these things, when we are putting forward, we have put forward a roadmap. And, they are trying to coin upon the MY factor, that is the Muslim and the Yadav. But, these appeasements would not work in Bihar this time. Our MY factor is the Mahilas and the youths. The Mahila, this time you might have seen, the Mahila voters have outnumbered the men this time. And this is a very positive sign for us, because the women in Bihar, they have shown confidence in the Nitish government. And the youth is with us. They want a government which would stabilize them, which would give them employment, which would not push them into Jungle Raj again. It is very evident from Tejasvi's own rally, where a kid talks about Katta. He says that when after Tejasvi Bhaiya wins, we would be flaunting our country with pistols. So the youth of Bihar doesn't want Bihar to go back to that Jungle Raj. They are with the Bihar, with the developing Bihar, the Bihar with connectivity, the Bihar with roads, the Bihar with bridges, the Bihar where we talk of industrialization, we talk of IT sectors. Our 3.0 would be a Bihar, which would be industrialized, which would be an IT hub. We set up IIT in Patna and IIM in Bodh Gaya. These are the signs of development. We have given Bihar 2 aims. On the other hand, in 70 years, the UPA government could give only 2 aims in effect to the country. Rest, out of the 8, 6 were passed by Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. So, our report card in the country, our report card in the state is very clear. The youth, the Mahilas, the general voters, all are with us. They are confident about what Nitish ji has done.
Okay, all right. We'll all find out very shortly. It's a factorial of all these that makes a difference. What now cannot be taken away is that there has been record voting in Bihar. What cannot be taken away, that more women have voted in Bihar in percentage terms than they have since 1951 when India became a republic. These are now historic facts. For a generation that was born and has now gone into college potentially under the same chief minister, one would wonder, Nitish Kumar, how long can he possibly be there? And he's defying the odds. People have written him off in 2024. He defied the odds. The overall arithmetic of the national scenario is in fact enhanced his position both in the state and the center. And he looks like he might be defying the odds once again. So let me get Joyita back into this conversation. Joyita, so I mean, here we are. There will be a government formation. Nobody is suggesting that at this point of time we are potentially looking at nobody can form the government and it's over. Is that still a likelihood that in the end, after a few hours, we are just stuck and then it's up to big tickets?
Well, I would say, let's put it this way. I think in this context, we have to look at the Prashant Kishore factor, because there has been a lot of hype over him, and it has been said that he is going to be the kingmaker, in the sense that, on him it will be depend which party gets a majority or just falls short of majority, because he is taking away a lot of the, particularly the forward cast votes when it comes, and there has been a recent exit poll which has also claimed that Prashant Kishore has been able to damage the NDA. Around 75% of the damage that the alliances Prashant Kishore has done, that has gone to the NDA, because they are more, the forward cast vote he has taken away, and that Mahagathbandhan has not been damaged as much as that. So if we take that into consideration, then the election becomes much closer. Now, but if Prashant Kishore is what many of us are predicting or thinking, from whatever little bit we have heard, that he is much of a hype and that he does not have much impact on ground, then the equation changes. Then it is likely to be a one-sided kind of election. As again I'm said that BJP, the NDA is bringing in a lot of, all their forces on the ground. Now what is happening is that in Mahagathbandhan, almost every party is failing RJD and Tejashwi. So I would say it seems, unlike last time it was much closer. So unlike last time, perhaps we could see a reasonable tilt towards one direction, and this could be the NDA direction.
Okay, so in the end comes down to options. The voters have two options, which are the regional options, which is the RJD and the JDU. One would qualify a Chirag comes, but as a late third. A fourth has been attempted to develop under Prashant Kishore. Is it a factorial in terms of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of votes? Probably not. He's chosen, of course, not to contest himself. Now, he has candidates who are contesting. They will take certain vote share, but we will find out whether it is significant enough to have counted. The pollsters think no, that none of them translate even to a single seat. He could surprise you, and if he wins a seat or two, he's definitely well into the politics of Bihar. But now this is to also factors into internal politics within alliances. The BJP would want to be the senior partner with an improved performance. Even if Nitish is to return as Chief Minister, they would want it on a winning note. They won't want to be reducing in numbers in Bihar, but coming to form a government and become deputy chief ministers in turn as they have. There has been never a BJP chief minister in Bihar. Remember, if it were to happen, when it were to happen, in itself, it would be historic. But Ashish, if it doesn't work out, and there have been scenarios when things have not worked out, you had a bit of a boost in the general elections not too long ago, 18 months ago. But since then, as I mentioned, it's not looked good. Subsequently, we're looking at the Congress no longer even being the number 2 party in many states, becoming the number 3 or number 4 party. How does that, what is the recovery path that you are hoping on as a young congressman?
See, absolutely, and that is why you talked about the recovery part. Absolutely, that is why Rahul Gandhi ji has started the Sangathan Srijan Abhiyan, right? So on that aspect, we are presently working right now. And you were talking about that in several states, we did not even become a second party. Absolutely, I am accepting this vehemently that we did not able to become a second party because of the vote chori. You must have seen the press conferences of Rahul Gandhi about the vote chori that the BJP has done in the state of, the Karnataka, in the state of Maharashtra, and recently in the state of Haryana. So entire election was stolen from us, and there had been a vote chori of 25 lakhs. So
yeah, but you won in Karnataka.
Evidences, and that is the reason, and we are pretty much sure. Even I am not. Even we do have a doubt that this can be happen in the state of Bihar today as well. That is why we have made it clear that be very careful from this vote chori government.
Okay, but what about getting people like you, young congresspersons, enthused, on the ground, energetic, creating a cadre base, creating a structure, everybody down to the AK Antony report that came out more than a decade ago said that these are the important things for the Congress. How's that going?
Yeah, absolutely, and we are presently working in our Udaipur resolution that each and in every state there shall be a space for the youth and youngsters in the party, and especially for the women. And you must have seen and read our manifesto as well, and the resolution, whereas we have confirmed that the 50% seats will be reserved for the women. This which you will not be able to see in the BJP as well. So we are the party who believes in the acceptance of all forms of diversity. We have also talked about the youth as well. And I am the person, live example, that at the age of
Okay, I'm assuming at a very young age. We've lost that connection there. But breaking news coming in, flashing on your screens. Postal ballot counting has now begun. My colleagues are on the ground. Anand, of course, is tracking this from Delhi. But Ritesh and Ashish and all the others are in Patna, where the polling is taking place. They're also outside the residences of Tejasvi Yadav and Nitish Kumar, who are the primary principal people there. Manohar, my colleague, is joining us now from outside the BJP office in Delhi as well. Manohar, there is a quiet confidence, more so I would say than 2-3 months ago, within the ranks of the BJP. They felt that as the election has progressed and it has come to culmination that they have done reasonably well. माहौल क्या है वहाँ पर बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर्स में?
देखिए बिल्कुल जिस कॉन्फिडेंस की बात बीजेपी कर रही थी वो माहौल यहाँ के व्यंजन से झलकता है। बिहार का जो व्यंजन है सत्तू के पराठे वो यहाँ पर बनाए जा रहे हैं। पूरी तैयारी की जा चुकी है जश्न की। ये आप देखिए सुबह अगर बिहार में जाएंगे, अभी बिहार के दौरे पर हम लोग जब थे इलेक्शन के दौरान, तो इसी तरह के सत्तू के पराठे वहाँ पर मिलते थे। और यहाँ पर आप देखिए पहले सत्तू बनाया गया है, उसके बाद आटे साने गया है, उसके बाद यहाँ पर ये पूरी तैयारी की जा रही है, बनाया जा चुका है। जलेबी, ये देखिए जलेबियाँ यहाँ पर बनाई जा रही है। और साथ ही साथ जो लिट्टी के चोखे होते हैं जिसमें आलू बैगन तमाम जो वेजिटेबल्स होते हैं वो मिक्स किए जाते हैं, वो यहाँ पर बना करके रेडी कर लिए गए हैं। हम अपने कैमरा पर्सन को कहेंगे ये आप देखिए, ये जो है सो ये चोखे, मतलब जिस तरह से बिहार में कास्ट का पूरा मिक्स था, जिस तरह से वहाँ पर वोटिंग परसेंटेज ज़्यादा हुआ है, तो बीजेपी मान करके चल रही है कि इस बार जो है बीजेपी 150 से ज़्यादा सीटें जीत सकेगी। यहाँ पर जो बनाने वाले हैं इनसे हम बात करें, क्या क्या आप लोग बना रहे हैं?
सत्तू का पराठा है, चोखा है, बहुत जलेबी बननी है,
जलेबी बननी है। आप लोग कहाँ से हैं?
आगरा से हम तो।
आगरा से हैं, यूपी से हैं, लेकिन टेस्ट जो है सो बिहार का,
टेस्ट बिहार का दे रहे हैं, यूपी से भी हैं। यूपी में मिलता है ये भी बहुत कुछ,
मतलब कमल खिलने वाला।
हाँ कमल खिलने वाला बिहार में भी, हाँ खिलेगा वो तो।
बिल्कुल। आप लोग क्या बना रहे हैं?
चोखा, पराठे, बैंगन का भरता, जलेबी। बिहार के।
आप भी आगरा से ही है क्या?
हाँ जी आगरा के।
आगरा के हैं, तो इन लोग आगरा के हैं, लेकिन पूरी तैयारी है। बिहार का टेस्ट, बिहार की खुशबू यहाँ से देखने को मिल रही है।
हलवाईज are often out, and if it doesn't go well, then I think the mithai gets more quietly distributed. If it goes well, it's a bit more of a bombast in which it is done. Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, who knows how things go? All right, and somebody tells you that they know exactly. Even the politicians themselves who are contesting don't know what the final result is. They have the best idea of what the final result will be, and the inclination seems to be that it is almost status quo ante in Bihar to what it was 5 years ago. It's going to be similar figures for everyone. There was going to be no swing one way or the other, and similar figures for everyone means that the government stays, and Tejasvi is the principal opposition leader. He might even pip the JDU to become the single largest party, but will not be in a position, not even close, to be able to form the government. And that battle is going to happen. Let me put some caveats out there. You'll get a lot of initial leads. They're going to jump around a lot for the next hour or so. So take them with a pinch of salt. Numbers will keep tracking in. Once we have some leads that are authoritative, which means multiple thousands of votes that have been counted after the postal ballots, we'll come back and we'll take them constituency by constituency with you. So just keep these figures with a pinch of salt until we are established in a little bit of way. Let me get Binu back into this conversation. Binu, we've been discussing since morning that the BJP itself has never had a BJP man or woman become the chief minister of Bihar. Now, I know you're in an alliance, and if you do win, Nitish ji is going to return. Nobody has suggested that he's not going to return as chief minister. But surely, as a BJP man, you would want to see a BJP chief minister in Bihar.
See, we, as a party, we respect the family. We respect the NDA family. You might remember in 2020 also, BJP secured more seats than JDU. and Nitish ji had offered himself that a BJP person should be the CM. But it was made very clear that you are the leader, you are the face of NDA, and you would be the CM. It was done by our honorable PM, Modi ji. So there is no division or infight in our party. As Nitish ji in one of the election rallies said, we are like the Pandavas, we are together. That is what our scenario is. And I would like to comment upon what our able Congress spokesperson spoke before me. He was talking of taking people together and all. I remember very well how during the 10C these people are only backed by appeasement. That is their only point of getting votes. That is what Manmohan Singh ji, being a PM, said that the resources of India belong to the minority and especially Muslims. See, this is what their mindset is. This is what their plan of action is. They appease the minority, they appease people rather than delivering something on ground. Whether it is nation, whether it is state, we have delivered. From Fragile 5, our country is a fantastic 5 today. It's a place where manufacturing has taken roots. Right. So,
but there's a long way to go, and of course, even the current government, in which you are a partner, is still offering welfare. It's still, thinking that 10,000 rupees to every family, and the women in that family matters. So, if we are to say that Bihar is now a developed state and infrastructure is all sorted, the answer it isn't. But let me ask you a larger question: are you slightly nervous? Because by all means, in 2020. You should have formed the government, because the NDA, in terms of the JDU and the BJP, as you mentioned, should have had the numbers to form a government. But Nitish ji decided after the results that he doesn't want to form the government with you. Are you slightly nervous?
No. See, we are not at all nervous. As we said that we are united. The next thing is, our progress card is right in front of everyone. We know that, the people of Bihar are with us. On ground, we have seen the women outnumbering in votes. These things are a good sign for us. And ground reality, when we go, I have personally had words with people. I have already been offered Sattu party in the evening by the Chhat committee in Delhi. We are all confident because the way we have put forward our plans in Bihar. Today, see, I would like to mention that today Bihar is the 4th fastest growing state. Right. And, as per poverty is concerned, like in India, around 11 crore people came out of poverty. 3.75 crore people were from Bihar who came out of poverty. We are planning Bihar to be an industrialized and an IT.
All right. Practical political question, because the elections are over, the governance begins tomorrow morning. But in a practical question, let's take Maharashtra for example. BJP comes single largest party, just missed out on government formation. But then we have Uddhav Thackeray and the others who come together and form a government in Maharashtra. This next time around, after things have changed and Uddhav Thackeray is no longer running his party, somebody else is running the party, the BJP comes and improves its tally. It does even better. But Devendra Fadnavis returns as chief minister. Would you not want to see history made in Bihar and have a Bihar chief minister, even if it is not immediately, but let's say after 2 years?
See, Amit Shah ji has made it very clear. The person who will be leading NDA would be the choices of the MLAs from NDA. It is entirely, our setup is quite democratic. It is not Parivarwad. The father would be the CM, then the son, the wife. This is not what BJP or NDA does. Amit Shah ji has made it very clear. The person, the leading face, the CM of our government would be elected or chosen by the MLAs of the NDA. It is very clear. It is not we or someone else would not be deciding it. It would be a collective decision by all the MLAs.
Okay, all right. You've given me the diplomatic answer, and I appreciate it. All right, it's not always straight at that. We've seen a lot of chief ministers who have been ground workers. Generally, ladies and gentlemen, if the BJP is in a position to nominate and form the chief minister's job, the person everybody thinks is going to become chief minister is probably not going to become chief minister. It's always surprise that comes in from the grassroots. It's a philosophy that their senior leadership believes in, that there has to be organic grassroots growth, that new people should be given a chance. You've seen that happen in Haryana, you've seen that happen in Madhya Pradesh, you've seen that happen in Delhi. Everybody was talking about somebody else earlier this year of who the front runners are, and then you had somebody who's not even in the front runner list who became chief minister. BJP believes in that philosophy. Does the senior leadership have a lot of role to play in who takes that show? Of course it does. Technically the MLAs decide, but let's not kid ourselves. Parties have senior leaders. It is what it is. Before I get Joyita and Sanjay ji back in, let me hit the ground once again in Patna to get a flavor of what is going on. Manish is there, this time outside Nitish Kumar's residence. Manish, क्या माहौल बन रहा है अब? कुछ ही घंटे रह गए हैं, क्या चर्चा चल रही है? What's the latest gossip there on the ground?
देखिए, नीतीश कुमार को लेकर के एक ही चर्चा है। पहले मैं तस्वीरें आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा एक अनेमार की। ठीक मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं, ये एक अनेमार की तस्वीर है। सुबह से अगर बात करें तो यहाँ पर सिर्फ और सिर्फ सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की हलचल देखने को मिल रही है, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि यहाँ पर जो लोकल्स जो यहाँ पर मॉर्निंग वॉक करने आते हैं, उनसे जो हमने बात की, मैक्सिमम का ये कहना था कि नीतीश कुमार को लेकर के कि वो ये कि टाइगर अभी जिंदा है। आप और यही चीज़ हमने बिहार के जो दोनों चरणों में, चाहे आप अलग अलग ज़िलों में कवर किया, चाहे गांव की बात करें, शहर की बात करें, नीतीश कुमार वो एक फेस है जिस पर अभी भी बिहार के लोगों को सबसे ज़्यादा भरोसा नज़र आ रहा है और लोग कह रहे हैं कि नीतीश कुमार ने काम करके दिखाया है। अब रिजल्ट जो भी हो, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है नीतीश कुमार के चेहरे पर लोगों का भरोसा अभी भी बरकरार है। और दूसरी तरफ अगर बात करें, रोजगार की बात हो रही है यहाँ पर बिहार में, जो इस बार जो बदलता हुआ तस्वीर देखने को मिली है वो ये कि युवा जो है वो रोजगार की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो सवाल भी पूछ रहे हैं। वो ये पूछ रहे थे, हमने जो बात की सुबह भी या चुनाव के दरमियान भी, वो ये पूछ रहे थे कि जो तेजस्वी यादव सरकारी नौकरी का वादा कर रहे हैं तो वो नौकरी कहाँ से देंगे? 26 लाख अगर पोजीशन है तो 3 करोड़ लोगों को वो कैसे एडजस्ट करेंगे? इस तरह के सवाल बिहार के जो युवा जो सरकारी जॉब्स के लिए तैयारियां कर रहे हैं वो ये पूछ रहे हैं। बिहार की महिलाएं जो आप उनसे जब बात करें, चाहे ग्रामीण हो या शहरी हो, वो ये कह रही हैं कि हमें जो दे रहा है, चाहे वो जिस तरह से जॉब की बात करें या फिर स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात करें या फिर जिस तरह से 10,000 रुपए अकाउंट में आए, तो उनका ये कहना था कि जो हमें दे रहा है हम लोकल भाषा में हम उन्हीं को देंगे। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि इस तरह का एक मोमेंटम जो है वो ग्राउंड जीरो पे देखने को मिला है। लेकिन एक और सवाल जो देखने को मिला है वो ये कि बिहार में बदलाव की बात भी हो रही है। कई लोगों से हमने बात किया, उनका ये कहना था कि हम बदलाव भी चाहते हैं।
Yes, I mean, but whether they want to change the government and are convinced that the RJD can do better, you have to factorial in that if you have an opposition government, can it work with the center, because Bihar needs funds, period. So is that a factorial? Of course it is. Do people want to send a national message from this election? I don't think so. I think the state election is this time about the state of Bihar. But okay, leads and results coming in, that's what we're here for. At the bottom of your screens, the BJP after early counting leading in 8, the JDU in 4, the RJD in 9 and the Congress in 1. How does that translate on the ground? Tejasvi Yadav is leading in early counting from Raghopur. No surprises. He is expected to hold on to that seat. Kesari Lal Yadav, the Bhojpuri actor who is contesting from Chhapra on an RJD ticket, is currently leading in early counting. Samrat Chaudhary leading. Vijay Sinha is currently leading. Early leads and results expected to sort of stabilize 2-3 hours from now. If it is a very, very close election, and we've seen close elections in the past in Bihar, if it comes down to a few hundred votes, then we'll be well into the late afternoon or early evening before we have a final result. Most likely it won't be that, but by noon or lunchtime, we'll know what has happened. Dilip Cherian joining us this morning, Pooja Tripathi of the Congress also joining us. Joyita, let me come back to you first. So here we are now we'll be lot of personal battles are going on. So before we come back to the larger picture on government formation, which we are hours away from knowing the figures, when it comes to the personal battles, what is it? What's at stake for Tejasvi? Has he done the dynastic change? Is it done? Has the Lalu era ended and the Tejasvi era begun?
Yes, I think so. I mean, it does. In fact, it started, I would say, even in the last election itself. And when it was Tejasvi was propelling it. But yes, if you look at him, I would say what he has done, I mean, it's a different matter that he does not have his allies' support. But the fact of the matter is that Tejashwi is a credible face when it comes to Bihar. Okay, and when his promises may seem outlandish, but that's a different issue. But he is bringing his force of youth in the election, and that is attracting a lot of voters. It's a different matter. He's still carrying the baggage of his father's rule. But then with the generational change in the voting that is happening, that is still remembered by a section, but gradually, his father's misrule will be wiped out from the collective memory, because it's the youth that is going to gradually kind of deciding elections in Bihar. So he will have to come out with an alternative narrative.
Okay, quickly, Vijay Sinha from Lakhisarai leading in early counting. Kesri Lal Yadav, as I pointed out, Chhapra on a RJD ticket leading, Bhojpuri actor over there. The BJP now taking into 13 leads in Bihar. Maithili Thakur from Ali Nagar is leading on the BJP ticket. Let me hop across back to my colleague Manish, who's got some updates for us. Manish, क्या चर्चा चल रही है outside CM House?
अब बिल्कुल मैं आपको एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें दिखाना चाहता हूं। आप देख सकते हैं कि एक अनेमार्ग जहां पे मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार का आवास है, उसके ठीक सामने जो है आप देखिए कि नीतीश कुमार के पोस्टर्स लग गए हैं, जिसमें बाकायदा नीतीश कुमार को दिखाया गया है। साथ में जो कैप्शन दिया गया है कि टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो इस तरह के पोस्टर्स जो है वो नीतीश कुमार के घर के ठीक बाहर लगा दिए गए हैं, यानी कि अभी रुझान आने शुरू हुए हैं और शुरुआती रुझान के दरमियान ही आप देखिए कि ठीक अभी 1 मिनट पहले ये पोस्टर्स लगाए गए। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि एक तरफ ये पोस्टर है और दूसरी तरफ मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा कि ये देखिए बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार का सरकारी आवास है। तो यानी महज उनके आवास के ठीक सामने ये पोस्टर लगाए गए हैं और रुझान आने के बाद तुरंत जो है ये पोस्टर लगाए गए हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से कहा जा सकता है कि एनडीए कैंप और खासकर अगर नीतीश कुमार की कैंप की बात करें तो वो काफी ज्यादा हम कह सकते हैं कि पॉजिटिव है इस रुझानों को लेकर के कि सरकार उनकी आने वाली है। लेकिन देखने वाली बात ये होगी कि फिलहाल बिहार की जनता किसे चुनती है। जी
Okay, we are just tracking developments that are taking place at the bottom of your screens. As I mentioned, BJP leading in 13, the JDU leading in 4, the Congress picking up an early lead in a couple, still a long way to go. The RJD leading in 16. The others are also leading, and in the figure at the bottom of your screens, Prashant Kishore qualifies in the others list. The figure in the middle of your screens has him listed separately. Chirag Paswan also qualifies in the others there. The LJP leading in 2, still very early, long way to go. I would still say a couple of hours to go before we have a practicality in who's leading from where and who's actually heading into government formation and what the trends that are solidifying into. Let me, before I rope in Pooja from the Congress, let me get Dilip Cherian in. Dilip Cherian, the biggest conversation for the last 2 days has not been the congruity of the exit polls, which are giving the same median average, but it has been the voter turnout, that the number of people who have come out. Now, I know one factor is different. The last election happened during COVID. People were not able to travel as freely. This time, a lot of people have returned home to Bihar to travel, to vote, and a lot of women, record numbers, highest since 1951, have come out to vote. Why? What have we understood from this?
I think there are 3 clear messages from the numbers we see in terms of turnout. The first is that it's a re-establishment of the fact that in terms of political enthusiasm, there is no state at the same level as Bihar across the country. I think it outdoes even Uttar Pradesh, which is seen as very electorally active. The second thing is that, the mahal of safety, the feeling that you can go out without the danger of getting bullied. This is establishing itself as a factor, and I think if one takes samples across constituencies, you will see the same thing going on, that people have a lack of fear, which used to be a factor in Bihar and which in many senses has disappeared over the last couple of decades. I think at least a decade that I can see. And the third factor, I think, is that this election has seen some pretty big issues as far as the local populace is concerned. The first is whether somebody who has delivered results for them on the ground, like Nitish, is going to have the option to continue. And the second is Tejaswi's promise, the gigantic promise made of jobs for one person from every family. I think between these two enthusiasms, as it were, people have felt the need to go and express their franchise. And it's a good thing. If you look at the voting percentages, and especially the kind of support that women have demonstrated for Nitish and for the ruling alliance, whether it is because of the 10,000 rupees that turned up magically in so many accounts or not, but the fact is that this has enthused people, and that matters.
Okay, but what are the factorials? The factorials are saying government job is what people are interested in, 10,000 rupees is what people are interested in. What happened to infrastructure development in Vikas? Does that come secondary to all of this, Dilip Cherian?
You know, unfortunately, it does. We haven't seen too much debate on that, or leaders plugging that as an issue which they think will be their response once they're elected. So if they're not plugging it as the deliverables, as early deliverables, then clearly in the public consciousness, that isn't a big issue. It's a bit like UP, where people constantly on the ground are saying, look, we are not so concerned about an extra road or an extra connection, electric connection. We are talking about the freedom to exist and to do the things that we should be able to do to get ahead in life. And we have the confidence to do that as long as there is no threat to our existence.
So let's not kid ourselves. Away from big ticket infrastructure projects, which is railways, airports, highways, manufactories that are coming up, industrialization, welfare politics still matters down to the root voter. Okay, especially in states where the per capita income is lower, which is an example of Bihar. Is Bihar progressing? Yes, it is. Is it reducing people in poverty? The numbers tell you yes. But is that happening because many of them are going outside the state to work? Could be. Is it happening at the pace that people desire? Certainly not. Development is not really happening in Bengal at the industrial level. It's not really happening in Punjab. Compare that to what's happening in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka, Kerala, where change has taken place. Change is happening in UP. I've never seen the transformation where UP is exiting that Bimaru state category very, very rapidly. I'm even seeing change happen, development happening in the northeast, but a few states where it needs to happen. Punjab is a good example, Bihar is a good example, West Bengal is a good example, still pending to see. Early trails and leads, Tejaswi Yadav of the RJD leading in Raghupur, no surprises expected to take that seat. Samrat Chaudhary of the BJP leading in Tarapur, Maithili Thakur of the BJP leading in Ali Nagar, Tej Pratap Yadav in Mahua of the JJD is leading. Osama Shahab from Raghunathpur in the lead of the RJD. Vijay Kumar Sinha of the BJP in Lakhisarai in the lead, expected to take that seat. Renu Devi of the BJP in Betia in the lead. Mangal Pandey in Sivan, BJP in the lead. Prem Kumar in Gaya of the BJP in the lead. Shreyasi Singh in Jamui of the BJP in the lead. Sanjay Sarogi in Darbhanga takes an early lead for the BJP. Nitin Nabeen in Bankipur of the BJP takes an early lead. Kesri Lal Yadav of the RJD from Chhapra in the early lead. Arun Kumar of the RJD from Tarapur in the early lead. Abidur Rahman of the Congress in Araria takes the early lead. Dharendra Pratap Singh of the JDU in Valmiki Nagar, early lead. Veena Devi in Mokama, neck-to-neck contest going on in Mokama between Veena Devi and Anand Singh. RJD versus JDU fight over there. Mithilesh Kumar in Sitamarhi of the BJP in an early lead. Bijendra Prasad Yadav in Supal for the JDU in the early lead. Vijay Kumar Khemka of the BJP in Purnia, early lead. Subhash Singh in Gopalganj of the BJP, early lead. Hari Narayan Singh of the JDU in Harnath, early lead. And Awadh Bihari Chaudhary of the RJD in Siwan, currently in the early lead. Still, these leads are long way to go, but the figures on your screens tell you the BJP currently leading in 29, the JDU in 15, the RJD in 25, the Congress in 6. The Congress will be hoping to improve its tally by getting past 20 and more. The BJP will also be looking to improve its tally. So will the JDU and so will the RJD. The exit polls have told you no, it will be very similar to what it was last time around 5 years ago. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress on the broadcast with us. Pooja ji, I mean, every campaign for every political party is obviously a lot of emotion, a lot of energy, a lot of passion has to be involved by the people, the campaigners, the people organizing the logistics of it. That includes all of you. Now, this is a results day, it's an examination result. There is some excitement, there is some nervousness. What would you be happy with? The Congress is only contesting 70. What is the number that you'll be happy with this morning?
I'll be very happy, when Mahagathbandhan formed the government at the end of the day, because I've been to Bihar, I've been there the whole month, I was there. And the political consciousness that runs, people don't have the basic survival factors, basic things to survive. They're migrating outside, but the political consciousness is very rich, as Dilip was saying. I've never seen a state this politically conscious, this aware of their rights. It's good that people are, demanding jobs. People are demanding infrastructure. People are demanding education reforms, health reforms, and elections day is always an exciting day. I give all my best wishes to all the candidates who have been in fray and all the karyakartas who have been toiling up and hard, and they've been burning the night lamps with all the hard work. And it's very early trends, whatever I'm seeing on the screens. But let's hope for the best. I really hope that Mahagathbandhan, with promises, welfare promises of Kamai, Sichai, Sunwai, and Karwahi, we are able to form the government at the end of the day. That's my biggest hope for today, pinning on that. And let's see how it unfolds through the course of the day.
Okay, early flip in Lakhisarai where Vijay Sinha of the BJP is now trailing. Now, these are still a few hundred votes counted, ladies and gentlemen. Many thousands and lakhs still to go. So, let's take it with a pinch of salt. We'll still have to wait a couple of hours before we have greater clarity. But, Pooja, the focus has been that the Congress party is the weakest link for the Mahagathbandhan. That it's your performance, not Tejasvi, which will hinge whether the government can be formed or not. Why is that?
I think so. RJD was always the biggest party in state, and we are fighting under the elections of Tejasvi Yadavji as Chief Minister face. And see, distribution, let me tell you, in Mahagathbandhan, every partner is an equal partner. There's nothing like, you get a call from Delhi, ya parchi nikalti and a CM is elected. Everyone has an equal say. And that's what Mahagathbandhan is about. We are fighting on, because we are in a Gathbandhan, and RJD is the biggest party, and they are fighting on the maximum seats, and we are fighting on the substantial numbers of seats. So is VIP, so is CPIML, and that's what alliance politics is all about.
But Tejasvi Yadav will have to have a rocket-like performance of a change in number of seats. So will you, to be able to form a government by yourself. So more practically, if the results are very similar to last time, and that's where we are, you will need Nitish Kumar. Are you open? Are you still hoping? Is there something in the back of your mind that say that he could do the same thing he did 5 years ago?
You cannot say anything when it comes to Nitish Kumar ji, but I don't think we'll need Nitish Kumar at the end of the day. I think Tejasvi will comfortably cross the majority line. The Mahagathbandhan will comfortably cross the majority line, and I don't think we'll need it. And if anybody wants the support of regional parties, others, and say JDU too, you never know with Nitish Kumar's track record of turning around. It's on the senior leaders of the parties to decide.
So who could have thought? Who could have thought? Let me get Binu back on this thought. Binu ji, we are still a couple of hours away before we finally know. Okay. But who could have thought that in our generation we would see the Shiv Sena allying with the Congress party? But it happened in Maharashtra. Okay. Now the party of course has broken and then gone into different factions. Who could have thought that Nitish Kumar would leave 5 years ago and join with Tejasvi Yadav, the most person that he dislikes probably more than even Lalu Yadav, but it happened. Now it happens in politics. Now you can't say that you're not slightly concerned and nervous.
See, as I said, we are quite confident about the NDA family, and as per the Mahagathbandhan is concerned, from the day one, they are in factions. It is like a patient of ataxia. They are not, they don't have control over their limbs. You see that Tejasvi is not announced by Rahul as the CM candidate. And when Tejasvi has a press conference, Rahul Gandhi, his photos are not there in the banners and posters. So, all is not well. And you can see at many places, they have friendly fights. The alliance is having friendly fights. And I even remember the person who has been, announced as the deputy CM, his brother has had to, step down from the seat because the RJD was appeasing the Muslim candidate there. So all is not well with the Mahagathbandhan. So everything is very clear. And when it is said about the roadmap, and I was just hearing about, Tejasvi being painted as a Sunday school teacher. No, not at all. When he is giving a ticket to Osama, and from there he brings up a call of Sabuddin Amar Rahe, Sabuddin the gangster, the person who burned people in acid. Such a person, when he is praised, the mentality of Tejasvi Yadav is very clear. Tejasvi Yadav is no Sunday school teacher otherwise also. He is the person who is involved in land for job scam. Their party gave away the lands around the railway stations to Sujata Hospitality at a very low prices.
Okay.
As what UP had done. UP had done with Jijaji.
Okay, Binuji, the elections are now over. Like I said, the elections ended 2 days ago. The governance begins tomorrow morning. So today now is just about figuring out what happens in the government formation. Now in the government formation, it's down to all the politicians. The people say ended 2 days ago. And if they tell you that the results are similar last time, it does depend on Nitish. So let me take that thought back to Joyita. Joyita, anything has been possible in politics. Like I've said, we've seen the BJP form a government in Jammu and Kashmir with the PDP. Who would have thought that in our lifetimes we would see something like that? Similarly, the Shiv Sena of all the parties, which is a well right of center party, aligning themselves with the Congress in Maharashtra, who would have thought that could happen? Could Nitish potentially still ruffle feathers, that we will be here for a long night because he's upset everything, including in national politics?
Well, I think if you're looking at the way the results are going, it seems like Nitish Kumar is underperforming. Although it is, I don't think it's still the postal ballots going on. So if it happens, a situation that yes, everything hinges on whether Nitish Kumar becomes chief minister or not, will he flip? Of course. I mean, given his track record, he can always flip. But at the same time, let's also not forget, because BJP is going to be very keen to ensure that they continue to be in government, that Nitish should be in, they want to keep Nitish in good humor. Because, of course, if he flips, then the central government also gets affected to a limited extent. I would not say in a huge extent, but to a limited extent. So I don't think BJP is going to be so adventurous as yet. So they will go with Nitish Kumar, that's for certain. And in fact, even before the elections, before the results started, counting happened, before the voting, it was increasingly becoming clear that Nitish will be the face of the NDA when it comes to Bihar. Okay. But a lot, of course, depends on the... and let's also not forget one thing. One of the reasons he flipped the last time was because there was an attempt made by BJP to topple him. Local leaders and all, there was an attempt made to topple him and bring in a BJP chief minister. And that was the primary reason why he flipped.
Okay, all right. Yes. I mean, it never came out publicly, of course, it wasn't a public attempt. But within allies, heck, within parties, there's always a to and fro going on and a bit of jostling going on who comes out on tops. That is the reality of politics, is the reality of politics everywhere across the globe. Let me get Dilip Cherian back in. Dilip Cherian, now, if there is a similar result to last time and there are possibilities of various kinds of government formations as were presented five years ago, can Nitish make our day very long by creating some exciting development in national politics?
It's a great question, but I think that we won't know of a potential Nitish flip, which would be the most interesting thing to watch, till much later in the day, and perhaps even not today. So while it will be a long day, simply because of the quantum of votes to be counted and the fact that the pace will pick up only much later in the day, my sense is that Nitish is pretty much going to be the most exciting factor to watch, simply because he has a track record which is mercurial, to say the least. And this time, by all reports from people who are aware of his situation, he seems to be more in the control of those around him than in the past. So, in a sense, watching the Nitish faction is more important, because Nitish himself may be inclined to go one way, but will those who have been the backbone of this campaign behind him, will they also agree to that or not, is going to determine a lot of things. Nitish himself is an iconic leader, and within his party, the little kind of frisson of resistance has long vanished, but still, I think it is not the same Nitish that we saw 2 years ago.
Okay, Dilip Charian, in a national perspective, in the generational change that is happening in dynastic parties which are across the length and breadth of India, it's not just the Congress, of course. We've seen it happen successfully from a Karuna to an MK Stalin. So much so that MK Stalin is now sort of getting his son into the limelight of state politics in Tamil Nadu. We've seen it happen very successfully in high drama circumstances in the Samajwadi Party, when the party was almost half split and the brother was fighting with the brother, and Akhilesh had run away from home almost. But in the end, Akhilesh Yadav emerged as the undisputed leader without really breaking the party at the seams. So that dynastic change happened. Farooq to Omar has also taken place. The Thakare dynastic change has sort of come a cropper, so that has not worked out as successfully. So that's not an excellent example. So in terms of dynastic change, is it done? Is Tejasvi Yadav the legitimate political heir of Lalu?
I think the way he has campaigned this time and the way he has led the campaign from the front, both I'm saying at two levels, individually and as the team leader, there's no doubt that this transition is now real and perhaps complete. Victory may still be far away. As somebody who was very closely involved with the potential split in the pre-situation in Uttar Pradesh, before any danger of a split from Akhlesh's father to him and the uncle factor was concerned, I can tell you that the signs are that in this election, Tejasvi has taken control and charge pretty much of the Lalu inheritance. And that's a very big step for Bihar. Whether these dynastic creations are good for those states are a matter that the public there must decide. And they will have to figure out whether this kind of quasi-continuity is something that is healthy for their state, something that ends up delivering results, and of course, the potential threat from others in that same dynasty is something that needs to be watched. But as long as there is a line of command and the line of command becomes visible through a major state election, I think it's pretty much set for the future.
Okay, so remember, Nitish Kumar does have a son. His name is Nishant, not actively engaged in the politics at the level of a Tejasvi Yadav at this stage, for sure. So, is the dynastic politics still alive and well in India? Very much so. Does it still matter? Well, it clearly does. Because these people are winning votes, sometimes they are winning seats in constituencies. A different kind of dynastic change is expected to happen in Bengal from Mamata Banerjee, but this time to her nephew. So, have they happened in multiple states? Yes, you have some successful examples. You have some not as currently successful examples. I mentioned what's happened in Maharashtra. We saw this. We saw this and see this time and again. But here we are, numbers on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, 130, because they would have held their own at a time when they've been facing a lot of criticism as the ones dragging down Tejasvi. In fact, Tejasvi's partymen will be the first to say it, that that's the problem. But it could be a surprise at the end, who knows. The BJP would be wanting to also improve its tally from last time around. Unlikely, highly unlikely that even if the BJP dramatically improves its tally, that they will upset the apple cart by suggesting that one of their leaders become the first ever BJP chief minister of Bihar. Not now. Can happen a few years later, who knows. But they would not upset the apple cart. They still need stability at the center, far more important for the larger machinery to function. So Nitish Kumar, if the NDA takes the lead, will return as chief minister if they win Tejasvi will want to do what people think would be impossible, is single-handedly take his party well past 100. That's what it's going to take for him to form a government and have a thumping win. Is it possible? Can't say right now. Leads and trails on the right side of your screens. Vijay Sinha from Lakhisarai of the BJP still trailing as we head into the counting of the EVMs past the postal ballots, which has now begun as we see 9 o'clock in the morning closer in. In Gaya, Prem Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. Have a look at the center of your screens where you're seeing the breakup of the LJP, which is Chirag Paswan's party, leading in 5 currently. The JSP is actually got a few votes. What do you know? So they've got a few votes, enough to put them in early leads. They're not expected to win seats, but who knows? If that happens, it would be the takeaway of the day, that a Prashant Kishore ticket has held value enough to convert votes into seats and seats into potential power one day. Who knows? So watch out for that number. If the JSP and its ancillary others manage to upset the cart in Bihar, who knows what is possible? Then we are in definitely for a long day and a long night. Let me quickly get Binu back from the BJP into this conversation. Binu, obviously we'll have to wait for more results to firm up before we can either commiserate with you or congratulate you. But let's look at what's happened in the elections post 2024 general elections. In Maharashtra, where you've returned to form the government, in the by-elections, largely where the BJP has a presence, the BJP did well throughout 2024 and into 2025. In Arunachal, you came back to form the government. In Andhra, the NDA came back to power with Chandrababuji in government. In Odisha, massive historic upset with the BJP government in Odisha there. In Haryana, people had written the BJP off, but you came back with a thumping win. So other than Jharkhand, where I'm sure the BJP is hoping his performance could have been slightly better, 2024 was a good year. 2025, Delhi, a good start. Bihar seems to be okay at this point of time. What has been the difference that the BJP is still in it? Is it still on the bank of Narendra Modi?
See, BJP coins upon its progress card, and definitely Modi ji is an icon not only in India but all over the world. People, not only us, people coin upon him. People have faith on him, and definitely our progress card, whether it's in the center or whether it's in the state, it matters. As I have said, last time, like in Bihar, we gave 2 aims, and in the entire 70 years period, the UPA government could give only 2 aims to the country. Rest 6 aims were passed by Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So that is the way the country was held. The country was fragile 5 before Modi ji came to power. We brought country to the fantastic 5. Today our country is getting to be the manufacturing hub. Rahul Gandhi ji used to mock our country, used to mock Make in India. Today it is becoming successful. Whether it's iPhones, Mercedes, all these things are being manufactured in India. So definitely the country is changing under the BJP government, the NDA government. So people have trust on us. The country has trust on us. The state has trust on us. So that is what we are coining upon. We have our progress card. See, whenever we are fighting elections, we just not say what we will do. We have what we have done with us also.
Okay.
All these governments, all these people who are contesting, they have come upon with what they will do. Which ultimately people also know that nothing is going to be delivered.
Okay, so let me get Joyita in. Joyita, how much of this is because this, what was a slogan a few years ago, but in practical reality connects with the logic of the voter, that double engine matters. If you want to get development done in your state, you can't have state and government, state and center at war with each other. How much of it is that?
Well, Parisha, when you look at Bihar is a different matter altogether. Let's not forget the caste thing counts in a very big way. And so while double engine also matters, the local face matters, the Tejasvi factor is playing a very big role over here. Urban voter, rural voter, so many things come into play. In other states, I would say yes, double engine matters in a very big way. I'm about Bihar, I'm not very certain, but it goes, I mean, I would say double engine matters when it comes to Nitish Kumar. You know, it doesn't make sense for a Nitish Kumar to go with the Mahagathbandhan if the money flow stops from Delhi. So it does not really matter that way. But at the same, I mean, it matters that way. But when it comes to the voter, when it comes to a local election, whether it matters right down to the ground or not, we will know, I guess, towards by inside a couple of few hours. But right now, it seems the BJP factor is playing a very big role. If you look at the results, if you I mean, at least the trends that are showing on your screen, it seems the fact that BJP is at the center and the feeling that yes, it's time to give BJP a chance. I think that factor is working.
Who knows? It could be. It could be. Who knows? By the end of the next few hours, that becomes the truism. That it is this not the story of Nitish Kumar. It's not the story of Tejasvi. It's the story of the national parties having a resurgence in Bihar, and not necessarily the Congress. That it is the BJP that has Congress is number 4 party in Bihar anyway. They would want to improve that position. Unlikely to do in this election. But there will be elections 5 years later, another 5 years from that. Just a note for anybody watching the broadcast. In Gujarat, where the Congress has not formed a government in 40 years, they still get about 20% of the vote share. So 1 in 5 people still vote for the Congress even when there has been no hope of forming the government in 4 decades. So is there some Congress vote share? Yes, there is. Is the Congress been slipping to number 3 and 4 and even worse positions in a lot of the states? Yes, they are. Look what's happened in Tamil Nadu. Look what's happened in West Bengal. You know, unhappy news. The BJP is not a player in Tamil Nadu, but they become a player in West Bengal. But if you're in the Congress, you don't want to be. The reality check is that once the Congress slips to the number 3 or number 4 party in a state, in the history of modern day India, they've never come back to power in that state leading an alliance. So that comeback hasn't happened as effectively, but who knows? Elections surprises. Currently 147 out of the 243 seats are reporting leads and trails. The BJP leading in 48, the JDU leading in 27, the RJD in 42, the Congress leading in 8, and the others including the JSP 22 leads for them. This includes 5 for Chirag Paswan and 4 potential leads for Prashant Kishore. How many of those translate? We will just find out. There is a bypoll also. Remember, bypolls are also going on in this country. A quick word that from Hyderabad, where the bypolls are going on, there is the Congress is currently in the lead. I'll be going across to my reporters on the ground to get you more facts and figures as take place. Sujit Paswan is currently leading from Rajnagar. In Jhanjarpur, Nitish Mishra is currently leading of the BJP. In Fulpras, Sheila Mandal is currently leading for the JDU. In Khajoli, Braj Kishore Yadav is currently leading of the RJD. Meena Kamath of the JDU is currently leading in her constituency. In Benipatti, Vinod Narayan Jha of the BJP is currently leading in Madhubani. Sameer Mahaset is currently leading on your screens. Osama Sahib in Raghunathpur is currently leading for taking the Lalten ahead for the RJD. More posters have been put outside the Nitish Kumar residence, CM's residence. Tiger Zinda Hai is what the posters are currently saying. Now you can well imagine. Let me get Dilip Cherian back quickly into this before we get into more reports from on the ground on leads and trails. Dilip Cherian, how much of this has changed in terms of state election, that we've seen that state issues have become more important than national issues like counter-terrorism and national security and GDP growth? We've seen that state after state that politics has sort of localized. But in the concept, especially in Bihar, which needs central funds, do you think people will buy the logic that actually double engine is the only thing that works? There's no point even trying something different.
You know, I seem to see that this trend is actually a negation of that hope that people were working towards at a national level. The fact that local issues have become so vocal and so valuable for the voter on the ground seems to be an indication that they believe that if they have a strong leader, he or she will be able to do the necessary bargains at the center to make it work. It may be tougher, it may involve a mellowing down of the kind of rhetoric between parties, which seems to be at high levels of antagonism. But if this trend strengthens, the fact is that you have to concede that people are not looking at double engine sarkars. What they're looking for is leadership on the ground that matters and promises them the things that matter to them. Remember that national leaders tend to still talk at 3 levels above the average voter. And the trend across states now seems to be that people want something that relates directly to them. And therefore, that matters a lot more.
Okay, just stay with me. From Orai, Ram Nishad of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. Veena Devi of the RJD in Mokama is now trailing in what is turning out to be a close contest in that constituency that you are seeing. As we speak, the figures for the alliances is that the NDA looking for 122 plus is currently leading in 84. The Mahagathbandhan looking also for 122 plus is currently leading in 56. The others bringing in 7. That is primarily Chirag Paswan. That is primarily the JSP, which is currently surprisingly for many people leading in 4 seats. Still a long way to go. Renu Devi and Betia currently also in the lead. The BJP ups its figure to 48. Currently on your screens, looking to be the single largest party. There you go, has upped its figure now to 51. Nitin Nabeen in Bankipur is solidifying his lead as we speak. The JDU now at 30, the RJD at 44. Tej Pratap Yadav now trailing in Mahua. Remember, the son of Lalu Prasad Yadav, the other son who's had not a happy time with the filial relations in that family, is currently contesting from the side. Many say disruptor, but currently trailing. We've been mentioning Raghunathpur for the RJD for a particular reason, because Osama Shahab is currently in the lead and solidifying that lead, increasing in numbers. Tej Pratap Yadav, well, there you go, it's flipped it. So now you know how quickly this is changing, and still a long way to go. We have just hit the stroke of 9 o'clock. We'll still have a couple of hours, one would suspect, before we have a position to be able to call this election. Joyita, it's all up for grabs. It's like reporting on a live match. This is, for people like me, this is what the exciting factor of doing it is. I am not in stress because it's not my exam result. But what is at stake? Because it's been I won't say a dead election, but it's not been the most polarizing, hyperbolic, what we expect in UP and Bihar. That hasn't happened this time around. It's been quieter. So what's really at stake here? Joyita. Yeah, don't worry, the PCI will figure it out. You go ahead.
Yeah, now what's at stake here is it's a lot of things. Whether, of course, even though BJP has the numbers at the center, it's the stability of the central government that is at stake. Because you see, provided, they need to come back to power, and Nitish will have to be made chief minister, because as I just mentioned, that Nitish is underperforming, and definitely BJP is going to, looks like right now, it's going to get the better of Nitish, but even then Nitish will stick on, because they cannot afford to let Nitish go. And interestingly, if you look at the results, if Nitish had performed better, perhaps it would have helped the BJP to stake claim to the chief minister's post later. But it looks like, if things go like this right now, it looks like they just might scrape through the majority mark or even just might fall short by a shade. So they need Nitish desperately. So if you're looking at the BJP,
here they are. The results are now pouring in. Well, I'll have to say leads are currently pouring in. The election commission is yet to call the results in several of these constituencies. That is several hours away. So as in Sahibganj, Raju Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Baruraj, Arun Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Orai, Ram Nishad of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the BJP is currently in the lead. Nitish Mishra of the BJP is currently leading in Jhanjarpur. Sheila Mandal of the JDU is currently leading in Fulparas. Braj Kishore Yadav of the RJD leading in Kajoli. Meena Kamath of the JDU leading in Babbu Bari. Vinod Narayan Jha of the BJP is currently leading in Benipatti. In Samir Mahaseth is leading in Madhubani. Samrat Chaudhary leading in Tarapur, expected to take that. Tej Pratap Yadav back in the lead from the Mahua constituency. Tejasvi leading in Raghupur, expected to win that seat. RJD's Osama Shahib in Raghunathpur is currently in the lead. Maithili Thakur leading from Ali Nagar for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Kesri Lal Yadav, the Bhojpuri star, leading in Chhapra for the RJD. Anand Singh leading in Mokama for the JDU. Sanjay Sarogi leading in Dharbanga. Gopalganj, Subhash Singh. Vijay Kumar Khemka in Purnia, Mithilesh Kumar in Sitamarhi, Dhirendra Pratap in Valmiki Nagar. Priya Sehgal joining us on the broadcast this morning. I also have the RJD spokesperson Shahryar Khan joining us, RJD General Secretary rather, Shahryar Khan joining us very, very shortly. Priya, let me come to you. I mean, we can't really call it. It's because it's going to flip around quite a lot. It's only 9 o'clock. We still a few hours to go. But you know what's the flavor setting us? Flavor setting us that everybody seems to be going what we are expecting them to go. That is going to be very similar to last time.
Yeah, it's looking like that, Rishabh. The early trends are telling us exactly that. Tejasvi Yadav, you know, he is the one that one really needs to focus on his campaign, because he has done it literally single-handedly in terms of, you know, the Congress seems to be dragging him down. The campaign that he fought on youth, on the issues that he's been raising has worked on the ground. Local issues, now if you look at the local leadership, it's clear that we keep saying after Nitish whom, that's going to be Tejasvi Yadav quite clearly, head and shoulders above all the other contenders. BJP will probably prop someone, you know, that question of who will be the chief minister is also looming quite large, which is why I think BJP has been given a large number. This is a Modi vote. He was the big face of the BJP campaign, he and Amit Shah. So they are going to now be looking to groom a local leader after Sushil Modi. So interesting election, one, Rishabh, that was also fought on issues that matter, you know, local issues really have worked over here, whether it's the, you know, the women development or the welfare schemes for the women, the youth, the migrants, all the issues that were raised, the vote that is going is on the local issues, which is also interesting. So is Tejasvi going to be the new Sushashan Babu? That's going to be an interesting phase to watch. And of course, let's see what the BJP does with that chief ministerial.
Okay, Prashant Kishore, his candidates have got a couple of early leads, so they've got some votes for Showpriya.
Prashant Kishore also, Rishabh, yeah, that's a good point, because we had expected, you know, if he does better than the Congress, that would be, you know, in terms of vote share. People are saying that on ground, he may not get so many seats, but he may get the vote share to, if he surpasses Congress.
Anything better than 0 is a win for him. Currently leading in 4. In Baniapur, Chandni Devi of the RJD currently in the lead. In Danapur, Reetlal Roy for the RJD currently in the lead. Let me hop across to Delhi before I come to our guests, because we still have to wait for the results. Anand Singh is outside the Congress office. Anand, how's the mood there? I mean, at this point of time, we're still probably an hour away before we can figure out what is taking place. But what's the flavor? Is it quietening down or is it becoming more excited?
Yeah, Rishabh, if we talk especially about the Congress headquarters over here, I will just ask my camera person to pan across and show you that number of Congress supporters have gathered over here. And since morning, they have been raising the slogans that vote chor, gaddi chor. As earlier also, we have shown that how they were saying that earlier it used to be EVM, but now there is a systematic vote theft that is being done through the SIR exercise. So clearly, this is the mood inside the Congress office, where more than 50 or 100 supporters have gathered
since morning, and they have been raising this slogan. So clearly this was one of the issue that Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, he has taken to Bihar through his voter adhikar yatra for 16 days that he undertook in Bihar. So clearly that is one of the issues that the Congress
so we
party
won't
is
call it
raising,
crowded,
and once again the supporters of the
but
party,
we won't call it sparse either. There are a few people who are at least being smart enough to make the most of the what is there of the winter sun in Delhi. And remember, Delhi is under thick smog right now, so at least they're braving very unhealthy air to stand outside in the lawn of the Congress party headquarters in Delhi as we speak. Some good news for the Congress. Anil Kumar in Bikram constituency for the Congress has now gone into the lead. Let me hop across to Patna then to get a perspective from Abhishek, who's outside the residence of Rabdi Devi, also incidentally where Tejasvi Yadav has been. Abhishek, क्या माहौल है वहाँ पर?
या बिल्कुल, देखिए इस वक्त तो यहाँ पर उस तरह की तस्वीरें नहीं है, ना कोई बहुत सारे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ हैं, लेकिन हाँ आपसे कुछ देर पहले तेजस्वी यादव और मीसा भारती गाड़ी से यहाँ बाहर निकलते हुए दिखे। तेजस्वी यादव ने खुद अपनी गाड़ी का विंडो डाउन करके मीडिया से बातचीत करने की कोशिश की और उन्होंने खुलकर कहा कि सरकार बदल रही है इस बार बिहार में और हम सरकार बना रहे हैं। तो जो बॉडी लैंग्वेज की बात करें तो वो खासी अलग दिखी तेजस्वी यादव की और वो कॉन्फिडेंट दिखे। उन्होंने ये बात कही कि सरकार बदल रही है, लोगों ने वोट किया है बड़ी तादाद में बिहार की जनता ने, और ये बात कहते हुए बाहर निकले। हालांकि उनकी तरफ से जो वोट चोरी की बात कही गई थी उसको लेकर कार्यकर्ताओं को जिस तरह कहा गया, सीधे तौर पर एक नोटिफाई किया गया अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल से कि वो लोग वहीं पर रहें, बाद में आए पार्टी कार्यालय, फिजिकली आए, बाद में आकर बताएं। शायद यही वजह है कि यहाँ पर उस तरह का जो माहौल है जो दिखना चाहिए किसी पार्टी कार्यालय के बाहर या फिर रावड़ी आवास के बाहर, वो नहीं नजर आ रहा है खास तौर पर। और लोग हो सकता है स्ट्रांग रूम के बाहर ही मौजूद हो या फिर इंतजार कर रहे हो तकरीबन 10 या 11 बजे के बाद यहाँ तस्वीरें देखने को मिले। लेकिन हाँ, धीरे धीरे कार्यकर्ताओं का जमावड़ा यहाँ
For people watching the broadcast, all candidates in any constituency have the right to access the voting centers and their agents are present at the voting centers. This always happens. This is protocol. A lot of controversy always happens on this. Very rarely does the controversy get into serious measures. But as we speak, the big ticket, as we are 5 minutes past 9 o'clock, is the NDA has crossed triple digits in terms of leads, leading in 101 seats with the Mahagathbandhan at 65, the BJP taking the majority of the leads at 55 and the JDU at 36. Shahryar Khan of the RJD with us on the broadcast. Shahryar ji, how are you feeling right now? Little bit of nervousness?
Issue of getting nervous. These are the very early things. You are like postal ballots have finished, and it is like the very first round, and things will get clear around 12 o'clock. It will be very early to say anything.
Okay, it's still early, sir. But do you feel that the potential of getting close to 120 just by yourself, just the RJD, that ship is now sailed? That's unlikely.
It's very impossible for any political party in Bihar to cross 120. मैं अगर बोलूं कि बिहार में आरजेडी ने it has fought on 143 seats and it will cross 120, then it will be एक अतिशयोक्ति होगी ये बोलना। लेकिन मैं कहूंगा जरूर आपसे कि 122 का जो मार्क है वो आप शाम में 3 बजे तक आप देखेंगे कि महागठबंधन, कांग्रेस, वीआईपी और आरजेडी तेजस्वी यादव के नेतृत्व में हम जो है उसको क्रॉस करके और हम सरकार बनाने की तरफ मूव कर रहे हैं। और मैं अतिशयोक्ति वाली कोई भी बात नहीं बोलूंगा जिससे मैं बोलूं कि भाई 200 सीट हम ले आएंगे, 400 पार चले जाएंगे। ठीक, तो ये बोलना जो है ये हमारा काम नहीं है। हम लॉजिकली बात करेंगे तो हमारा जो मार्क है वो हम क्रॉस करेंगे डिस्टिंक्शन के साथ और हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
शहरयार जी, अभी भी कोई आशा है कि अगर आंकड़े 2020 की तरह आए कि सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी के करीब हैं आप, लेकिन कांग्रेस के नंबर ना आए, तो अभी भी नीतीश जी के साथ जा सकते हैं? सो ये आशा अभी भी है?
सॉरी,
अभी भी नीतीश जी के साथ जा सकते हैं, क्या आशा है?
बिहार तेजस्वी यादव के नेतृत्व में बिहार आगे बढ़ने के लिए तैयार है। और अभी मैंडेट तो अभी तो आपने एक राउंड का भी नहीं देखा है, आपने तो एग्जिट पोल के भरोसे, जो एग्जिट पोल पिछली बार पूरा उलट दिखा रहा था उसके भरोसे भी आप बात कर रहे हैं। अभी तो मैं अगर साफ शब्दों में कहूं तो अभी तो शुरू भी नहीं हुआ है। इब्तिदा इश्क है होता है क्या, इब्तिदा इश्क है रोता है क्या, आगे आगे देख होता है क्या। अभी तो शुरुआत है सर। अभी तो आपको पेशेंस के साथ सिर्फ आपको रीड करना है। पोस्टल बैलेट की गिनती हुई, फर्स्ट राउंड चल रहा है, चीजें वाइंड अप होते होते आपको सब क्लियर हो जाएगा पिक्चर।
I agree with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I get to smile because I'm not under stress. It's not my exam result, but every election campaign has a lot of battles from the candidate level. Careers are at stake. A lot of passion, energy, resources are put in. So is it nervous excitement for a lot of people? Of course there is. It does matter.
एक्साइटमेंट की जो बात कर रहे हैं कि द यूथ ऑफ द स्टेट, द होल यूथ ऑफ द बिहार, either they are in Bihar or Delhi or any part of the country or outside the country, they are all excited to get a new leadership. They are all excited for betterment of Bihar. They are all excited to get jobs. They are all excited to get placed. घर वापसी के लिए लोग तैयार बैठे हैं कि नौकरी आएगी तो हम यहाँ वापस लौटेंगे, है ना। तो नए बिहार बनाने के लिए 2025 में एक नई तस्वीर लिखने के लिए जो 25 से लेकर के 35 का जो युवा वर्ग है वो सबसे ज्यादा तैयार बैठा है, एक्साइटमेंट में है। और बिहार का भविष्य जो है वो युवा भविष्य जो है वो बनने जा रहा है।
No matter how this result goes, Tejasvi Yadav is now a leader to be reckoned with in Bihar. He showed the mettle last time around where he got the seats despite COVID restrictions and a very difficult time to contest and campaign for an elections. So he established himself in 2020. He is expected to verify that this time around, but does that form a government? Last time it did, remember, it formed a government, albeit as junior to Nitish Kumar, but he did. Can he do it again? Difficult to say. By himself, he can't. He needs the Congress to cough up, and the Congress will have to cough up a lot more than 20 for that to be made possible. Otherwise, it's simply not happening. Quick tally before I go, bringing Sujata Paul of the Congress. In Bagaha, Jayesh Mangalam Singh of the Congress currently in the lead. In Betia, Renu Devi of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently leading. Raju Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party leading in Sahibganj. Chandni Devi of the RJD leading in Baniapur. Arun Kumar Singh of the BJP leading in Baruraj. In Meenapur, Ajay Kumar of the JDU is currently leading. Ram Nishad of the BJP currently leading in Auria. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party is currently ahead. In Danapur, Reet Lal Roy of the RJD currently ahead. In Diga, Sanjeev Chaurasia of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently leading. In Kumrar, Sanjay Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently leading. In Bikram, Anil Kumar of the Congress currently is in the lead. In Phulwari, Shyam Rajak of the JDU currently in the lead. In Masauri, Arun Manjhi of the JDU currently in the lead. And finally in Bakhtiarpur, it is Arun Kumar Rao of the LJP. Arun Kumar of the LJP that is currently in the lead. The BJP now leading in 55, the JDU currently leading in 36. We are still a couple of hours away, but look at the RJD figure now. It's up to 54 leads, the Congress at 10 leads. It's still neck to neck, very similar to what happened last time around 5 years ago. This is where we are as we get closer to 9:30, still a couple of hours away before we can figure this out. Let me get Sujata ji of the Congress into this conversation. Sujata ji, you've only contested 70. There's no possibility of the Congress forming a government of its own. What would be a number that you'll be happy with? Anything better than last time?
Right now, these are very, very early leads. And if you remember 2020 also, if you looked at Mahagathbandhan and the NDA, the vote percentage was exactly the same, 37.9%. So therefore, we have to wait and watch as to what is going to happen as the rounds progress. And I'm not going to put any number to it, but definitely we will form the government, because last time also you saw that the margins were very, very small. And in the end, if you remember, it was right in the midst of the pandemic, and there were a lot of allegations on the collectors at that time about postal ballots being counted last, etc., etc. And I'm hoping that there will be everything fair this time, and there will be no questions raised on the election commission also, but that's entirely dependent on them. However, if we talk about small margins, we cannot deny that what happened last time could happen this time, but in the reverse manner. That is the Mahagathbandhan leading. And of course, we will do much better than what is being projected right
now. Sujata, realistically, even in the best case scenario where you improve your tally, your senior partner, the RJD, improves its tally, even then, ma'am, 125, 122 looks difficult. You'll still need somebody else, probably Nitish Kumar. So let's be realistic, ma'am.
As far as Mr. Nitish Kumar is concerned, nobody has said anything against him, right? And Mr. Nitish Kumar is anyhow going to be relegated by the BJP. They are only using his name at the moment. We all know that. So what is new about it? Don't you remember Mr. JP Nadda's statement in Bihar about how the regional parties were going to be finished off? And JDU is a regional party. So I'm sure Mr. Nitish Kumar will think of what is best for him. And let's wait for our numbers. We are concentrating on what we are saying, because if there is a lot of angst amongst the people, it is against the present regime. And if there are paper leaks, if the Prime Minister has had to transfer 10,000, a one-time 10,000 rupee, it is clearly because they know that there is no way that they are going to come back, and that is why this is their appeasement policy. But people of Bihar are very intelligent. This is, and we cannot deny what has happened in the SIR and
as things stand,
which have come from my state Uttarakhand as well.
Yes, and of course the Congress mantra is still a vote chori. I'll come and discuss that with our analysts in just a bit. As things stand, it is very similar to where they stood at the same time 5 years ago. The BJP and the RJD in terms of leads are ahead, neck to neck. The JDU coming in next. The Congress at about 10. Congress, remember, ended up at about 19 last time around. So it's very similar. There are 60 odd seats in which we don't have leads or trails right now. Let me get Mr. Paul into this conversation quickly for a perspective. We are probably still a couple of hours away before we actually know what happened. But I don't know if you can hear me. Let's go across to Varunji. Varunji, we're probably a couple of hours away before we know what's actually happening. But what's your gut feeling telling you now that momentum is being built?
To be very honest, I was just, before you roped me in, I was seeing the results on the election website, election commission website, and they clearly state that BJP is leading in double digits, while other parties are at single digit. And if you see the margin by which the Congress party candidates are leading are hardly of 200 or 300. Whereas when you compare it with other parties, for example, even RJD, they are leading with a margin of 2,000, 3,000. And BJP also at the same number, and JD also at the same number. And surprisingly, while I don't see any of Jan Suraj party, because Priya is here, and I remember telling her that I feel that Prashant Kishore right now is at the cusp of Arvind Kejriwal and Raj Thackeray, where he speaks sense but and gets crowd but doesn't get vote. But he's also making a smaller dent. And right now, if you ask me, Ram Vilas Paswan's Lok Jan Shakti Party, which is led by now Chirag Paswan, they have already made their impact, and they are visible in the list of parties that are leading and may probably have certain number of seats more than what they had last time. And if you ask me, what is the trend right now? The trend right now over there is that BJP and JDU is going to form the government, while Congress and RJD are preparing to blame the election commission. If you hear the Congress spokesperson also say the same, if you hear your reporters on the ground, they are also saying the same. And that is what they, the kind of narrative that is being built over there is that hum haar gaye to vote chori, jeet gaye to election baba.
Okay, but that's rhetoric. Nobody says we lost because we are bad and nobody likes us. Everybody says there's a reason that we lost. That's understandable. Let me hop across to my colleague Shivani, who's got the leads and trails as we speak. Shivani, over to you.
We are looking at the very early trends right now that are coming in, and we'll look at some of the VIP candidates that are featuring in this election. Let's look at the first VIP candidate over here. That's Tejasvi Yadav from Raghopur. He's leading. We'll look at the next one again. This is Samrat Chaudhary from Tarapur. He is as well leading. We have Maithili Thakur from Alinagar. She is leading as well. Vijay Kumar Sinha of the BJP from Lakhipur Sarai is also trailing. Now we have Hari Narayan Singh from Harnaut who is leading. Kesri Lal Yadav from Chhapra is leading again. Anand Singh from Mokama is leading. These are the very early trends that we are bringing to you. Osama Sahab from Raghunathpur is also leading. Awadh Bihari Chaudhary from Siwan is trailing, however. Abidur Rahman from Araya is leading. Arun Singh from Karakat is leading.
Okay.
Nitin Nabin from Bankipur is leading.
Okay, so let me just take our viewers through what is taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, the reporting structure is this in terms of leads and trails, and it'll be over in a few hours. Is that the returning officer, after every round of counting, and even in EVMs, rounds of counting take place, posts the results, actually physically posts them outside the counting booth of what every round has resulted in. In many places, we have people who are watching the actual result and reporting to us. The returning officer then round by round also reports this to the Election Commission of India, which updates the website. That process takes a little bit longer. So, it's probably half an hour, 45 minutes behind, but that's the process, that's the final word. Is the Election Commission results, that's the final and last word of what has taken place. Then once all the rounds are over, the returning officer will give the certificate to the winning candidate, and that's what decides who the next MLA will be. Well, the poster wars are clearly out, some being more confident than others. Who knows whether these posters will be ripped apart. We've already mentioned the halwais are out in various places, including in Patna and in Delhi. As things stand, 105 leads for the NDA. Let me take you through what the figures are telling us on the ground right now. In Ramnagar, Nand Kishore Ram of the BJP currently in the lead. In Narkatiyaganj, Sanjay Kumar Pandey of the BJP in the lead. In Lauria, Vinay Bihari of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead. Jayesh Mangalam Singh of the Congress leading in Bagaha. In Betia, Renu Devi of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead and extending it. Pawan Kumar Jaiswal in Dhaka of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead. In Madhuban, Rana Randhir of the BJP has now gone into the lead. In Sahibganj, Raju Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party is in the lead and extending that lead. Arun Kumar Singh in Baruraj in the lead and extending that lead now. In Baniapur, Chandni Devi of the RJD in the lead and extending that lead. In Daroli, Vishnu Deo Paswan of the LJP has gone into the lead. Awadh Bihari Chaudhary of the RJD in Sivan currently in the lead. In Kanti, Ajit Kumar of the JDU in the lead. We also have from Darbhanga, where Sanjay Saraogi of the Bharatiya Janata Party has now taken the lead. In Jhanjarpur, Nitish Mirsha of the BJP in the lead. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party has taken the lead. In Khajoli, Arun Shankar Prasad of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Supal, BP Yadav of the JDU has taken the lead in that constituency. In Eastern Bihar, meanwhile, in Purnia, VK Khemka of the Bharatiya Janata Party has gone into the lead. In Kadwa, Dulal Chandra Goswami of the JDU is in the lead. In Mokamma, as we head towards central and south Bihar, in Mokamma, JDU Anand Kumar Singh leading. In Asthavan, Jitendra Kumar of the JDU in the lead. Kaushal Kishore of the JDU in Rajgir. This is a place where the JDU in south central is hoping to win a lot of these seats. In Mohidun Nagar, Ejia Yadav of the RJD is currently in the lead, expected to take that seat. Bakhtiarpur, Arun Kumar of the LJP is in the lead, expected to take that seat. Siaram Singh of the BJP in the lead in Bar. In Paliganj, the CPI-ML, Sandeep Saurav has now taken the lead. In Masauri, Arun Manji of the JDU is in the lead. In Jehanabad, Rahul Kumar of the RJD in the lead. In Belaganj, Manorama Devi, JDU in the lead. Danapur, Ritlal Roy is currently in the lead. So, the CPML is currently leading in one. So, they are opening up their list. In your calculation on your screens, that comes up in the others category. Let me get Shahryar Khan back in this conversation. Shahryar ji, the bottom line is that even if you improve your performance better than last time, potentially even single largest party, you will still need Nitish Kumar to form the government.
See, this is the thing. Like everyone knows that Bihar never gives a clear mandate to any political party. BJP is trying for the last 20-25 years to topple like Nitish Kumar and get his like they'll get their chief minister, and they are also like very known to the fact that no one is like going to do politics or make government in Bihar सिंगल हैंडेडली. तो आप आरजेडी सबसे लीडिंग पार्टी होगी, और अभी तो पहला रुझान आ रहा है, आरजेडी को 55 सीटें हैं और जेडीयू जो है अभी 37 सीटों पर आपके स्क्रीन पर दिखा रहा है, बीजेपी को उस पर दिखा रहा है 58 पे दिखा रहा है. अभी पहले चरण का मतदान हुआ है. आरजेडी सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी नहीं बन करके निकलेगी, आरजेडी जो है सीएम फेस लेकर के निकलेगी. और सबको पता है, इनफैक्ट जेडीयू के लीडरशिप को भी पता है कि बीजेपी जो है वो महाराष्ट्र बनाना चाहती है यहाँ पर. तो आरजेडी हमेशा जो है लीड करने के लिए तैयार है. कांग्रेस है, अदर पार्टीज हैं, वो मिल करके हमारे महागठबंधन के लिए एम्पल सीट्स हमारे महागठबंधन से ही आ जाएंगी. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. हाँ, अगर जेडीयू साथ में आने के लिए तैयार है तो उसको तो आरजेडी ने कभी इनकार नहीं किया है. बिहार इलेक्शंस में आपने देखा होगा कि एनडीए गठबंधन के अंदर में जेडीयू ने बीजेपी के खिलाफ वोट किया, बीजेपी ने जेडीयू के खिलाफ वोट किया, क्या नाम है उनका, लोजपा ने जेडीयू के खिलाफ वोट किया. तो उनके अंदर में अंतर कला है. तो आप ऐसा नहीं कर सकते हैं कि एनडीए गठबंधन जो है पूरी तरीके से मजबूत गठबंधन है. महागठबंधन इंटैक्ट गठबंधन है. कोई बाहर से समर्थन देने आएगा तो उसका स्वागत रहेगा. लेकिन अभी रुझान आए हैं पहले चरण के चुनाव पर, पहले चरण के काउंटिंग पर, और एग्जिट पोल को अपने दिमाग में साइकोलॉजिकली सेट करके और अपने आप को जीत की तरफ दिखाना और उस पर खुशी मनाना अभी उचित नहीं है.
Exit polls are now out of the window. Exit polls are out of the window. Somebody who comes close will be very excited as a psephologist in the evening. Others not so. So let me just put some ducks in a row on the numbers that you're watching on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. 58 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party, now 47 for the JDU. So they are well past the 100 mark there at 115. The RJD at 55, the Congress now leading in 14, the LJP is leading in 5, the CPIML in 1, JSP we are still waiting for. Some of these leads have gone into the thousands of votes. So those seats are stabilizing. For example, Tejasvi is expected to win confidently now from his seat. Some of the leads are just 30 votes, 20 votes. So those will have to wait for several rounds of counting before that can be settled. Priya, I mean, here we are. It looks like that it's going to be close and very similar to what happened last time. Still,
but I'm looking at the numbers. If you see, there is, RJD is at 55 for a while in terms of leads. Congress has picked up some kind of leads, which is a little bit of reassuring, which is not so much there earlier. We saw the trend. If the Congress delivers, we've been calling the Congress the weak link, so let's give them a little bit more time, because the seats that the Congress got also, Rishabh, are very interesting, because they were made to contest against JDU and BJP, while RJD probably had the seats against Chirag Paswan, Maji and other allies of the NDA. So Congress had a tougher battle. If they can deliver, then that would be a whole new game in terms of, even if they get, if they can get to 20, I would say would be a big chunk for the Congress. So waiting and watching the Congress
one of the Congress leads.
As speaking, their leads have improved.
Yeah, so one of the Congress leads of the 19 that you see on your screens, one is just 38 votes. But I can tell you in Bikram, Anil Kumar is leading now, I won't say with a comfortable margin, but with a strong margin. In Patna Sahib, Congress Shashant Shekhar has gone into the lead, and in North Bihar, in Bagaha, Jayesh Mangalam Singh of the Congress has also gone into the lead. It's interesting. We are still a couple of hours away before we know. And before I rope in the spokesperson from the BJP who is joining us, let me hop across to Varun, who wants to make a point. Varun, go ahead.
I want to make yes, the Congress is leading on in of thousand votes in Patna Sahib. But apart from that, I just wanted to tell Mr. Shahryar Khan कि इन्होंने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार का स्वागत है, पर ये जानते हैं शायद, and I'm speaking Hindi for a very simple reason because he spoke in Hindi, कि शहरयार खान जी, नीतीश कुमार तभी आते जब आप उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाते। तो क्या आप ये मानने को तैयार हैं कि आपके जो सीएम फेस हैं, आप उनको हटा के नीतीश कुमार को लेकर आएंगे, वरना नीतीश कुमार तो नहीं आते हैं? यानी आप अभी से ये कह रहे हैं कि हाँ, आपका सीएम फेस बदल जाएगा?
Okay, why don't we put that question? Why don't we put that question to Shahryar ji? Then I'll ask the complete opposite question to Nikhil Anand on whether they'll drop Nitish Kumar as CM face. Shahryar ji, you take that one first.
मैंने ये कहा, आपने कहा कि क्या आप नीतीश कुमार का स्वागत करते हैं? आपका सवाल ये था। हम आइडियोलॉजिकली नीतीश कुमार को कभी अलग नहीं मानते हैं। नीतीश कुमार गलत गठबंधन में है, तो कोई बोले कि आप स्वागत करते हैं कि नहीं करते, तो मैं स्वागत ही करूंगा। मैंने तो कहा कि महागठबंधन जो है, अभी 9:30 बजे आप एग्जिट पोल के भरोसे 9:30 बजे ही ये तय कर रहे हैं कि एनडीए का सीएम पेश होगा। मैं कह रहा हूं कि महागठबंधन तेजस्वी यादव के नेतृत्व में और सीएम फेस बना करके, तेजस्वी यादव जी सीएम के चेहरे हैं युवाओं के, और वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। नीतीश कुमार जी आएंगे तो कोई भी आएगा तो उसका तो स्वागत ही करेंगे। हम अपने आइडियोलॉजिकली सिमिलर लोगों का हमेशा स्वागत करेंगे। जो विरोध है वो बिहार में जो विरोध है उसका जड़ आप देखिए कहां से है। जो एक आंदोलन से निकले हुए लोग हैं और जो एक पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, तो ये प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल है।
वो एक आंदोलन तो एंटी कांग्रेस आंदोलन था ना शहरयार जी?
देखिए, एंटी कांग्रेस, एंटी बीजेपी कोई आंदोलन नहीं होता है। आंदोलन होता है एंटी जो है गवर्नमेंट, एंटी उस समय की जो
जेपी आंदोलन तो उस समय की गवर्नमेंट तो कांग्रेस थी ना। जेपी आंदोलन तो एंटी कांग्रेस आंदोलन था।
अरे अब तो इस समय में आप एग्जिट पोल में बात कर रहे हैं, इस पे तो एक अलग बड़ी डिबेट हो सकती है कि कांग्रेस
एग्जिट नहीं,
अलायंस क्यों है, जेडीयू एक साथ क्यों है, आरजेडी एक साथ।
Okay, but he's been honest. At least we'll have to give Shahryar Khan that he's honestly taken on the question that we are open. We are not ruling it out. So he's given an honest answer. So let's give him credit for an honest answer over there. Let me put that same complicated question to Nikhil Anand. Nikhil Anand, if the BJP, your party, improves its tally, you never had a chief minister in Bihar from your party. Why not? Why won't you be tempted?
Not Nikhil Anand. And not arise because you know, in 2020 you saw that we have bigger number of seats, but still we choose Nitish Kumar ji as the chief minister of Bihar. So 2020 is just a example, and now we have assured and publicly claimed that Nitish ji is going to lead the campaign, as well as Nitish ji will take over the charge of the government after the election is over. So this question should not come up. Now we are time and again, our Prime Minister, Home Minister and everyone has repeated this. Yeah.
Okay, so not immediately, but you did something different in Maharashtra, sir, where the BJP was single largest party, wasn't able to form the government. Then the government changed. It chose to form a government under the leadership of a different party, the party led by Mr. Eknath Shinde. But after the elections, when you improved your mandate, Devendra Fadnavis ji became. So if you are the single largest party, and have the most amount of votes in Bihar, why not ask Nitish Kumar ji, who's 74, to step aside?
No, I gave you the example of 2020, and second thing is that Maharashtra is a different case. You know, there was a division in Shiv Sena. The way Uddhav Thackeray put the ideology of Bala Saheb Thackeray at stake, and he joined hands with Congress party. So it was a ideological conflict between the Shiv Sena, and both the groups parted ways. And in a way, whatever happened is with concern with the, and as well as the suggestion and adjustment, whatever took place in Maharashtra, that was already, I see that Shinde ji is already the part of the government. I don't think he has taken this change in a different way. So he is the part of the NDA government. But Shiv Sena case should not be and can't be applied to Bihar.
Okay.
Bihar is a different case.
Okay, so you learnt your
Nitish
lesson
is
from
our
2020.
partner.
Any slight apprehension this morning, sir? As we we have to wait for the results to firm up before we can either congratulate you or commiserate with you. But any slight tension that if a similar result to 2020 comes, and it looks like it's going to be similar, that Nitish ji might be tempted to go the other side again. He's done it exactly 5 years ago.
No, whatever happened, twice he changed, parted ways and shifted to other party, joined hand with RJD. But whatever RJD is today is because of their partnership with JDU. Because you know that in 2010, RJD got only 23 seats, and when the 2015 election came, they joined hand with JDU and got bigger number of seats. And now whatever RJD is surviving, the way RJD is surviving is because of the support of the JDU. But JDU and BJP are the natural allies. They started their fight against Jungle Raj in 90s, and we have a long standing credibility and faith. And now Nitish Kumar has time and again repeated that the question of shifting their partnership does not arise now. And we are going to form government, and I think result will be clearer.
Okay, well, yeah, we are hours away. Tej Pratap Yadav, it's not looking good. Now trailing by almost 3,000 votes in Mahua. Meanwhile, in Katihar, Kishore Prasad, the former Deputy Chief Minister of the BJP, currently leading by 2,000 votes. In Motihari, we are being told that Pawan Jaswal is currently leading again by about 3,000 votes. So a lot of results coming in. Let me take you through them one by one on your screens, but watch out for that. It's an interesting, it's not the game changer in this election, but it's an interesting vote. He is the brother of the RJD chief who's chosen to contest with all the family issues that have been happening for the past several years. And it's not over yet, that several rounds of voting are remaining. But once you start losing by thousands of votes, catching up can become a lot more difficult. Some of the other battles are just 80 votes, 300 votes leads, so very small leads which will change absolutely for sure. So a lot of interesting developments going on. Let's take them up one by one. And let me also open this up to our guests. Samrat Chaudhary, currently trailing now in Tarapur. So a change has happened. Deputy Chief Minister there, trailing in Tarapur. Vijay Sinha leading in Lakhisarai for the BJP. Tejasvi leading in Raghopur with a substantial margin, expected to win that seat. Kesari Lal of the RJD leading in Chhapra. Ritlal Yadav is leading in Danapur for the RJD. Shivani from Lalganj for the RJD also taken the lead. Tej Pratap, as we were mentioning, has been trailing by about 3,000 votes. Still too early. That is probably going to shift. JDU's Manorama Devi is currently leading in Belaganj. Let me quickly. Yeah, go ahead, Priya.
JDU has overtaken the BJP now, if in terms of
have a look at that 62.
So there's
62,
interesting turn.
Yeah, long way to go because a lot of these seats are flipping. By the time I announce them, the fresh results are coming our way. That is flipping the other way. So I'm being told, in fact, Tej Pratap Yadav in the next round of counting, and I'm going to try to confirm this, maybe back in the lead. We'll just figure out those details as we come. Rajalakshmi Joshi joining us this morning. Rajalakshmi Joshi, still all to play for. Okay, it's looking neck to neck, and neck to neck means very similar to what happened last time around, which means it is not Prashant Kishore as he hoped or some people said he would be, but very much Nitish Kumar who's going to decide still once again who forms the government. Now, does he stay? Is it too much to think that he could possibly keep us awake all night by trying to flip the government in Bihar and therefore impact the government at the center?
Hello, Rishabh. Yes, I don't see it as a neck-to-neck fight, very frankly, because even though, yes, if you consider the BJP and the RJD to be the largest parties in Bihar currently, and now today even the JDU is actually seems to be surging ahead of the BJP as well. So even though these are early trends, I see that the probably it could be a scenario where the JDU and the BJP will be almost similar in numbers. But you have to remember that the coalition partner of the RJD, that is the Congress, is what is pulling them down. So now, see, very frankly, I don't think that Nitish Kumar would think that he has too many elections in front of him. So if he considers that this is going to be probably his last chance, I don't think that he would want to mess that up by again flipping or going back against his word. So I think that he would definitely want to stay true to whatever he has actually said, throughout this campaign and the kind of camaraderie that he has shared with the PM. I think that he definitely seems to be taking this very seriously, and this looks like a very strong coalition. On the
Okay.
other hand, if you see on the other hand, you see that they don't seem to be on the same page. You see that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not even sharing stage with Tejasvi in the last so many weeks. So that
Okay, so
is, I
let's
think,
put
a
the
very
blunt. I
strong.
must appreciate Shahryar Khan is being blunt with us. So let's put the blunt question to Shahryar. Shahryar Khan, is the Congress the problem?
देखिए, आप महागठबंधन जब सीट शेयरिंग हुई और महागठबंधन बना है, तो ये तो आप बहुत ही वेग सवाल ही है कि मैं किसी को प्रॉब्लम बोल दूंगा कि हाँ आरजेडी के साथ कोई अलायंस में है तो वो प्रॉब्लम है। अगर गठबंधन किया गया है और जो बात है मैम कह रही हैं कि राहुल गांधी तेजस्वी यादव के साथ स्टेज शेयर नहीं कर रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी यादव ने अपना एक साथ विजन शेयर किया। कांग्रेस का काम करने का तरीका और आरजेडी का जो काम करने का तरीका है, दोनों के राहुल गांधी के पास बिहार को लेकर के जो विजन है और तेजस्वी यादव को जो जो बिहार को लेकर के विजन है, दोनों ने एक साथ और अपने संगठनात्मक स्ट्रक्चर जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रक्चर है दोनों को साथ में जोड़ करके काम किया। अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, कांग्रेस जिन सीटों पर लड़ी थी वहां पे परफॉर्मेंस आप अभी फर्स्ट राउंड में आपको ऐसा दिख रहा है कि नीचे है या ऊपर है। ये पिछली बार जो एक नैरेटिव सेट है कि कांग्रेस महागठबंधन को पुल डाउन करती है और आरजेडी को वो पीछे लेकर के जाती है, तो ये जो चीज है ये कहना जो है बिल्कुल ही अनुचित है। महागठबंधन अगर बनाया गया है तो ये सोच करके बनाया गया है कि हाँ भाई कौन सी सीटें किसको दी जा रही हैं, विनिंग प्रोबेबिलिटी क्या है, चीजें कैसी हैं। तो अभी ये बहुत ही अर्ली है ये कह पाना कि कौन सरकार बना रहा है। अभी भी मैं बात बोलूंगा, और जो लीडिंग है नीतीश कुमार का जो परफॉर्मेंस है और बीजेपी का जो परफॉर्मेंस है, वो परफॉर्मेंस ऑन स्क्रीन है, आप भी देखिए, मैं भी देख रहा हूं, बना हुआ हूं, ठीक है। बिहार हमेशा ही जो है आपको आश्चर्यचकित करने वाले जो है फैसले देता है। तो ये कहना बिल्कुल ही अनुचित है कि किसी महागठबंधन के किसी पार्टनर को, अब ये अभी तो जो दरार की बात है वो दरार तो एनडीए में साफ दिखी। चुनाव से 2 दिन पहले तक ऑडियो वायरल हो रहे हैं जिसमें बड़े बड़े नेता एक दूसरे के बारे में बोल रहे हैं कि उसको हरा दो, इसको हरा दो। इस तरह का कोई भी मिसमैनेजमेंट महागठबंधन में नहीं रहा है। विजन को लेकर के लोग क्लियर है, जनता के हाथ में है मैंडेट देना, बैलेट बॉक्स में चीजें बंद हैं, खुल रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे सब कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा और किसी पर भी एलिगेशन लगाना बिल्कुल ही बेमाने चीज है।
Okay, we are at almost 10 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, and it doesn't seem to be a clean sweep one way or the other. So you're seeing literally a BJP, JDU, RJD neck to neck fight. Yes, the Congress is gone into double digits in the leads, but have a look at this. Of the votes counted so far, the BJP has got 24.3% and the RJD has got 22.3%, with the JDU at 17.1%. This is where the battle is going on. The BJP slightly has a lead in the vote share, which might be the difference, may not be the difference. 1 or 2% of vote share can make a lot of difference, but still long way to go, long way to go, and let's keep it at that. Interesting developments meanwhile coming in. Vijay Sinha in Lakhisarai now trailing by 3,000 votes. He's in a bit of trouble over there. Deputy Chief Minister, he is not going to be too happy if that happens, that in a winning marathon, if you are the loser, that's going to be troubling, can still change. 3,000 votes is not a small figure, but it is not irreversible either. In Ritesh Lal Yadav, meanwhile, is leading in Danapur. Anand Singh is leading in Mokama. Incidentally, he's been contesting while facing a jail term. This Osama Shahabuddin is leading in Raghunathpur. Tej Pratap still trailing in Mahua. Interesting one that is taking place over there. Patna mein, as we mentioned, Sanjeev Chaurasia is currently leading for the BJP. This is in Dida. In Bankipur, Nitin Nabeen is currently leading, currently a minister in the government there. In Kumrar, BJP, Sanjay Gupta leading by about 2,000 votes. In Jhanjarpur, the BJP's Nitish Mishra is now leading by about 3,000 votes. In Rajnagar, Sujit Paswan is about 5,000 votes ahead. So he's expected to win that seat. Interesting developments taking place where the JDU's Jayant Raj is currently leading in Banka. I'll keep taking you through these one by one. 8,000 vote lead for Ajay Kumar from the JDU as we speak. So interesting, some of these seats now are going into big tallies. In Kathiawar, for example, we are being told the first round of counting is only completed, so still some way to go. In this case, the AIMM candidate is about 300 votes ahead in that seat. Mehboob Alam of the CPML neck to neck with him, 100 vote difference here. So there is some rounds of counting before that gets established. Long way to go, ladies and gentlemen, but the bottom line figures at the bottom of your screens are telling you that it's a neck to neck fight as we hit into 10 o'clock, and there's a neck to neck between the BJP, the JDU and the RJD to become single largest party. None of these parties are now likely to emerge with the capacity of being able to form the government by their own. None of them suspected or expected that would ever happen. So it is a game of alliances. In the game of alliances, the RJD is contesting about just under 150 seats. They are going to have to deliver 2/3 of what they've contested for them to show a strong result and give the Mahagathbandhan a chance. The Congress has conducted 70, true, not the 70 only of their choosing. So their performance in percentage terms may not be the same, but they will have to cough up well north of 30 seats for there to be any hope of the Mahagathbandhan getting into triple digits, let alone form the government. If you are in the BJP or in the JDU, you want to take a snapshot of this and hope it ends there at 139, comfortable majority for the NDA, 79, not even making 100 for the Mahagathbandhan, with the others making 7, and Prashant Kishore at this point of time unlikely to get even 1. Priya, we still have, I think, probably a couple of hours to go. I think the battle is now not necessarily for government formation. Its battle is for what the Congress will end up with, and battle for who ends up as the largest party.
Exactly. No, Rishabh, also, you talked about Prashant Kishore. So if I may just, because he has really been dominating the election narrative. He's been the headlines, the maximum number of interviews, the focus. He's really been the, in terms of setting the agenda, so to speak, on the real issues. But given the fact this is his first election, I would really be interested to see his vote share. He himself said, "Main Arsh pe ya Farsh pe," so it looks like he's going to be Farsh pe, because he said either I'll get 0 or I'll cross 125. As you said, the seats don't look very good for him, but it has been a very interesting campaign. And in terms of driving the narrative, we keep saying the election, the way it's gone, Prashant Kishore has played a huge role. Now, of course, in terms of numbers, yes, we've seen the JDU, Nitish Kumar. This is a nostalgic vote, I think, for Nitish Kumar. They're going to send him off if the trends hold and he emerges as the single largest party. It's a good send off for him, because this is really his last election, and the BJP will have no choice but to make him CM if the trends hold. Congress is the big ticket question. We're going to be watching that space. Will they pull the RJD along? Because there's no question on the RJD's performance. RJD is doing brilliantly. They've done well. Tejasvi has proved that he is, the true inheritor of the Lalu Yadav legacy. And in a post-Nitish scenario, I think it will be Tejasvi who will be holding sway in the state. No other local leader has come up to match him.
Okay. Tejasvi confidently leading from his seat, expected to win it comfortably. His brother, meanwhile, Tej Pratap, is now in trouble in Mahua. It's not over yet, still a long way to go, but a bit of trouble over there for him. Meanwhile, in Daroli, it is the LJP's Vishnu Dev Paswan who's leading, but by less than 1,000 votes. In Sadar, it is the RJD's Awadh Bihari Chaudhary leading by but less than 200 votes. So it's still very, very close. Have a look at this in Kanti, which is in Muzaffarpur. The JDU's Ajit Kumar is currently leading by about 1600 votes. Meanwhile, in Sakra, Aditya Kumar from the JDU is leading by again about 1100 votes. So some of these battles are very, very close. Ram Nishad of the BJP currently leading by 6,243 votes. This is in Auria. He is expected to take that seat. So a lot of developments. In Jhanjarpur, it is the BJP's Nitish Mishra who is in front. In Rajnagar, it is the BJP's Sujit Paswan who is in front. In Kajoli, it is the RJD's Braj Kishore Yadav who is in front. In Harlaki, JDU is leading. In Benipatti, the Congress, Nalini Ranjan Jha is currently leading. In Babu Bihari, it is the JDU's Meena Kamath who is currently leading. In Phulparas, Sheila Mandal is currently leading. In Lokaha is the JDU who is currently leading. So a lot of developments are taking place. How is this panning out in terms of the current vote share? The JDU is currently, of all the votes counted so far, has 22.5% of the votes. So they've improved their figure by about 0.5%. The BJP of the votes counted so far is 24.2%, and the JDU of the votes counted so far has 17.6% of the votes. But look at how that's translating into leads, neck to neck within the coalition of the BJP and the JDU of who will emerge as the single largest party, 66 to 65 in the favor of Nitish Kumar. This is going to be an interesting internal battle, because it seems to be that unless a miracle takes place for Tejasvi Yadav and he wins 2 out of every 3 seats that his party is contested, it does not look like the Mahagathbandhan as it stands will be able to form a government in Bihar. Now it's a matter of who becomes the single largest party. Things could change, who knows? Varun wants to make a point. Varun, go ahead.
You actually said it, but to be very honest, if you see, as per the election commission, the JDU actually took over the BJP few moments ago, and now they are just trailing with 1 seat. If I have to compare them with the Bharatiya Janata Party, whereas as per election commission data, the RJD is way behind. It is at least 25-30 seats behind the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Congress is performing horrendously bad if you compare it even with Chirag Paswan's party. And even the HAM, the party led by Majhi, and Congress, they are at the same number, 3-3 each. And the lead that they have in one of the seats in Bagi is hardly of 300 or 200 votes, which I think in the future, in the upcoming results, they may go behind. But what Priya said about Jan Suraj Party, I still have some hope, because the youth that voted for them, probably the voting percentage that they may get would be higher and compared to bigger than Aam Aadmi Party that is contesting over there, or maybe more than the Bahujan Samaj Party, and even maybe more than the Nota, which is at 2% right now.
Okay,
but whatever we see right now, the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading by 1 seat compared to JDU. So there's a fight of being the single largest party between JDU and the BJP. I don't think RJD right now is in the race if you see the trends.
Okay, Priya, 2% Nota currently, 2% of the people of the voters in Bihar don't want anyone.
I don't blame them in the end of the day. But I thought, the point about Prashant Kishore is interesting, because even in terms of given the fact it's first election, given the fact he's built a momentum, it would be really interesting to see his vote share, because the first election is really to make a name and to get recognition. He's had just 3 years to get his mark going. So I totally agree with what Varun has said in terms of Prashant Kishore's impact. That would be something to watch in terms of vote share. But the Congress vote share is also something that I'd be very keen to watch in terms of Congress versus Chirag Paswan. How is the Congress, is now Congress reduced to even less than a regional party? What is the Congress doing in Bihar? Despite that big high profile campaign, they will have to rethink the way they fight the local elections. National issues, yes, they do work. Are they choosing the right national issue, or should we be focusing on issues that emote on the ground like jobs, development? Those are national issues but work locally also. So Congress will have to really take a look at its narrative. Having said that, if they,
we are taking something right in Karnataka, because we were talking about free bus rides for women and this for women and that women, and some would argue that started the trend and went to Madhya Pradesh, into Ladli Behna, then went into Maharashtra, and all the parties have copied that trend, but they seem to have left Congress in the dust.
That's the thing. In terms, Congress has the ideas, execution. I mean, look at all the ideas Narendra Modi is implementing. They're all Congress ideas, you know, from Aadhaar to the Rojna to the Narega, but they're just implementing it better. That's the whole problem with Congress, is the execution. I'm not, you know, they do come up with the right ideas, the heart is in the right place, but politics is, otherwise you're an NGO. You have to implement and deliver. That's where the Congress falls
In
short.
Patna Sahib, it is good news for the BJP, where Ratnesh Kushwaha is now leading by almost 7,000 votes, expected to take that seats. I'm expecting Giriraj Singh to be with us very, very shortly and have a conversation with him. Taking a few other results meanwhile. So where is the Congress currently leading? The Congress is leading in Bagaha in the north of Bihar. It is leading in Chanpatia, where Abhishek Ranjan for the party is leading. In Betia, Washi Ahmad is leading. This is a seat they might win. They're expected to win. Shashank Shekhar in Patna Sahib is now trailing. So that seat is gone, unlikely to take that seat. In Bachwara, Shiv Prakash Das is currently leading for the Congress. Now we head into South Bihar, where Lakhi Sarai, Amresh Kumar is currently leading. So that is an interesting battle there. Mitlesh Kumar Nishad leading but marginally from Beldor. So can't say that that's going to be called. In Phobsganj, Manoj Biswas is in the lead, but again, it's a very narrow lead. 1% of the votes cast so far have already gone to the AIMIM. So let me put that thought to Priya once again. Priya, we've been talking about the AIMIM, always contests Maharashtra, they give contests in Bihar, they get a 1 or 2% vote share, don't really become a power player in these states. So what is OVC up to, you know, doing these 1%, 2% games? What's it achieving?
OSC, you know, he always bristles when you say you are the B team of the NDA, but that's what he's doing. He's just cutting into the Mahagathbandhan's votes. He is there as a spoiler. He hasn't been able to achieve very much else, you know, in the earlier elections also. But in the Seemanchal belt, he holds sway. And don't forget, Seemanchal, you know, went to vote soon after the day of the Red Fort attack. So that also, there was a lot of polarizing happening on the ground. Whether OAC and his AIMIM have just damaged the Mahagathbandhan votes rather than achieve anything positive. That's the narrative that's going to be
the figures for the JDU getting stronger. Raja Lakshmi Joshi wants to make a point. Raja Lakshmi Joshi, go ahead.
Rishabh, you know, I slightly disagree with Priya there, because see, if you look at what OAC has been doing in Jubilee Hills, then I think that is a completely different story. So there he has gone completely against the BJP. So there, if you look at it, see, you know, what I see is that he is looking for some kind of a representation in you know, on all these states. So that is what he's doing. In fact, he tried to join hands with the RJD, but then Mr. Tejasvi Yadav went ahead saying that he's an extremist, and he took very strong objection to this word, and he has been vehemently opposing the RJD on this particular one word. So that is what actually changed the entire scenario, because now he has been talking about completely destroying the RJD. So earlier he was about destroying the BJP and the JDU. Now this time around he was wanting to join hands with the RJD, but then for whatever reason Mr. Tejasvi Yadav chose not to, and that is exactly why today he is against the RJD. And
okay, but if we reduce it to brass tacks, and you're assuming that the votes that an Owaisi is collecting are mostly Muslim minority votes, and if he is collecting 1% of the total vote share, which means he's collecting a slightly larger percentage of Muslim minority vote, that's obviously going away either from the RJD or the Congress, unlikely to be going away from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Not to say that no Muslim would vote for the BJP, they would. But more likely to be voting on the other side. So yes, religion does matter, religious votes do take place, and obviously is taking away from them. When some would argue that if you rope in Prashant Kishore with an upper caste vote, he would take that away from the BJP. So far, Prashant Kishore not counting much in the vote share cast so far. It is 8% of the votes cast so far have gone to the Congress. It's neck to neck between the BJP and the RJD for single largest party in terms of vote share. 22.9% for the RJD and 23.1% of the votes cast so far. And we are getting into the millions of votes now for the BJP. The JDU only 18% votes, but translating that into more victories. Now things are firming up as we speak. Have a look on the ground. Nikhil Anand of the BJP is still with us. Nikhil ji, 10 बज गए करीबन, कुछ सीट्स तो अब कंफर्म होगी हैं. आपको कैसा लग रहा है? आपको भी फीडबैक आ रहा होगा, आप पार्टी हेडक्वार्टर्स में हैं. क्या थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा है कि सर ये तो ठीक लग रहा है अब?
Yeah, of course, as the trend shows, we are confident that we will take a decisive lead. Actually, by 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., I think that the postal ballots counting must be over, and the round of EVM counting will
yes,
start.
Sir, postal ballots is over. Second round and third round are on now.
About 13 to 14. Yeah. Okay. Then I think it is a good lead, and we will show a better trend in coming hours. So NDA is of course going to form government, and we are sure, there is no doubt about it.
Okay, Nikhil ji, thank you for joining us. We'll connect back with you in the evening once the results are in, and if the results of course go well for the BJP, we can expect reasonably more roadshows to be taking place in Delhi with the senior leadership. Interesting developments that are taking place as we speak on your screens. If these trends hold, and I want to put the caveat, in some seats it's still a few hundred votes, that's the difference, and a single round can completely flip that around. But we are in the second and third round of counting now. There are 10-12 rounds of counting, so you're not even halfway house yet. But generally, if the leads have gone into the thousands by the third round, in an assembly election, they generally stick. Hundreds will change for sure. But if they've gone into the thousands, in some cases they've gone into the tens of thousands already. 8,000 votes lead, 12,000 votes lead. Those seats are very unlikely to flip back. So what the results are currently, or the leads currently are telling you, is that this is now a battle between the BJP and the JDU for who emerges as single largest party. It is likely that the BJP is going to get more vote share, once again significantly more vote share than the JDU, but are going to get similar if not less number of seats. The RJD currently is looking at diminished returns. They would want to do minimum 70 plus for them to have had a performance at least to say that okay, we've held our own. It's not looking like that currently. The Congress would want to do minimum 20 plus. 30 would have been a better figure. 20 would have been okay. Anything less than 20 will be a disappointment, even when they are not expected to really have an earth-shattering performance. Less than 20 will definitely be a disappointment. Himanshu Bhatt joining us on the broadcast. Himanshu ji, we are still probably an hour or two away before we can be confident. But how is it looking to you in terms of trends?
Well, I think I was predicting this, I was predicting this. Before the first round, I had given a figure of roughly about 145 to 150 as far as this NDA is concerned. And ultimately, it looks like if this current trends hold, it'll stand at that. Maybe go a little above that. And this is basically, it's something like, you have there was a definite choice in front of the people. More than electioneering and anything, the slogan bajis and all those things, let me put it aside. But it was a very clear-cut choice for the people of Bihar to decide that what they want. Do they want that jungle Raj, which the Gen Z had heard from their parents, to again come back to them becoming a reality? Or what they want is, a slow and a steady progress. I would not say Nitish has done so many things. He has done a few things. But at the same time, when you look at the opposition, this is bound to happen. And people are going to react one way or another. It was very, very clear.
Okay, if this holds, it's actually Tejasvi's RJD which would be highly disappointed. They would have wanted to improve their tally. Let's be realistic. There was no hope for the RJD to form the government without Nitish. Okay, yes, it was never going to happen. They weren't going to win 120 seats out of 140 contested. That's never going to happen. They would have wanted to improve their tally, hoped that the BJP tally comes down significantly enough that Nitish Kumar is wanting to upset the apple cart, because remember, if you upset the apple cart in Bihar, you also upset the apple cart at the center. And trust me, Chandrababu Naidu, nobody wants that to happen. So there's a lot of things, factors against it. Elections are not things politicians love fighting. I promise you, power is what they want. They don't want to risk it. So the last thing you want is to upset places where you are pretty comfortably forming the government. So if you're becoming chief minister, you have your minister at the center, why would you want to mess with that? It's happened in the past, so can't ignore it, but unlikely. If the trends hold, and we are not there yet, we are still an hour away, but if they hold as where they stand, this is a thumping improvement in performance for the NDA, which means the BJP and the JDU especially significantly improving its performance. RJD disappointment and Congress roughly where it was 5 years ago. That's where things are currently as we speak. Let me quickly open this up and try to get perspectives. But first, let me hit the ground with Manish, my colleague who's outside Nitish Kumar's residence in Patna. Manish, what's happening on the ground? Are people getting more nervous or more excited?
देखिए, अगर मुख्यमंत्री के नीतीश कुमार के आवास के बाहर की बात करें तो मैं सीधे तस्वीरें आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा। जैसे रुझानों में एनडीए की सरकार बनती नजर आई, आप देख लीजिए मुख्यमंत्री आवास के ठीक सामने भारी सुरक्षा बल आपको नजर आ रहे हैं। स्पेशल ब्रांच के जवान जो हैं वो आपको तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं। और इस वक्त आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर एक अनेमार की ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से जो जवान जो हैं उन्हें तैनात किया गया है। और अक्सर जो आप कहा जाए कि इस तरह की तैनाती जो है वो रोजाना नहीं होती है, लेकिन आज की तस्वीर बदली सी नजर आ रही है। लेकिन यहाँ पर एक अनेमार की अगर आप बात करें तो यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि कैसे बड़ी संख्या में जो है सुरक्षा बलों को तैनात किया गया है। दूसरी तरफ अगर बात करें जेडीयू कैंप की, तो जेडीयू के कुछ नेता यहाँ पर आए हुए थे थोड़ी देर पहले। उन्होंने कहा कि 12 बजे के बाद यहाँ पर एक अनेमार की तस्वीर जो है बदल जाएगी। आप देखिएगा समर्थक भारी संख्या में यहाँ पर जुटने लगेंगे और जश्न का माहौल होगा। तो फिलहाल कहा जाए कि एक अनेमार की बात करें तो रुझान जैसे सामने आए कि एनडीए की सरकार बन रही है, उसके बाद जहां सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी गई है, नीतीश कुमार के जगह जगह पोस्टर्स लगते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। और तीसरी तरफ अगर एनडीए के समर्थकों का जुटान जो है थोड़ी देर में एक अनेमार के बाहर भी देखने को मिलेगा।
Okay, big battles, Begussaray, Lakhissaray, big battles still going on. One, the difference is only 79 votes. The other is difference is only 500 votes. We are into the third round of counting now. There are still almost a dozen rounds of counting have to happen. So we are not even halfway there. But without having reached the halfway mark, there are certain seats which have gone into the thousands of votes in leading. If you're leading by thousands of votes, unlikely in a state election that will flip. It does happen, but becomes unlikely. But some of those battles which are down to into single digit votes, 2-digit votes, still up for grabs. But the overall picture right now at about 15 minutes past 10 o'clock would be disappointment primarily for the RJD. The Congress is roughly where it was. The JDU significantly improving its performance. Who would have thought? There is a generation that has been born and gone to college with Nitish as Chief Minister. Who would have thought that they would still be voting with him to improve his performance, to give him yet another term? This is what looks like the likelihood as we speak. Let me get the politicians who, of course, will be able to give a final word only once they know the results. But Mr. Keswan of the BJP joining us, Arshpreet of the Congress is with us. CR Keswan, feeling a lot more confident now that we are closer with a few rounds of counting in the bag?
Good morning, Rishabh, to all the panelists and the audience. These are early trends like you indicated, but we're very confident that the people of Bihar will deliver a historic verdict overwhelmingly blessing the NDA. And I think this is a clear mandate reaffirming that their trust and their faith in, the politics of performance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Nitish Kumar ji. And I think as much as it is a vote for good governance, it is also an outright rejection of the regressive politics of Rahul Gandhi, who ran a very wild smear campaign. And also they did not believe the untenable voodoo economics of RJD and the kind of language they were speaking, reminding them of Jungle Raj. So clearly the people of Bihar, they are voting for development over Jungle Raj. They are voting for the rule of law or the rule of gun. They are voting for progressive politics of performance under Modi ji and Nitish Kumar ji over the politics of appeasement.
Okay, just stay with me. Arshpreet, I know there are still probably a couple of hours to go before we actually know what has happened. But it's not looking good. What would be a new contested 70? Okay, so obviously the Congress is never in a position to form a government on its own. Out of the 70, what's a figure that your team would be happy with? Would it be 20, 30? What's a good figure for you?
See, as far as the figures go, we leave it for the people to decide how much they have decided to give us. And number two, as far as the NDA is concerned and as far as their slogans are concerned, they had to change way too many slogans because they could not change the ground reality. And I want to tell you that exit polls and early trends are not exact polls. My only request is Lok Sabha elections, the recent ones, exit polls proven out to be wrong. Bihar 2015, Punjab 2017, Haryana 2019, West Bengal 2021, election exit polls were proven out to be extremely wrong. So my request is that we wait for the, for a couple more hours. The trends are definitely going to change. And number two, as far as the NDA is concerned, they say theirs is a double engine, but nobody knows where the engine is and where the track is. And they're concerned about Nitish Ji's history, which is of changing alliances again and again and again. Even Google Maps has not been able to track which political direction he's going to go into.
But are you hoping he might go in yours?
No, we are not. We are only hoping that Bihar sees some development. That because India has been saying we have done a lot of development, we have done a lot of work, given a lot of jobs. Then why do people have to migrate from there? Number two, they have failed on the law and order. They have failed on corruption. They have failed on drugs. They have failed on women empowerment. They have failed on farmers. They have failed on Medicare. They have failed on education. They have failed on employment. They failed on
Arshpreet, in a realistic sense, even if you had improved your tally for the Congress and Tejasvi had improved his tally, realistically you would still not be able to form a government in Bihar without Nitish Kumar. That's how you did it 5 years ago. So in realism, are you still hoping? Who knows?
Definitely. We see, let's not judge a book by its cover. Many a times these trends have gone wrong as well. Initially the trends showed something else. Subsequently, it was entirely different. So I'd rather wait and.
Yes, I agree with you. I can give you exact examples in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, where the early trends were completely different. In fact, in Maharashtra, so much so that one could have called the election by lunchtime and then it went into midnight because the BJP fell short by a few eventually to form the government on its own. So yes, early trends are not everything, but they do tell you whether the election is going to be close or not. This doesn't seem to be close at this point of time. So yes, some of the seats will swap, you'll gain some and you lose some, but currently it is looking like the BJP and the JDU together in a pre-existing pre-poll alliance have what it takes. Now a pre-poll alliance is not the be-all end-all of government formation, as we have learned. We've learned this in Maharashtra and we've learned this in Bihar, that it can be different. Let me get Priya into this. Priya, but surely not. I mean, Nitish is not going to do it this time. No.
No, Nitish won't do it, and it depends what the BJP does to Nitish. If the BJP tries to act smart and say, try to put in a candidate of its own, Nitish has options, and also Nitish has the mandate. So I don't think BJP will try and upset that apple cart. As much as they want the first BJP chief minister from Bihar, they'll have to wait a little bit longer. I think Nitish Kumar is in a very comfortably position. He's done better than the last elections. This is his also his own last election. So there is a nostalgia vote for Nitish. Rishabh, we are a country that honors its old. We've seen whether it was Prakash Singh Badal. I think I always felt a little this thing that his last election he lost because of various compulsions, more of the politics of his son than his own. So otherwise the mandate that was given to the a leader who's on his way out is usually in keeping with
by that measure. Then I mean Lalu Prasad Yadav should have hit the campaign trail. He can't contest, but he can campaign. That would have been a lot we journalists had a lot of nostalgia hearing him a couple of times this time around.
No, definitely. But again, there was a lot of trouble in fact, that's why we were wondering what happened to the RJD vote. Was the trouble at home spilled on the ground? Because, you had Tej Pratap Yadav. That very sidelining of Tej Pratap Yadav may not have been taken well.
Tej Pratap Yadav is going to lose, it seems. But will he have cut a few votes? Yes. In the most relevant seats, not necessarily. Does that do it in the end? Once you do, okay, what was the problem? Then you realize that yes, Owaisi cut 1% of our votes and Tej Pratap cut another 1%, and
Prashant Kishore, you said Prashant Kishore cut.
Now the problem is that Prashant Kishore,
but he cut the youth vote of Tejasvi Yadav also. Don't forget that.
But the problem I'm finding with Prashant Kishore is that the election commission qualifies him as others. He's yet to have an electoral identity with the ECI. So his vote share is currently not being listed. So we'll only find out at the end of the day how much vote share he got. A real-time update for his party is not coming. He's just in the others category. Sorry. We are hopping across to the BJP headquarters in Delhi, where my colleague is standing by. Giriraj Singh is with him. Manohar, go ahead.
हमारे साथ केंद्रीय मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, शुरुआती रुझान जो आ रहा है बिहार का, इसमें एनडीए को बढ़त दिखती नजर आ रही है। करीब 10 बजे तक 80 सीटें एनडीए के खाते में दिखती जा रही है। कैसे देखते हैं आप?
देखिए, ये तो डे 1 से चुनाव के घोषणा के बाद से ही बिहार की जनता का मूड यही था। और महागठबंधन को क्यों वोट देता? अराजकता के लिए, गुंडागर्दी के लिए, अपहरण के लिए? बिहार की जनता ने तय किया अमन, चैन, शांति, न्याय के साथ विकास नरेंद्र मोदी, नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में ये जीत हो रही है, जनता की जीत होगी।
लेकिन तेजस्वी यादव तो अपनी शपथ ग्रहण की तारीख भी तय कर दी है।
अब कोई पागलपन करे कि बिना चुनाव आयोग के सर्टिफिकेट के बगैर डेट तय कर दे, स्थान तय कर दे, तो ये बचकाना हरकत से ज्यादा और कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता।
जिस तरह से वोट परसेंटेज 10% से ज़्यादा 1951 के बाद, करीब 74 साल के बाद जो है सो सबसे ज़्यादा वोट परसेंटेज हुआ है।
मैं तो अपने यहाँ देखता हूँ बेगूसराय में, तो वोट भी 19 में हमारा पड़ा था, जो अभी 24 में चुनाव लड़े तो 12,89,000 वोट पड़ा, अभी 14,93,000 पड़ा, और महिलाओं का सीधा 10% ज्यादा पड़ा पुरुष से।
तो ये क्या दर्शाता है कि
ये एनडीए सरकार के पक्ष में है।
तो इसका श्रेय किसको जाता है?
फिर मैं कह रहा हूँ, नरेंद्र मोदी, नीतीश कुमार और जनता को।
लेकिन वहीं राहुल गांधी ने जिस आरोप लगाए थे और उन्होंने जिसका जिक्र किया था कि वोट चोरी हुआ है, उसका क्या हुआ?
ये लोग के पास कोई मुद्दे नहीं है, मानसिक दिवालियापन है, बड़े घर में पैदा लिए हैं, यही उनकी खासियत है, इसके सिवा कोई खासियत नहीं।
तो गिरिराज सिंह बता रहे थे कि एनडीए की जीत है। सर, ये जीत जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने अनुमान लगाया था उस और रुझान दिख रहा है, लेकिन बिहार के बाद अब आप लोग की रणनीति आगे क्या होगी?
मैं तो यही कहूंगा, ये बिहार की जीत हमारी है, अब अगली बारी बंगाल की है, वहां भी बांग्लादेशी।
Okay, all right. Giriraj Singh, feeling pretty confident this morning, and if you were able to see the trends, and some of them are solidifying into thousands of votes, as I've been pointing out, you would be feeling confident. As things hold, ladies and gentlemen, you just need 122 to form the government. The pre-poll alliance of the BJP and the JDU, and that's where I'll limit myself to call it. Nobody is expecting surprises from Nitish Kumar this time. I can't eliminate it for obvious reasons, but very, very unlikely. So the pre-poll alliance as it stands is expected to have a thumping win in Bihar. Pro-incumbency record turnout, it seems, has taken place. The women vote record highest since 1951 seems to have propelled towards Nitish Kumar and to the BJP. The biggest improvement in figures, ironically, and I say ironically because who would have thought, I keep mentioning it, a generation has been born and gone into college with the same chief minister. And Nitish Kumar is being dealt an even better hand by the people of Bihar for the next 5 years. This would in effect make a stable government in Bihar and then ensure a stable government at the center for the next 3.5 years, which the current term is expected to continue till. Let me get Mr. Keswan back into this conversation. Okay, Mr. Keswan, we are probably, like I said before, an hour or so before we can be confident. Some of his party leaders are feeling extremely confident, but it's been a good run post the Lok Sabha. I mean, if you look at what happened in 2024 in the elections that took place, from the Arunachal election, which then of course we saw what happened in Maharashtra towards the end of the year. It went well. This year began well with Delhi. It looking like it's ending well in Bihar. What has been made the difference? Because 2024 itself as the general election seemed like a much tighter contest.
I think what we're witnessing, like you said, is a very interesting thing in Indian politics. It's pro-incumbency, whether it is for the BJP and the NDA. Everywhere, it's a politics of development. It's the politics of performance. I was hearing the Congress spokesperson talk about NDA and making baseless claims because all evidence is contrary to what is happening because it's an overwhelming mandate. But because you see the way in which in Bihar, for example, people talk about, MY vote, the Muslim Yadav vote, but it's the Mahila youth vote this time, which is transcending and ensuring such a big victory for the NDA under Modi ji and Nitish ji. Everybody was talking about the Jivika Didi and the rupees 10,000 transfer, but people should remember one of the most important impacts which has been in Bihar is the Sharab Bandi. The prohibition has had a massive impact on the welfare of women in terms of the savings and a comfortable life, and 35% domicile reservation in government jobs for women. These are very, very, very distinct and clear policies of the NDA, and 50% reservation for women in Panchayati Raj. So good governance, honest, efficient, corruption-free. Because when you talk about RJD and the Congress, the first thing is corruption.
Okay, but Mr. Keswan, practical question. I mean, of course, forming the government is the main deal. Okay. Finish your thought.
One point which is unmistakable today. Today, as we speak, Rahul Gandhi is purportedly on a foreign tour. He's ghosted the people of Bihar. He's ghosted his own allies. Rahul Gandhi has become a political albatross. He's an electoral liability. And one of the main reasons for the defeat of the RJD, besides the Jungle Raj politics, is the way in which he ran a smear, vote theft, and also insulting the sentiments of women. Saying Chat Puja is a drama. Rahul Gandhi has been a political liability and an electoral debacle for whoever.
All right. I mean, there is a problem there. If you are not improving your performance, in fact worsening it, there's a problem. I don't think you can deny that the problem doesn't exist. It does exist. But in a practical sense, ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing on your screen is telling. Have a look at the JDU figure from where to where. 43 to 72 current leads. Let's assume that even the 72 don't hold and they fall behind a few more. The JDU is going to be the biggest gainer at the expense of the RJD, which is going to be the biggest loser. The BJP roughly where it was is what it seems to be at 10:30. The Congress roughly where it was is what it seems to be. So the story today will be within the NDA for Nitish Kumar. Now the BJP would have been hoping that they would have improved their tally and Nitish would have left somewhere the same. Not to say the Chief Minister would have changed this time around, but then 2 years later, 3 years later, it would be history. First time ever a BJP Chief Minister in Bihar. Nikhil is joining us on the broadcast. Nikhil, over to you. What do you make of the trend so far?
Rishabh, first of all, I would like to address the point that Rahul Gandhi was not the only one who was talking about vote chori or the allegations of electoral malpractices on the part of the Election Commission of India. It was the entire opposition, including Mr. Tejasvi Yadav. Secondly, I don't know what love the BJP has for Rahul Gandhi. Because sometimes I honestly feel that Romeo and Juliet did not have the kind of love for each other as they do for Rahul Gandhi. The election was fought in the leadership of Tejasvi Yadav. He was the CM candidate, and yet the only name that they can remember is Rahul Gandhi. And the final thing about the trends and the way we are seeing the results. Let's face it, the BJP has a mammoth organization. They have mammoth resources, and the outcome that we're seeing today is primarily a result of that. Had it not been for that, the Prime Minister wouldn't have to come to Bihar and talk about katta rakh diya kanpatti pe and this and that. He could have presented a report card of what has been done in the past 20 years. Yet the entire campaign of the BJP was a negative campaign talking about things that happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Yet the entire campaign was entirely about Prime Minister having a problem with the way he was being addressed, not at all caring about how his leaders and how he himself was addressing other political leaders. The JDU being a gainer is sort of, I feel given the fact that they don't have an LJP contesting against them. And the RJD losing, honestly, that RJD, losing on that many number of seats, that is a shocker to me, because I was in Bihar for 2 months, and nowhere did I hear from people that RJD is slated for such a loss. Either people said that they're going to stand about where they were, or people said that they're going to gain. This is really a shocker to me, because even all the other, polls and surveys that were conducted in the past many months, all of them presented Tejasvi Yadav as the leading face for the chief ministerial candidate over Nitish Kumar. Of course, there's a difference between the organization of the RJD Congress and the JDU BJP. And lastly, on the point of corruption, that, there's been no issue of corruption. Let me remind my friend from the BJP that just 3 years ago, the Prime Minister came to Bihar and gave a whole list of, I think, over 20 corruption cases that he was pinning on the government being led by Nitish Kumar. So let's face it, this is an organization versus organization election. It wasn't as much about issues. It wasn't as much about who could be a better chief minister. It wasn't about the supposed good governance in 20 years. It was essentially just political.
Okay, all right. Okay, so one thing is obvious, that this election was about state issues. It wasn't about national issues, which you would think would be at the disadvantage of the BJP, because it has a strong government led by Narendra Modi in the center. Don't take away from the BJP's electoral performances post 2024. 2024 was not what they would have wanted. They would have wanted more seats to be able to be past the halfway mark by themselves. But after that, what has happened in Haryana, what's happened in Maharashtra, history has happened in Odisha. Let's not take all those away. Delhi was a flip, not to the benefit of the Congress, but to the BJP. And if the government in Andhra has been formed by the NDA under Chandrababu Naidu, it is with BJP support. Jharkhand was a disappointment. But if Bihar is what it is, I think they'll take it. They would have wanted a few seats here and there, but they'll take it. Himanshu, but quick response before I rope in. I believe Anil is also joining us. Himanshu.
Basically, I wanted to pinpoint a couple of things which people seem to have forgotten. I'll give you a data which says this time around, in spite of having, this record voting, as far as women voters are concerned, they have voted more in numbers despite being 40 lakhs less in the state.
Yes.
So women voters number already was 40 lakhs less than the male voters.
Yes. So Himanshu, but if the mathematics is that because last time was COVID, so a lot more people working outside Bihar have returned to vote, and the women have come out and voted. And if the figures are telling you that the biggest improvement, maybe even close to doubling of seats, almost, is for Nitish, which means that the majority of these people have come and voted for Nitish. Okay.
Yes,
now, good, bad. But why not BJP? Why Nitish? I mean, number of seats contested matters, but not BJP more. Why Nitish more? Himanshu Bhatt.
Yeah, I'll tell you. See, this 10,000 rupees in the bank accounts is done by the chief minister. Now that has had a definite effect. You telling that we promise to give you 30,000 rupees is a different thing.
Okay.
But
okay.
10,000 in the bank account.
Okay. Nothing like money in the bank. Nothing like money in the bank. So is there a formula? We don't know. And if there's a formula, well, one could argue the Congress invented it in Karnataka when it came to appealing to women voters. But the BJP then with Beti, Ladli, Behna as from MP to Maharashtra seems to have overtaken it in a large measure. Stay with me. Anil Antony joining us of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Anil, it seems like it's being a good morning. Okay, I'm told we are just getting that connection sorted. Priya, you want to make a quick point, then I'll go to Arshpreet. Priya,
yeah, we were wondering about Prashant Kishore's seats, Rishabh. So I just found out from somebody from Prashant Kishore's party, they are leading in 2 seats, although they are not showing up on the ECI website because they are labelled with others. But they are at least leading in 2 seats. So not what they were hoping for at all, but their account is open in this election, so to speak. Okay, leading in 2 seats, may not win the 2 seats. We are still probably an hour or 2 away. Before we can call it, but with every minute that is passing, the Congress number is at where it was. It's been there for the past 20 minutes. It is 1-6, which is less than last time, a couple short than last time.
The JDU number is the big ticket because the BJP's number is also a couple short, but roughly where it is. The difference, ladies and gentlemen, is that the RJD is down 20 and the JDU is up nearly 30. So the others are down for sure this time around. The Congress, as I mentioned, down by about 3 so far. That can change. But is it dramatically going to change? Seems unlikely because the NDA is currently, that map is not fully populated yet because it will get populated as the leads change into results. But the NDA currently leading in 160 seats. You need 123 to form the government. So they are done. Even the LJP performance has been better than many people would have expected just about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So if Chirag Paswan can hold its own, that will also be interesting. Let me get Anil into this conversation. Anil, it's been a good morning so far. What are you hoping happens from here?
It's a good, thank you for having me in the show, and yes, it has been a good morning so far, but I am very sure that as the day progresses, the day is only going to get better for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the NDA, and also for the people of Bihar. The people of Bihar has spoken and they have comprehensively spoken. At this moment, it's still early trends. It's more than half the rounds are still left. At this moment, we are getting more than 2/3 majority, and as the day progresses, I am very sure that the number of leads and the number of wins will only increase. This has been one of those elections where, just like what you saw during the Lok Sabha elections and many of the state elections afterwards in Delhi, in Maharashtra, in Haryana, here also the NDA is getting our best ever victory, our best ever mandate. The people of Bihar has given a very comprehensive thumbs up to our double engine government. We had put the vision of Sri Narendra Modi ji and the leadership of Nitish Kumar ji in Bihar this time. Despite 20 years, the people are saying that there is no anti-incumbency. The people are very happy with the work the NDA Nitish ji has been doing in Bihar in the last 20 years. You look at different demographics, you are looking at youth, you are looking at first time voters, women, men, everywhere the BJP is and the NDA is leading. So this is a very good day for the BJP and also for the people of Bihar, because now the developmental work we have been carrying on for the last few years will keep continuing. Another very important point which I want to raise is the Congress party, the Rahul Gandhi and the opposition. They have been putting forward a lot of narrations in front of the people, including misinformation against the ECI, including SIR, including electoral rules. And everything has been comprehensively rejected. Rahul Gandhi's whole narration of vote chori is completely rejected by the people. And this is a very comprehensive victory which the NDA is
Anil,
now
I have to
forward.
ask you for practice sake, because Nitish Kumar has improved his numbers from 2020, most likely. Your BJP is roughly where it was. It can change, it probably will change up and down a little bit. But we're expecting Nitish Kumar JDU to have significantly better numbers this time around. Are you slightly nervous in your party ranks after what happened 5 years ago? That he could simply just pack up his bags and go elsewhere?
See, this election, the Bharatiya Janata Party has gone to the elections as a part of a very strong coalition. There is Nitish ji who is leading it. There is Bharatiya Janata Party. There is Chirag Paswan ji's party. There is Upendra Kushwaha ji's party. Jitendra Manji ji's party. There are 5 very strong parties, and we have gone as a coalition. We are fighting 243 seats with the aim that every single of those 243 seats we want to contest and we want to win. So we try to win as many seats as possible. At this moment, around 160 plus seats. The NDA is leading, where Nitish ji is leading. We are leading in many seats. They are leading in many seats. But overall, this is a collective victory of the whole coalition, where we had put forward the vision of Sri Narendra Modi ji and Sri Nitish ji's double engine government as the roadmap and blueprint for the people of Bihar for the next 5 years.
Okay.
And the people have comprehensively spoken. So there is nothing to worry about. It's a very strong coalition.
Okay, so
we
you're
fought
saying it's
collectively
strong.
And we are winning collectively.
But is it strong enough, Anil Antony, that there might be, there's never been a BJP chief minister ever in Bihar. Are you not tempted if you come out strong? Nitish ji has had 20 years in the saddle. Why not a BJP chief minister this time?
So these are all, when in Andhra Pradesh also, it was the Bharatiya Janata Party's parliamentary board which also have our Prime Minister, our Home Minister, our Rajnath ji, many other stalwarts. It's the parliamentary board of the party that takes decisions on the roadmap going forward. That is the same, that is how it is in every state across India whenever there is a state election. When in Andhra Pradesh, it was the parliamentary board that took a decision that this coalition, we will be giving all our support to Chandrababu Garu in Andhra Pradesh. Similarly, here also the parliamentary board will take the apt decision that is in the best interest of the party. But before the election itself, all our national leaders were in Bihar for a campaign. They had addressed many rallies, dozens of rallies, and every single one of them had made it very clear that we are fighting this election in the leadership of Nitish ji in Bihar, with the vision of Narendra Modi ji to take Bihar forward, a double engine government. This was the vision we put forward, the people of Bihar. And our leadership had made it very clear that we are fighting this election in Nitish ji's leadership. But every other decision from now on, it will be taken by the BJP parliamentary board, keeping the best interest of the people of Bihar in mind, the party in mind, the NDA in mind, and the state of Bihar in mind.
What's the pressure now to actually deliver in Bihar? Because we've seen changes happen in many states in the country, some under the BJP, some even under opposition rules. Karnataka is doing well, Tamil Nadu is also doing well, as you know. Kerala, where the BJP, which is your home state, is also showing some positive developmental indicators. But Bihar, even though it is reducing poverty, still has a long way to go. What's the pressure if you win today?
See, one thing which we have seen very clearly across India, like wherever the NDA has come, BJP has come, it is never a one-time government, whether it is in Gujarat, whether it is in UP, whether it is in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, across India, like you are seeing NDA governments getting voted multiple times because we have delivered. The first time we delivered, then the people again choose us for another 5 years. Then again people choose us for 5 years because every time we are delivering our promises. Yes, you are right that Bihar has, when compared to many other states, there is still some catching up to do. But when compared to what it was 20 years back, when even the courts of India used to say, this is a jungle rush that is happening there. When, many of our developmental indices, many of the other human development indices, Bihar was lagging when compared to many other states. But in the last 20 years, there had been tremendous progress in infrastructural development. And we will keep working forward to ensure that Bihar is as or more developed than any other state across India.
Okay, all right. Anil Antony, it's too early to congratulate you, but it looks like a congratulation will be due very shortly. Thanks very much for joining us on this broadcast. The BJP figures looking good, NDA figures looking even better. The big winner of the day is Nitish Kumar, who is looking to nearly double the number of seats he won last time. Priya Sehgal, that has got to be the story of the moment.
Yes, one was really expecting Tejasvi Yadav to be that man of the match because in terms of the crowds, the campaign he ran. But it is the vote for Nitish Kumar, and I think what you may call a tipping thing for all the work that he's done. This is his Susashan Babu that's getting the vote. Whether it was a women campaign for the BJP, it was the women said that Nitish Kumar has always looked out for us from his first when he started, gave us bicycles to go to school. Those are the women that are now become voters and are voting for him. So he's been consistent in his approach, and even now when failing health, etc., the people of Bihar remember him for his governance model, and they've given him this vote. So this is really a vote for his, apart from the organization on the ground, of course, but I think this is a lot of it is a personal goodwill vote for Nitish Kumar. Brands still are working on the ground, and he is a brand name that has worked despite his paltu politics, despite going here and there. I think the people of Bihar have restored their faith in him. Those who were looking at JDU splintering, they will have to wait a while because there were already overtures. Chirag Paswan was posturing, hoping to take that space in the post-Nitish scenario, but that post-Nitish scenario will now have to wait a while. BJP too will have to wait a while before they see their first BJP CM. I think Nitish has proved that, in terms of politics, old is gold, and he is here to stay. I don't think they will dislodge him. To answer your earlier question, BJP cannot afford to not make Nitish Kumar Chief Minister. They will of course have if Samrat Chaudhary wins his seat, he was trailing a while ago, I think he will play a big role in terms of governance. BJP, this is what it does, whoever it makes the Chief Minister, the governance is from Delhi. That model works for Nitish also, because that's what the double engine Sarkar is. So he will be the face of this new government.
Big elections coming up, especially in the northeast and the south next year. Assam is up next in May of next year, along with Kerala and Tamil Nadu. West Bengal is going to be the big fight then in 2026. That's going to be an interesting one. So big things up for grab. Nikhil, the Congress tally is shrinking as we speak, as more time passes, and we are probably an hour away from where this settles in. The big winner of the day is definitely Nitish, nearly doubling the amount of seats. But where do a Congress go from here?
No, Rishabh, the issues that were being raised by the Congress and the RJD will continue to be raised by them, whether they sit in the opposition or in the government. I think we should wait for the trends to finalize a bit, and before we can, understand the number of seats that each of the parties are getting. All that being said, of course, I think it's by and large clear by now that it will be an NDA government. The question is, will Nitish Kumar be the chief minister? It was very interesting when I was listening to the BJP spokesperson. What he said was, this time it was under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. Even Amit Shah till the last moment kept on saying there is no vacancy in Delhi or in Patna right now. Now the question is, will the BJP and Nitish Kumar get into a tussle about who gets to be the chief minister? Because let's not forget that the BJP cadres in the state are indeed irritated with the fact that 20 years they've been in alliance. For many, many years, they've been the larger party in the alliance, yet they don't have a chief minister of their own. Now, this is a tussle that will pan out. How it does pan out, or will we see a situation where Nitish Kumar comes back with the RJD and Congress fold? Those would be interesting developments for me to watch.
That looks, I mean, like I've been saying since morning, you can never rule it out because it did happen. So history can and often does repeat itself. Likely this time, probably not. I think the reason the BJP is making the pains to say these things, because that's exactly, and the reason you're poking a hole there, Nikhil, is because exactly that's what went wrong last time. That Nitish was in doubt of whether he could stay on for a full term as chief minister, because the pressure was being put last time, and that's what caused the flip. I don't think the pressure is being put in the very least this time. So the situation in the center is also different. Just stay with me before I come back to Arshpreet. Priya, quick thoughts over here. The figures are stabilizing, and eventually that's where they'll settle. It is going to be an NDA government for sure. Who is going to be the bigger party, BJP or JDU, is up for grabs. Where does the Congress go from here?
The Congress will really have to now again, go back to where it goes after every election so far, post 24 is back to its drawing board. But they're not coming up with any real, lessons that work on the ground, because even Rahul Gandhi's vote chore campaign wasn't taken up by Tejasvi Yadav also. Forget the people on the ground. His own ally realized that this is not, it's a very good campaign. What he raised are good pertinent issues. But is this the need of the hour in Bihar? Is that what is topmost on the mind of the Bihari voter? That is what Tejasvi Yadav has been complaining about. Then the confusion about declaring Tejasvi as the CM face, though of course the confusion was there in the BJP camp also. So that's not really the Congress's sole prerogative. But creating confusion rather than a clear campaign and the lack of organization on the ground. Both these things have been.
We're just doing a quick audio check. I'm expecting Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi within a minute. Arshpreet, quick response from you. You're looking at the figures now, they're stabilizing. Obviously, it'll be disappointing to do worse than last time around if that's what happens. But how are you absorbing the trends as we speak?
See, it's been said before, Karnataka is a prime example. Maharashtra is a prime example of how the trends could change. And we are optimistic. We are hopeful that they will change. And number two, given that why do we have elections in the first place? Why do we have MLAs? Why do we have the government? So that work could be done. Now let's analyze what the Bharatiya Janata Party NDA has done back in the day. We did go to Bihar, we did go there to campaign, and the way the streets are, it appeared as if it wasn't a porthole in a street. It appeared as if there was a street in a pothole. That's the number of potholes we had to go through. The streets are in shambles. and the unemployment rate is at an all-time high in Bihar. At the end of the day, people vote for a party to get something out of that. Yet, the Bharatiya Janata Party, the NDA, has not been able to do anything there at all whatsoever on the ground. And that's why you will see that the results, the trends will definitely be changing. And we
They could still change. And that's reasonable to expect. No, they probably will change from these exact figures, but will they dramatically change? It increasingly seems unlikely. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, former Union Minister, joining us on the broadcast. नकवी जी, गुड मॉर्निंग. नज़र नहीं लगाना चाहूँगा कि पहले से बधाइयाँ हो जाएं, ट्रेंड्स चेंज करते हैं, लेकिन लग रहा है कि एनडीए की सरकार बन रही है. आप कैसे ट्रेंड एनालाइज कर रहे हैं इस सुबह?
देखिए, एक चीज़ बहुत क्लियर है, जो इश्यूज जो अभी आपके पैनल पे पैनलिस्ट थे, वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड अदर इश्यूज आर, बट नाउ द इलेक्शन वोटिंग इज ओवर. अभी जो वोटर्स हैं उन्होंने अपने जो मतदान ईवीएम की मशीनों में बंद कर दिया और वो भी निकल पड़ा है. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इन इश्यूज़ पे कभी और डिस्कस करने की ज़रूरत है. लेकिन एक चीज़ बहुत साफ है कि जो सुशासन है उसकी निरंतरता के लिए और समावेशी विकास के जो है वो सफ़र को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, जो गुड गवर्नेंस है उसकी कंटिन्यूटी के लिए और इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट है उसको जो है उसके जर्नी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए लोगों ने जो है वो मैंडेट दिया है. और मैं तो बार बार कहता ना कि जहाँ जीत की जलेबी है वहाँ हार का हलवा भी है. चाहे जीत की जलेबी हो चाहे हार का हलवा हो, जनतंत्र का दोनों में जायका होता है. जो जीता वो सिकंदर, जो हारा वो धुरंधर. फिर वो चुनाव के मैदान में जाएगा और जनता के बीच में अपनी किस्मत आजमाएगा. ये एक होता है. लेकिन मैं मानता हूँ कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली सम पीपल्स and some political parties are trying to hijack the vibrant democracy through a violent anarchy. I think they will not succeed because our democracy is not a Disneyland of the destructive dynasty.
No, but what are you suggesting, sir? Are you suggesting that the people who are saying vote chori and the people who are saying we'll turn Bihar into Nepal, that they pose an existential security risk?
देखिए, हमने एक बात कही कि जहाँ पर जो है वो जीत की जलेबी होती है वहाँ हार का हलवा भी होता है. ये जनतंत्र का जायका है और हमें जनता जनादेश देगी तो हम उसे स्वीकार करेंगे. अगर उनको जनता जनादेश देगी तो जो है वो हम उसे दोनों स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा. देखिए, जहाँ पर जो है वो जीत का ग्लैमर होता है वहाँ हार का ग्रेस भी होता है. जीत के ग्लैमर के साथ साथ हार का ग्रेस जो है वो हमारी डेमोक्रेसी की जो है वो ब्यूटी है, खूबसूरती है. और आप जो है वो वोटिंग से पहले कहेंगे कि वोट चोरी का विलाप करने लगेंगे, वोटिंग के बाद जो है वो वोट पे डाके का वितंडा करेंगे. तो ये मुझे लगता है लोग एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते इस बात को.
ग्रेस एंड डिफीट. ओके, द बीजेपी सर, ऐसा लग रहा है कि जहां पिछली बार में आंकड़े आए थे 2020 में, करीबन वही आंकड़े आ रहे हैं इस बारी. तो स्टेबिलिटी है इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिटर्न्स. जेडीयू के नंबर इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा इस बारी. अभी भी कोई शंका आशंका कि पता नहीं नीतीश जी ने जो पिछली बार किया था 2020 में शायद फिर से हो जाए?
देखिए, एक चीज़ बहुत क्लियर है, लोगों का जो इस वक्त मूड है पूरे कंट्री में, अगर आप देखें ये पहली नॉन कांग्रेस सरकार है सेंटर में जो बिना कांग्रेस के रिमोट और कांग्रेस के सपोर्ट के कंटिन्यूटी के साथ जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी के साथ जो है वो तीसरे कार्यकाल में काम कर रही है. इसीलिए तरह से इन 10 सालों में देश में जितने भी स्टेट्स में इलेक्शंस हुए, उन इलेक्शंस में ज़्यादातर राज्यों में एनडीए या बीजेपी जो है वो को जनता ने जनादेश दिया. और यहाँ तक कि उन राज्यों में भी दिया जहाँ पर बीजेपी कभी सत्ता में नहीं आई, वहाँ पर भी लोगों ने दिया. यानी एक बात, देश के लोगों का जो मूड है, जो मिजाज है, वो एक तो स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है, कैपेबल लीडरशिप के लिए है और साथ ही साथ जो है वो परफॉर्म और रिफॉर्म करने वाली व्यवस्था के लिए है. और इसलिए जो है वो एक के बाद एक आप देख रहे हैं और जो जनादेश होगा उसे सब लोग स्वीकार करेंगे.
कितना प्रेशर होगा सर अब कि जब डिलीवरी का प्रेशर बिहार में?
देखिए ये तो सही है, जो भी सरकार को जनता जब जनादेश देती है, जो भी अगर मैंडेट देती है तो डेफिनेटली उसकी एक्सपेक्टेशन लोगों की बढ़ जाती है, और उस एक्सपेक्टेशन पर जो है वो आपको उस कसौटी पर खरे उतरना ही पड़ता है, वरना अगली बार जो है गुड बाय कर देती है जनता। तो इसलिए क्योंकि बीजेपी और एनडीए सरकारें ज़्यादातर जगहों पर लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन पर खरी उतर रही हैं, fulfilling the people's expectation. That is why people are re-electing again and again.
Okay, like I said, मैं नजर नहीं लगाना चाह रहा हूँ. Priya Sehgal wants to ask a question. Also, go ahead, Priya. Go ahead.
नकी साहब, प्रिया सहगल है। मैंने आपका बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लाइन सुनी, डिज्नीलैंड ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्टिव डायनेस्टी जो आप कह रहे हैं, तो ये क्या वोट अगेंस्ट डायनेस्टी भी आप इसको मान के चलेंगे आगे लेकर, क्योंकि आपके पास भी एक डायनेस्टी है, चिराग पासवान।
देखिए एक चीज़ आपको समझना होगा, ये जो ख़ानदानी खिलाड़ियों का जो धारा प्रवाह जो है वो धूर्तापूर्ण, धमाल और कमाल था, वो इनको धूल दूषित करने के लिए काफ़ी मददगार रहा। और अब इस जो घराना है, जिसे लोग घमंडिया घराना भी कहते हैं, वो जो है वो उसका धारा प्रवाह धमाल और कमाल चलता रहा कि साहब जो है वो हम तो सरकार इस तारीख को बना लेंगे और जनता जो है वो वोट चोरी का जवाब देगी, फलां देगी, ढिमाका देगी। हम्बल जो उनका अप्रोच एटीट्यूड होना चाहिए वो नहीं रहा है। अभी तो जनता जनादेश देने वाली है, क्या देगी वो तो लेट्स वेट एंड वॉच, कुछ घंटों में एकदम स्पष्ट हो जाएगा। लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि 20 सालों से जो सरकार चल रही हो उसके प्रति लोगों का विश्वास, लोगों को फिर से उसको रिएलेक्ट करने की जो चाहत है, वो इस बात का प्रमाण है, इस बात का प्रतीक है कि जो लोग जो है वो अभी तक डेमोक्रेसी को डायनेस्टी का डिज्नीलैंड समझते थे और जो प्रजातंत्र को परिवार तंत्र की प्ले जो है वो ग्राउंड समझते रहे, तो उनको जो है वो सबक है, उनके लिए संदेश भी है।
अच्छा, आपने घमंडिया बोला, एक आखिरी सवाल, ये घमंड को लेके बीजेपी भी तो घमंडिया, ये वोट बीजेपी के घमंड के खिलाफ तो नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर बीजेपी को सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी बनती और तो आप नीतीश कुमार को शायद चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बनाते, बिकॉज आपके किसी लीडर ने नीतीश कुमार का बिल्कुल जनादेश नहीं बोला ही विल बी सीएम। तो ये बीजेपी के घमंड, बिग ब्रदर एटीट्यूड के खिलाफ भी एक वोट हो सकता है कि जेडीयू को बनना ही है नीतीश कुमार को, अब आप यू कैन नॉट मेक हिम सीएम।
देखिए ये जो है प्रिया जी, ये कन्फ्यूज़न बहुत क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की, और इस तरह का जो कन्फ्यूज़न जिन लोगों ने क्रिएट करने की कोशिश भी की वो उसमें भी सफल नहीं हुए कि नीतीश तो नहीं बनाएंगे, नीतीश कुमार जी तो नहीं बनाए जाएंगे, इनको तो है वो किनारे कर दिया गया। यानी कि आप जो है वो एक क्रिमिनल कन्फ्यूज़न की कॉन्स्पिरेसी में लग गए। आप जो है वो जो आपका जो है एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव और पॉजिटिव रोल होना चाहिए था जनता के बीच में, उसके बजाय आप जो है वो नीतीश होंगे कि नहीं होंगे उस पर चर्चा, आप होगे कि नहीं होगे आप अपनी चर्चा करो। आप तो जो है वो बिना जो है वो वोट के जो है वो अभी से आप जो है वो विक्ट्री के बगैर जो है वो आप वहां पर जो है सरकार बनाने लगे थे।
पर नरेंद्र मोदी, ना अमित शाह, ना द प्राइम मिनिस्टर, नन ऑफ देम ने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार सीएम बनेंगे। कैंपेन के टाइम हमने बहुत क्लोजली ये देखा, दोनों ने नहीं कहा।
देखिए पहली बात ये कि कैंपेन में मैं अपनी पार्टी का लगभग जो है वो 20 सालों से ज़्यादा समय से इलेक्शन कैंपेन को मैनेज करता हूँ, उसका इंचार्ज भी रहा हूँ। मैं पार्टी तय करती है, स्ट्रेटजी उसकी होती है कि कहाँ पर किस तरह से हमें प्रोजेक्ट करना है, कहाँ पर हमें बोलना है, हमें क्या नहीं बोलना है। ये हम दूसरी पार्टियाँ हम क्या कहना चाहते हैं वो दूसरी पार्टियां हमें जो है वो प्रॉम्प्ट नहीं कर सकती, हमारी जो है वो स्पीच को जो है कि स्क्रिप्ट राइटर नहीं बन सकती। इसलिए जो है हमें जो कहना है वो करा, जनता को स्वीकार करना है।
Well, in this case, Mukhtar ji, it looks like it's worked very well. The BJP leading in 74 seats, which is roughly where it was. The JDU currently leading in 80 seats. The NDA leading in 160 plus. It's not a victory, it's a thumping victory. Who would have thought? I keep saying there are children who have been born and are currently in college while Nitish Kumar was chief minister, and they have given him another 5 years. Whether that becomes the first BJP chief minister ever of Bihar, we don't know. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, thank you very much for joining us. Let me quickly get in Himanshu on this conversation. Himanshu, but as the hours roll by, we are now heading into the countdown to noon. It's getting systematically worse for the Congress and the RJD, especially the RJD, which has been cut down potentially by 30 less seats.
Yes, it's going to be that way. You know, it was a very, very straight fight right from the beginning between Nitish and Tejasvi. What Bihar wants, whether they wanted Tejasvi or they wanted Nitish. And the people seem to have chosen Nitish. See, I'll tell you very frankly, and you know, over and above all that, when a man who doesn't know how the jalebis are made in factory. Do you remember in Haryana what he had said? He goes up in Bihar and talks about vote chori, where a voter knows that his name is already there. How will it cut ice with the people? A common man will not relate with such people. I will not be surprised Congress will have less seats than what they had last time.
Okay, so far, this is the vote share so far of the votes counted so far. So, this is not the final figure. It is telling you that the BJP and the JDU and the RJD are roughly the same in terms of vote share. Very interesting, but this is going to have to be an analysis. Look at the JSP vote share, which is the interesting one. I don't think that figure will hold, that they will win as many votes as the Congress. So let's take this with a pinch of salt. So this is so far of the votes counted, and that is from the, like I said, take it with a pinch of salt of where it ends at about 5 o'clock today. When we actually get the final election commission figures, there will be a press conference where the figures are given out. But there's no denying the facts on your screen. The facts on your screen are saying that with every minute that we talk, the RJD figure slips lower and lower. The Congress figure was around about 16. I think its highest mark was about 17, 18. But those trails have now fallen down to 11. They might fall further still. There are at least a couple of seats which are still up for grabs, and as in they are not won and settled for the Congress. The BJP has held its own, 76 seats. So they are in a position of probably improving the number of seats by a couple. But the story of the day has been Nitish Kumar, doubling the number of seats he won last year after having been 20 years in power. Priya, that is surely a little bit more than the 10,000 rupees to the women voter. There's some other factor at play over here which we'll have to spend. Even perhaps Nitish Kumar is probably surprised by this.
Absolutely, Rishabh. I think it's what you said earlier. You know, the girls who took their cycles from him, who were studying voters, are now, young girls have grown up under Nitish Raj, are now voting adults. So they have, I think, voted for him. This is very interesting because the youth vote that we thought would go to Tejasvi, because he was talking development, jobs, etc., that also seems to have gone to the JDU, because JDU has clearly expanded his vote base. So where the women were already voting for him, there seems to be a new voter that has come in and voted for Nitish, and that is probably the young voter, the girls who've grown up, and not just the girls, but even the families that have grown up under his Sushashan Raj. So to say that Nitish Kumar was, paltu and he just played politics and did no work, he did development also. Development does count. There's always plus. There is a caste factor, there is of course religion. As much as we don't want these factors to count, they do count on the ground, as well as development. So Nitish, maybe that extra that Nitish has brought is of course the nostalgia of this being his last election, but I think his work, what he stands for, has stood.
Because if things stand, they've beaten all the exit polls by a large measure. 175 seats when you need 123 to form a government for the NDA as we speak. So this is going to be a thumping victory, and even Chirag Paswan has been swept along. He's also winning a few seats. If you had asked me the question 1 month ago, I would have told you Chirag Paswan was in a little bit of trouble in a BJP versus JDU contest within the coalition as we speak. But it's clearly been an NDA. One will have to call this a sweep. If you're winning by well beyond the best expectations of everyone, including yourself, I promise you the BJP was also being a little bit cautious, more confident towards the end of the polls than they were at the beginning of the polls. That's the truth. So this is better than the expectations of the JDU, better than the expectations of the BJP, way better than the expectations of the exit polls. What the figure is, the Mahagathbandhan just slipping lower and lower, down to 63 seats. And that's not looking good. Now you can say who cut what. Prashant Kishore was actually supposed to cut BJP votes but doesn't seem to have a lot of things to be figured out. Before I rope in Rishi Bagri, let me hit the ground. Manish, my colleague, is standing by in Patna. Anand is in Delhi. Let's go to Anand first. Anand, Congress headquarters, I'm assuming it's quietened down now. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Rishabh, look, as the results trend are showing, with Congress only leading in 6 seats, so clearly there is no such jovial mood here at the Congress headquarters. Some of the party workers who had arrived at the party headquarters earlier in the day, they also have left from the party headquarters over here, and most of the senior leaders who were supposed to arrive at the party office over here, even they have not arrived yet. So clearly this shows how is the mood at the Congress party headquarters over here, that is the 24 Akbar Road. So clearly Congress, which was expecting for a good show in this assembly polls, with given the fact that the way in which they had campaigned aggressively and Rahul Gandhi leading the voter adhikar yatra in Bihar over vote theft and SIR exercise. So clearly all these issues have not gone down well with the public, and the way in which Nitish Kumar party that has made a grand comeback with its leading on 86 seats, just doubling its number from 43 that was in 2020 assembly polls. So clearly the mood at Congress party headquarters,
yeah, you can tell pretty quiet. So the figures from the Election Commission website, which are slightly behind our figures, but in the end those are the figures that matter. So I keep repeating this, when the electoral process is on, after every round of counting, including EVMs are counted in rounds, generally about a dozen rounds of counting. After every round, the returning officer actually posts a sheet of the round results. That is for all the polling agents of the various candidates, so that they can witness them. Those datas are generally shared with us, and which we decide, and I have a WhatsApp group for my teams on the ground who tell us what the votes are. That's how you know all these figures that are flashing on your screens. Leads by this much, leads by this much. This is then communicated to the Election Commission, and the Election Commission updates its website. So it takes a little bit longer, half an hour, 45 minutes, 1 hour longer. So here's where the Election Commission stands as we speak. It is putting the JDU at 82, which is where the figure at the bottom of your screens right now. The BJP is 78, RJD at 34, LJP at 22 leads currently, the Congress only at 6, and the CPIML at 6. That's your others, and Manji and others bringing up a few. That's why Anand mentioned 6 leads. So the Congress may slip further, the RJD may slip further, and that's, if you're the Congress, if you come down to single digits in Bihar, heartbreaking that would be for Congress loyalists. Others will be celebrating. Rishi Bagri joining us on the broadcast. Rishi, I don't think the trends are going to change that dramatically now that this is going to flip. This election is no longer too close to call. It's an NDA government now. Who gets number 1 party is still up for grabs. What do you make of the leads and trends?
Hi Rishabh. I think that this result is going to hold maybe 5-10 seat plus minus. That can be happen, but I think the lead will be holding. I think the problem is very clear. That Congress need to introspect. They have actually sabotaged the Mahagathbandhan campaign. I mean, from starting, Tejasvi was doing good. He was taking up the youth issues. He was taking up the jobs issues, unemployment issues, into a very nicely curated campaign. In come Rahul Gandhi, he came with the non-existent issues like vote chori. He came with the attacking EC. He came with that attacking the Gen Z factor, how Nepal was sabotaged, and how Gen Z, the young population, need to go out on the street and make violent protest and change the regime. It didn't resonate with the masses, actually. And actually, in that way, he sabotaged Tejasvi's campaign. And this is the reason why Tejasvi is down to 40s. I mean, from the single largest party, he has become the 3rd largest party. And I think Congress will be limiting itself in the double digit, maybe in the single digit also. So 62 seats, you'll be having, or 10, 11 seats you'll be winning. You can imagine the strike rate which Congress has done with the Mahagathbandhan. Actually, They have dragged down the Mahagathbandhan completely.
Okay, well, ironically, the Congress has probably not done the Mahagathbandhan any favors, but the bad news is for Tejasvi. Tejasvi would have loved if he had held his numbers, and he was never going to form a government without Nitish. Let's be clear. If he had held his numbers, if Nitish had, sort of, if it had been similar to last time, let me put it that way, then there was something that they could have said, oh, Nitish, if he joined us, or you could have waited 1 or 2 years for some fight. Eventually, the BJP would have come and said, bhai, hame make us chief minister 1 year later, 2 years later, then you could have bided your time. I don't think that happens now. The disappointment and the heartbreak is not necessarily for the Congress, it's for Tejasvi. His expectations would have been a lot higher than them. Let's hop across to where the party is about to begin. High security. My colleague Manish is standing by in Patna. Manish, what's going on? Manish, can you hear us? Okay, we can see him, we can hear him, but I think he can't hear us. You can clearly see what's happening behind him. The party has already begun. Let me use that opportunity to get in Tom Vadakan of the BJP. The state that Mr. Vadakan is from is about to go to polls in 4 months. Mr. Vadakan, since the 2024 results at the Lok Sabha, there have been a historic performance in Odisha. In Haryana, you've come back. In Delhi, you've come back. 2025 seems to have been a winning start and a winning end. How are you feeling?
Rishabh, we met after a long time, but let me tell you this, that this is a victory of democracy. This is a victory of Bihar, and this is a message to India. Let us look at the background. We had a situation that fallout of Mandal Commission issue. Out of that sprouted this dynas, whether it is RJD, SP or... The results are indicative of this dynas collapsing. This is victory of democracy, and this is finally the rest in peace message for these dynas, because it's across India. We will conquer South India too, which is coming in for elections again. But let me tell you one more thing, that this whole issue was on the narrative of caste being carved on stone. But it seems caste is carved on water. And as a result, progression, aspiration, delivery have been the basic issues. Nitish ji has done much more than what was happening in the Jungle Raj in terms of development, in terms of employment, in terms of women's welfare. Especially, I must specifically mention the issue of alcohol prohibition. Now, these are things that matter. And this has been a situation where law and order was also affected. Women couldn't go out. And then there was this industry of ransom collection, kidnapping, what have you. And generations after generations have been reminding the Generation Z that, look, if you permit the Lalu dynasty to come back, you will have a situation where you will be back into Jungle Raj. This is the legacy that RJD was carrying. And then Congress contributed to it. And we saw Rahul Gandhi missing in action for 60 days. He was talking about Haryana elections when Bihar was at its peak. Now he's where, I don't know, he's abroad. He's not waited for the results. But he has manipulated his workers to stand there and talk about vote chori. I agree there has been a chori, and that chori has been dil ka chori, not vote chori. So this is something the Congress party did not anticipate. And the more the Congress party covers this vote chori business, people of India have realized that they want booth, elections by ballot paper. And why they want it is well known, because they're experts.
All right. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I know, and I don't want to ask you Congress specific questions, but as a principal opposition party, national opposition party, we're looking at the Congress potentially down to single digits in Bihar. Now, where does that leave national politics?
Well, national politics is not guided by the opposition, mathematics. It is Rahul Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And I must compliment Rahul Gandhi because he has done service to the BJP. The more he opens his mouth, he loses about 1 lakh votes across the country. But this country needs an opposition. Yes, I agree. But it has to be an opposition. It has to be an opposition which has progressive, which is aspirational and is development basis, not negative politics. The more you go into negative politics, Rishabh, is over and out for the Congress party. It's a sad story.
No, but
that's
the reason I'm asking that, Tom Badakan, is because the conversation we were having the entire last week was look at the number of people who come out to vote. People from all over the country have returned to their towns and cities and villages in Bihar to vote. The women have come out to vote in more percentage numbers since 1951, since India became a republic. And it seems now that they voted for Nitish and the BJP. Nitish has dramatically improved his tally. The BJP has held its own, probably little bit better. Is it primarily because they don't see an option?
It's not about seeing an option. It is because of the delivery. Promises were made by RJD, promises were made by the Congress party, but nobody believed them. The guarantees by RJD and the guarantees of the Congress party have been seen. Now, for example, guarantees in Congress, Telangana, Himachal Pradesh and Karnataka, they are bankrupt. They don't have money for salaries. Development has come to a zero level. So these promises are tested and tried, and the guarantees of our Prime Minister have held its ground, and we have delivered. That's
big news, big breaking developments coming in, even in what seems to be a sweeping, thumping victory for the NDA. Something which I would have thought impossible even an hour ago is happening as we speak. In Raghopur, Tejasvi Yadav now trailing by 1200 votes. This would have been, he's been reading all morning. So Tejasvi Yadav in his own constituency is currently trailing by 1200 votes. This might change. It's only 1200 votes, but it's also 1200 votes. It has definitely would be creating a little bit of perturbation because the overall number for the RJD looks like it's going to half. And if Tejasvi has been brought down to a close contest, perhaps even being brought down to a losing contest, that would be devastating for him personally, not just for the party itself. A lot of things to absorb over here, but the news.
Will be regretting he didn't contest Raghopur because he would then take credit for this trailing. But one quick point, Rishabh, if I may quickly make, is, we were talking about the legacy of Nitish Kumar. You spoke about how Chirag Paswan's party is doing very well. I think 22 seats you were saying, versus RJD, which is trailing down to 35 with Tejasvi losing his own seat. So the battle, the Gen Next battle is also very interesting to watch. Tejasvi versus Chirag Paswan. It looks like Chirag Paswan may emerge as the next gen leader for Bihar, with the current situation he's in with the BJP backing, and the JDU is, if it splinters in a post-Nitish scenario, Chirag may be better placed to take that splinter. So an interesting leadership Gen Next model is also developing in the state of Bihar in these elections.
Okay, so Sulaiman Muhammad Khan of Congress joining us. Sir, I'm coming to you in a second. Let's hop across to Patna right now, where Manish is with us now, where obviously the celebrations have already begun. Manish, what's happening?
ऋषभ जी, अगर पटना की बात करें तो जेडीयू कैंप में गजब का उत्साह देखने को मिल रहा है। जेडीयू के नेता कार्यकर्ता नीतीश कुमार के नारे लगा रहे हैं, और ये देखिए, ये जेडीयू कार्यालय के भीतर की तस्वीर है। यहाँ पर अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जमकर आतिशबाजी हुई है, लेकिन कुछ सीनियर लीडर्स ने इन्हें ये कहा कि अभी रुकिए, अभी थोड़ा सा सब्र करिए, उसके बाद ये जश्न मनाया जाएगा। लेकिन कार्यकर्ता है कि मानने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या नाम है भाई साहब आपका? मोनी सिंह। ये बताइए, ये जो रुझान आ रही है, क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या इशारा कर रहे हैं?
ये इशारा पूर्ण बहुमत की ओर जा रहा है, और बढ़ता बिहार नीतीश कुमार।
क्या नाम है भाई साहब का?
लखिंदर कुमार सिंह।
क्या इस बार क्या माहौल लग रहा है?
माहौल क्या लग रहा है? पूर्ण बहुमत से एनडीए सरकार आ रही है, जिसमें सबसे बड़ी पार्टी एनडीए ये जदयू बन करके आ रही है। नीतीश कुमार ही बिहार है, बिहार ही नीतीश कुमार है।
नीतीश ही बिहार है, बिहार ही नीतीश है। टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, पोस्टर्स दिख रहे हैं।
टाइगर इज बैक, टाइगर बैक किया, टाइगर जिंदा है। विपक्ष हवा में उड़ गया,
विपक्ष हवा में जो उड़ गया, टाइगर अभी जिंदा। आप क्या कहेंगे?
टाइगर दहाड़ रहा है पूरा बिहार में, पूरा दहाड़ रहा है टाइगर। अभी तो शुरू हुआ है, अभी असली खेल बाकी है।
और इस दहाड़ का क्या असर होगा?
असर दिख रहा है सर, एनडीए का फुल बहुमत आएगा और नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री फिर से बनेंगे।
एक और महत्वपूर्ण सवाल ये है, इस चुनाव में हमने देखा कि नीतीश कुमार को लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल किए, विपक्ष ने साफ कहा कि अब उनका अस्तित्व खत्म हो रहा है, उनका इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है।
देखिए, विपक्ष की बात ना करें तो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा। वो तो स्वघोषित है कि 18 तारीख को उनको सीएम पद का शपथ ले रहा था। उनकी एक प्रवक्ता है, वो लाठी लेके अपना सोशल मीडिया पे पिक्चर हैंडल पे ट्वीट कर रही है। पता नहीं वो कैसा बिहार बनाना चाहती है। और बिहार की जनता ने जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने 20 सालों में कार्य किया, उस पर अपना बेशुमार प्यार लुटाया है। उसी का नतीजा है कि हम इतने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सत्ता में वापसी कर रहे हैं।
नीतीश जी के लिए क्या कहेंगे?
नीतीश जी बिहार के लिए और मेरे जैसे कार्यकर्ता और आम जनता के लिए बिहार के लिए एक भगवान है।
कितना उत्साह है?
पूरा उत्साह है सर,
टाइट है,
पूरा टाइट है।
तो बिल्कुल
25 से 30 फिर से नीतीश,
25 से 30 फिर से नीतीश।
टाइगर अभी जिंदा है और 30 से भी आगे अभी जाएंगे हम।
टाइगर दहाड़ रहा है, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, इस तरह के जो नारे हैं नीतीश कुमार के लिए लगाए जा रहे हैं जेडीयू कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से। और ये देखिए, जो कार्यकर्ताओं की तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, जेडीयू ऑफिस की ये तस्वीर है, जहां पर आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे कार्यकर्ता जो है लगातार यहां पर नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। नीतीश कुमार की जो पार्टी है जेडीयू, वो सबसे बड़ी पार्टी को लेकर के कार्यकर्ताओं में ज्यादा जोश है। ऋषभ जी,
Okay, if Nitish Kumar serves out this term as chief minister, and he's expected to become chief minister yet again, he'll become India's longest serving chief minister ever, beating out the late great Jyoti Basu, who I'm told served for 23 years and 137 days. Naveen Patnaik had served for 24 years and 99 days until, of course, last year when the BJP formed the government in Odisha. So Nitish Kumar is currently at 19 years and 87 days. You add another 5 to that, he would have become India's longest serving chief minister. Well, that stays a lot. Jyoti Basu is embedded in my memory. Naveen Patnaik is embedded in your memory. Well, Nitish Kumar is about to be embedded in our memory. Suleiman Mohammad Khan of the Congress joining us on the broadcast. Manasvi Thapar is also joining us. Suleiman ji, let me come to you first. Commiseration is not looking good. It looks like the result is pretty one-sided. A lot of course, introspection will be called for. But what's the feedback that you are getting? I mean, potentially down to single digits, sir. Suleiman ji, if you can hear us.
Sorry, I was getting your voice late. So, no, single digit or double digit, it's not, it will not make much difference in the sense the results overall doesn't seem, doesn't show a very good picture, rather a bad picture. But to my understanding, I don't know that how much is the lead on the seats which the NDA is leading on each and every seats, because it's 11:15, and for initial 1 hour, it's like postal ballots. I don't know how many rounds of counting have been done. Most probably 10 rounds, 8 rounds, 12 rounds. A lot of times after 12 results change. I can't say, I have no information, I don't know you have or not, that what is the lead of the candidates leading on different seats of the NDA, BJP, JDU and others.
We have some information, sir, but for example, in Raghopur, Tejasvi Yadav himself is trailing by 2,000 votes right now, and we are about halfway through counting, sir.
So 2,000, to my understanding, if there are 10 rounds or 12 rounds or 14 rounds of counting happen, machines have been opened. 2,000, it's not a margin,
correct,
which can not be covered, even if half the counting is not done. So therefore, I'm saying that we have to be very cautious saying single digit, double digit, 50, etc. These things, at a later part of the day, may you look quite not appropriate saying something at 11:50.
Okay, I agree with you, and I'll give you two examples. In Karnataka, we've learned the lesson. In Maharashtra, we've learned the lesson where the BJP eventually fell short of a majority and was then consequently unable to form a government. In fact, it was another kind of Gathbandhan government that was formed over there. But realistically, Suleiman Mohammad Khan, I'm sure you're not expecting a total turnaround where 100 seats will change hands over the next 45 odd minutes. So realistically, it's an NDA government in Bihar. Yet again, I just mentioned that Nitish Kumar is looking at becoming the longest serving chief minister in the history of the country. What do you think has happened?
I don't know if I remember correctly. I think Jyoti Basu has.
Yeah, 23 and a half years for him, 24 years for Naveen Patnaik. So if he completes another term, Nitish Kumar at 24 and a half years would become the longest serving.
Now it's correct. Now I thought you were saying that he has already been, there for chief minister for 25 years. So he have to surpass that 4 years first. Let's see how long, if he becomes the chief minister. If, first of all, if NDA forms the government, then if he becomes the chief minister, and then if he completes his 4 years. So there are 3 ifs and buts which have to be, achieved in near future. This I am saying, this Ranjit, this line.
Okay, just hold your thoughts, sir. Let me quickly, before I rope in Manasvi, let's take a dipstick test, because other than the battle of who forms the government, then the battle of which party gets how many seats, the individual battles also count about who is winning which seat. My colleague Shivani with the trends.
All right, we are looking at the trends of the VIP seats over here, and the first seat that we will be looking at, these are the early trends, remember. We will look at some of the candidates like Tejasvi Yadav, Vijay Kumar Singh. So Tejasvi Yadav from Raghupur is trailing. That's one of the biggest victories, upsets that we are seeing. Samrat Chaudhary from Tarapur is leading. Tej Pratap Yadav from Mahua. Vijay Kumar Sinha from Lakhisrai is leading. Renu Devi from Betia is trailing. Awadh Bihari Chaudhary from Siwan is trailing. Maithili Thakur from Alinagar is leading. Hari Narayan Singh from Harnaut is leading. Anant Singh from Mukama is leading. Nitin Nabin from Bankipur is leading. Shreyasi Singh from Jamui is leading. Prem Kumar from Gaya town is leading. Bijendra Pratap Yadav from Supol is leading as well. Veena Devi from Mukama is trailing. Arun Kumar from Tarapur is trailing. Sanjay Sarogi from Darbhanga is leading. Subhash Singh from Gopalganj is leading again. Vijay Kumar Khemka from Purnia is leading. Dhirendra Pratap Singh from Valmiki Nagar is also leading.
Okay, some big tickets, some big tickets obviously there. Tej Pratap Yadav is now number 4, so he's going to lose that pretty badly. And I don't think many people in the RJD will be commiserating with him either for a lot of things. But what if you are Tej Pratap Yadav, actually Priya, you're saying, haha, down to 46.
And if Tejasvi Yadav loses, then that's another haha from Tej Pratap Yadav's side.
So let's be realistic, he probably will win, but even if he does and has been brought so close that after 6 rounds of counting you are still behind, I mean that means that really it's a wave election. It's not in your favor.
Yes, and it's that is the one way, or rather the only way of explaining it, because we can go later on to issues whether Congress pulled it down or not, but end of the day it is a positive vote in favor of Nitish Kumar rather than a negative vote, I would say. Now
Osama Sahib from Raghunathpur, expected to win this seat, is now trailing. Well, what do you know? And you'll have to do a reference check of his father and his past history to understand why this was an interesting contest. Sorry, Priya, go ahead.
Yeah, so back to Tejasvi. So really he is going to be the story of this election, because he has been winning consistently. He did very well in terms of vote share, maybe not in seats in 2024 also. So what went wrong for Tejasvi in this election, or was it just that he could not combat the Nitish wave, as you said? I think it was a wave that no one really saw coming, because everybody was putting this saying that BJP may be ahead, BJP is the one that is pulling Nitish up, but now it is Nitish who is pulling the BJP up. Really, his track record and governance, any scheme that was announced, people were saying, though Modi may have announced it, but people were saying Nitish Kumar ka credibility hai, Nitish Kumar ka succession hai. So on ground, the people really, there is a lot of empathy for him. We were talking about legacy votes, but Naveen Patnaik could not hold up the momentum. He lost. So
okay,
what did Nitish Kumar do right that Naveen
okay,
Patnaik
so the BJP, like last time, as they did in 2020, will end up with more vote share overall in Bihar than Nitish by about 2 or 3 percentage points. They will end up with more seats than they won in last time. But it is Nitish Kumar who is the man of the hour, who's doubling the number of seats he won last time. Wow. It's not even close. Manasvi, all the exit polls were wrong. It's an even bigger victory than even the most optimistic BJP supporter could have thought a couple of days ago.
Interesting election we have ever had in the recent history. We all were of that opinion that BJP is going to be the bigger partner, and suddenly JDU turns out to be an equal partner and a stronger partner, countering anti-incumbency, countering various other issues which were there, the youth unemployment, the migration issue, the paper leaks issue. Everything has been countered by Nitish Kumar's governance and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's magic. And I think it's a congratulation for NDA and Congress going to such a level of low. I think that is the lowest Congress which could have ever touched in BJP in this Bihar election. So everyone has failed, I think, and only winner here is NDA, and the biggest winner, I would believe, is Nitish Kumar. His governance, people love him still, and he's, as you rightly said, he's going to be the longest chief minister of our country, and that is a congratulatory thing for him. Something which he has countered after 19 years in governance. He has countered anti-incumbency into pro-incumbency. Everything was against him. The age factor was there, anti-incumbency was there. There was something which could have turned out in terms of burning issues were there, which was cited out. The vote chori issue was not an issue in Bihar election. If that would have been an issue, at least Congress could have touched at least double digit. That is not the reality. And NDA crossing 150 plus seats in the early trends, I think this is going to only consolidate. 10% here and there would
as we stand is looking closer to 180.
180. Wow.
It's getting worse for the RJD and the Congress. The Congress is down to 8 leads right now. As far as the Election Commission website is concerned, it's 6. The RJD down to 46. Look at the JDU performance from 43 to potentially 84. Even if that changes by a couple, that's doubling the number of seats. Manasvi, so we were discussing the entire last week that look at the voter turnout, look at the voter turnout, look at the voter turnout. All the women, record since 1951. All these people have come from outside Bihar, come back home to their villages and their houses to cast a vote. It seems that the vast majority of them have come to vote for Nitish.
Correct, 100%, 65% in the first phase, 69% in the second phase. Overall, 67% voter turnout happened in this election, and all this have turned out to be Nitish's voters. All this have turned out to be pro-incumbency voter base for in Bihar election for Nitish Kumar. I think it's a complete landslide victory for Nitish Kumar, his governance after so many years of being in power, anti-incumbency, countering it up, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's support with him. And it's a huge dent to RJD. It's a huge dent to Indian National Congress. There is no coming back. They have not learned their lessons. They have not tried their best, and they don't have anything which goes in their support. The Mahagathbandhan, they have lowered their numbers even as per the exit polls. Even from the last year, they have lowered their numbers. So something is not well.
Look at that. BJP leading in 79, the JDU in 84. Look at Chirag's number. At 12, Chirag Paswan is going to win significantly more seats than the Congress party. I would have told you that's going to be a difficult one a few days ago. And look at it. This is Priya. This is a wave election. It's just gone one way. Everything else has been left behind. Prashant Kishore leading in a couple. So that's holding. Huh?
Yeah, Prashant Kishore holding is interesting because this is his first election and he is here to stay. You know, he has the
muscle power, money power.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I was trying to find the politically correct word, but he has that. So he is definitely here to stay. This is going to be a very interesting term. I would also like to see, I've forgotten how many seats the LJP is contesting. So their strike rate is also going to be very interesting because JDU and BJP got 101 each. So given that, the JDU strike rate is like 2/3. But Chirag Paswan's strike rate versus Tejasvi Yadav's non-strike rate.
Okay, breaking developments coming in from Raghopur, where Tejasvi Yadav, who was trailing by 2,400 votes, is now trailing by 3,000 votes. So it's become worse and not better. This can still change. 3,000 votes is not insurmountable in a couple of rounds of counting. But from one round to the next round, it has become worse and not better. And that's not good news. It's unhappy news. That would be the upset of this election if he were to lose that seat, which should have been a sure thing. It's being difficult to digest. Still a couple of close, I mean, these Jamui and all are done, 11,000 leads and all that, these are closed. Tej Pratap Yadav is number 4 currently, so he's not going to win that. That is close. But this is the big one. Raghopur, watch out for this. It is a huge deal because it's not the be all end all for his leadership in the party or within the family. But can a defeat, if it becomes of such a scale, cause factionalism in a party that is undergone a dynastic change? Yes, it can. Yes, it can. And that messes you up for the next elections as well. There's a general election in 29 and this, of course, Bihar election next time in 2030. Okay.
You can't blame the Congress for this at least.
Well, yeah, well, absolutely not. So what's the bottom line? From the results and leads as they stand, what has Bihar told us in the pulse, in the fabric? What are the 10 big takeaways that we can distill from this election? Let's put them out. Let's have that conversation. Let's discuss them point by point, step by step. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1, the women's vote is a game changer now in India. That's the formula that is being learned state after state. Karnataka, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Bihar is telling you that women are voting more than ever before and they are voting more independently, which means they are also choosing, deciding who they vote for, not following the patronizing aspect of we'll vote where my husband is voting. This is the flavor of at least the coming decade for all political parties, and what a happy thing that this is happening just a few years ahead of 33% reservation in parliament. So watch out for this one. That's a huge takeaway from Bihar. The second big takeaway is that this double engine concept is becoming a factor. It's no longer a slogan. If you're thinking about who to vote for, you are genuinely thinking, does it make more sense for my state to be with the government at the center, or am I going to see more development being an opposition ruled state? This is no longer a slogan, it's a factor. Number 3 on your screens, government jobs is still an enticement for the youth and their parents. So family with young people, jobs is still a thing, especially government jobs. And the people who are promising them, you'll see more and more political parties come out with these promises. A takeaway from Bihar, and I don't think it's restricted only to Bihar, but especially in Bihar. The fourth major takeaway, which is relevant, is the Congress is in trouble and is getting worse. Now, this is stating the obvious, but from the national politics point of view, we don't seem to have now a coherent opposition, and my hair have gone grey since we had to first discuss it 12 years ago. Is becoming worse and worse and worse, state after state. And history will tell you, as soon as the Congress becomes the third largest party in the state, which means it goes away from the number 2 position to 3, 4 and 5, it never comes and leads a government in the state ever again. So if you're in the Congress or vote for the Congress, support the Congress, it's emphasizing a trend of decline. That's not changing. The fifth major takeaway from this election is regional parties are still entrenched players. Now, whether it be a Nitish or it be the RJD, to the detriment of the Congress, not necessarily the BJP. Now, the BJP is not a player in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but in Bengal it is. In Bihar it is. The Congress isn't. That's unhappy news if you are in the Congress. The fifth major takeaway from the elections is identity politics has diminished, but it's not dead. It's not over. There has been caste line voting, there has been voting on terms of religion. It is not over. Voting in terms of religion, ladies and gentlemen, is not always Muslims coming out in terms of a minority vote. It is also sometimes Hindus coming out in terms of a majority vote, which is a pattern that we probably have seen this time in Bihar. So is it everything? No, but is it nothing? Certainly not. The seventh out of the 10. High turnout is now a sign of pro-incumbency. It is completely opposite to what we have learnt in psephology before the Modi era in politics. That the more the number the people come out and vote, that means they want change. It's the opposite. This has proved it. We've seen that in the past. We've even seen that in the general elections in the past. Number 8 out of 10 to digest from this election, which is relevant. Welfare politics is as important. I'm not calling it dole, I'm not calling it Revidi and all that, but welfare politics, especially when it comes to women welfare politics, but in general, is as important as roads, bridges, airports. People want money in their accounts. That matters. DBT, huge thing. Number 9 of 10 on your screens. Local issues over the past several elections, including in Bihar, have trumped national issues. Which is telling, because the BJP was always long standing on their national strength with Narendra Modi as Prime Minister, but even at the regional state level, with state level issues, at least in these states, they've held their own. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, number 10, the Modi factor is still a core factor, not only for the BJP, but for elections in this country. For the seats that the BJP has won, and they have held on and improved their tally from last time in Bihar, a percentage of those are still being won. Percentage of those votes are still being won just on the name of Narendra Modi, not on the candidate, not on the local leadership of the party at the state level. That's what it is. Okay. So there were things we stand. How do we put the overall picture in perspective? Let's throw this back to Priya before I rope in Suleiman Manasvi and Manish Bariyar of the BJP joining us on the broadcast. Priya Sehgal, the numbers are changing, but they just keep getting worse. We are looking at 190 potentially for the NDA. It might not hold, but that's what it says.
No, I like your 10 takeaways, Rishabh, particularly the point about how now large turnouts really mean pro-incumbency, because, that had really got everybody confused, because the exit polls were saying a moderate lead for the NDA, but the huge turnouts, historic turnouts were, made everybody rethink, take a look at the crowd at Tejasvi's rallies. So we were calibrating, maybe, we read the numbers wrong, or we read the mood wrong, because there was, a lot of euphoria on the ground. I think the issues were the one that there was euphoria, and then the people calculated as to who would be the best to deliver on those issues. And the youth and the young who had come out probably made a calculation that, they would rather go for experience and past delivery track record rather than bet on Tejasvi or even Prashant Kishore for that matter. So it's interesting to see how the voters' mind has been revealed. And yes, women's vote is now becoming a very strong determining factor, I think. And the fact that the sitting government is in a position to deliver gives them that added advantage. Congress, RJD and all said Jivika Didi, but hum jab aayenge sarkar mein. These guys not only implemented it, gave them money in their hands. So Diwali time, the women had 10,000 bucks in their banks. Same thing happened in Madhya Pradesh. I remember I was there for the campaign, and just before Diwali, they'd already got 3 tranches of the Ladli Devi scheme that Shivraj Singh Chauhan had promised. So this empathy that the leaders are reaching out straight to the women, whether it is Mama or Shivraj or whatever Nitish Kumar is called on ground, has worked. The personal connect is working. Brands are mattering a lot in terms of the image that you have. Your own connect with the people is mattering a lot. Local faces are coming into play also. This is something that the BJP also will need to take into account, because winning elections on Modi's name is fine, but look at Madhya Pradesh. BJP has got a chief minister in place who is not delivering as much. The next election that may not work in his favor.
Okay, Yogendra Yadav joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Yadav, appreciate your time. What do you make, because we are now looking at this as a sweep? It seems like a wave election if potentially the NDA is up to the north of 180 seats.
Absolutely. I'm disappointed. I'm not surprised. Disappointed because we from Bharat Jodo Abhiyan have been supporting the opposition. We want to strengthen the opposition. I personally campaigned for Mahagathbandhan, so I have reasons to be disappointed. Surprised I'm not. The fact of NDA's victory doesn't surprise me. The normal tendency in political analysis is to assume that someone who won, everything worked for them. That's not the case. To my mind, and sometimes in our political analysis, we tend to put too much of emphasis on what happened in the last 1 month or so. To my mind, this election, the fundamentals were with the NDA right from day one. 3 or 4 things. Number one, NDA is a larger coalition than Mahagathbandhan. Larger, if you look at even 2020 election, and if you recall the fact that Chirag Paswan was not in NDA, and then they were equal in terms of votes. So once you look at the current configuration, NDA started with an advantage of something like 5%. It's also larger because it's a bigger social coalition. The Mahagathbandhan draws upon at the most 40% of Bihar's population, Muslims, Yadavs, and a few other smaller communities. The NDA draws upon at least 50% of Bihar's population, so that's a much larger pool to draw upon from. Number three, over the years, systematically, the NDA has targeted, specifically Nitish Kumar, has targeted women voters who have gone beyond the standard caste community lines to favor him a little more. And the latest, you could call it empathy. I was listening to your discussion, but I would call it a straight bribe, which has been legitimized by the Election Commission, just handing over 10,000 rupees when the model code of conduct is in operation. That confirmed it. So these three things have been in NDA's favor, and that tilted the election right from day one in favor of the Mahagathbandhan. This, of course, was cemented by the fact that the entire system, be it the misuse of official machinery, be it the role of money and the media, or be it the role of the Election Commission.
But Mr. Yadav, the problem is, that, respectfully, sir, that we then assume that most of the people in Bihar who have voted in record numbers are either bought or bribed, and which becomes a rather strong assumption to make. So we are assuming that they either took the 10,000 rupees or they took muscle power, money power, and they're all bought over. We've had a historic turnout, sir. Generally, as you know, large turnouts are not good news for the party in power. What do you think has changed that trend?
I don't think you have heard me carefully. I said right from the beginning, in terms of political coalition and in terms of social coalition, NDA is bigger than MGB. So right from the beginning, in the fair election situation as well, the NDA had an advantage, which has been supplemented by this fact of the NDA has worked hard among women over the last few years. Last time it was prohibition. Before that, it was cycle for girl, child. All these schemes have worked. It is only the latest one, which I'm calling bribe. There is no other name for it. It is bribery, plain and simple, and the Election Commission is partisan in this respect. So I'm not saying the entire election was decided just because people were bribed. But it would be foolish to say that the entire election was decided just by bribe. It would be equally foolish to deny the fact that this was bribe, plain and simple, something that Election Commission should have prevented.
Okay, the Congress performance, sir, has come down to single digits as things stand and are likely now to stand. Tejasvi is in trouble in his own seat in Raghopur. He'll probably still win, but it's becoming close. Are there similar factors to what you described? Do they explain these occurrences as well?
I'm surprised by the extent of victory. That NDA was ahead. That NDA was going to be much ahead of the MGP is something I had a sense. I campaigned for MGP, but I had a sense that NDA was much ahead of them. That was quite clear. However, the number of seats that we see now and the percentage gap, which is nearly 11% or so, that does surprise me because that is not what I sensed on the ground. When Mahagathbandhan is doing as poorly as it is, we must look at the possibility that Mahagathbandhan has made mistakes. To my mind, the simple fact is that what started as a movement of the socially deprived in 1990, the coming of Lalu Prasad Yadav, was a social revolution in Bihar. It was not merely the party of Muslims and Yadavs. It was a party of all the deprived communities of Bihar. Over the years, it has shrunk into a party which is largely supported by Muslims and Yadavs, which only a few people from outside coming in to support that. That is something which the opposition has to look at. The opposition needs to introspect. That Congress has done worse is just as the entire alliance has worked, I'm actually more surprised about the CPI-ML doing as poorly as it has done, because I thought they are the ones who've done work on the ground. At least they have an organization, unlike the Congress. So I'm surprised at that. However, the entire opposition seems to have done much worse than I had expected them to do.
Okay. Yogendra Yadav, if we look at the trends post 2024, my last question to you, where the BJP in itself required the NDA to form a government, it didn't emerge as the single largest party. But after that, from Arunachal to Maharashtra to Odisha, which was a big one in Maharashtra, in Delhi this year, now again in Bihar, in Andhra, albeit again to a partnership. It seems that the trends are all in one direction. So where does that leave national politics?
Not all. I think we've had two major reversals. All others that you mentioned actually happened with the Lok Sabha election. The two major reversals were Maharashtra and Haryana. These were major shocks, major reversals, major upsets for the opposition, which in a sense reversed the overall mood and overall momentum that the opposition has built. Bihar, I would not see as a reversal or major change, because in Bihar, the NDA had already done very well in the Lok Sabha election. So what we are witnessing today is a repetition with a slight upper edge to the opposite, this. So I would not see that as a major thing. To my mind, the real test will come in Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, before we let you go, sir, Priya Sehgal has a quick question.
Hi Yogendra Yadav ji, Priya Sehgal here. One quick question. Looking back at the campaign, do you think that this campaign of vote chori may be, emphasizing so much on that and not the local issues? I'm not questioning the issue that was raised, but maybe more local issues would have been better from the Congress side?
That's for Congress to answer. For us, the campaign of campaign against SIR was not a campaign directed at ensuring that this party or that party wins. The campaign was about ensuring that everyone gets the right to vote, that people should not be disenfranchised. And I personally have some sense of satisfaction that SIR, which was originally designed to exclude at least 1.5 crore or 2 crore people, ended up excluding only 40 lakh people or so. That's bad, but not as bad as it could have been. But yes, vote chori by itself cannot be the election campaign. Finally, you have to have election campaign on issues that matter to people's everyday life and livelihoods.
Okay. Yogendra Yadav, appreciate your thoughts on this. As he mentioned, he was involved in the campaign in favor of the Mahagathbandhan, but is explaining how he feels the results have panned out. Let me quickly get in Manish Bariyar of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Manish ji, obviously now as we head into the afternoon hours, it's a passionate. Politics is a passionate job at the district level, local level, senior level. It definitely pumps you up if you have a good result. Has this beaten even your expectations?
Good afternoon to you and to my co-panelists and all the viewers. Not at all. In fact, Amit Shah ji had very categorically mentioned that we would be 160 plus. I think this mood is because of the exit polls, because they were very conservative. And there were reasons for that, because a lot of them got wrong last time.
But I could argue Amit Shah was being conservative because you're looking at 180 plus now.
No, he said 160 plus for sure. But, in party, everybody knew that there is a very high chance that we would get historical mandate. And this is not something, it was just an optimistic view. Because, see, you have two leaders out there. Now, anybody in this country, let alone Bihar, you choose between Nitish Kumar and with Prime Minister being there, and you choose Tejasvi Yadav. I think the answer is very simple, right? You include Mr. Rahul Gandhi also in that, and ask the country to choose between these two sides. And I think Bihar has done that. The whole country has done that number of times. Bihar has also repeated. Now, along with that, I particularly take exception to, now he's not there, Yogendra ji, but he was talking about bribing. He's not privy to the fact that this scheme was there from 2006 for Jivika Didis. But people would really get into false narratives. I don't want to really get into that. But then, this NDA government is about performance. this is about development, this is about political empowerment, social empowerment, as well as economic empowerment. All the three factors are there, which a lot of times people who are doing analysis miss out on. It's very, very simple out here that Prime Minister in last 11 years, he has visited Bihar 64 times. In last 1.5 years, he has come 16 times. He has done so many Jan Sabhas. If you look at Nitish ji, this time he did around 200 Jan Sabhas. Now, if you compare with what happened in our coalition vis-a-vis the opposite, Mahagathbandhan, you would not see a united front at all. Right, people were saying friendly fight, but then it was a suicidal fact. In fact, I saw out of 11 seats, 9 they are likely to lose out of those 11 where they had so-called friendly fights. So it was not a united house. So it was very, very much expected lines, because opposition which is not united, they were undercutting each other. As you know, even Tejasvi, is likely to lose. So that kind of a situation was there.
Okay. I do have a couple. Couple of follow-up questions, because of course now it's the opposition to figure out where they lost it, for you to figure out where you won it. For people watching this broadcast, I can tell you very safely and reliably that this result even beats the best case scenarios of the BJP and the NDA. Even they were not expecting this kind of victory. So this is a wave election. This is not an election which you could have computed. This is completely gone. Look at the figures that LJP is pulling in this election. Everybody just voted NDA. So my question to you, Manish ji, is that in a situation where we've had a record voter turnout and the highest women turnout since 1951, since India became a republic. Now, that is telling you that either they have faith in you or they have absolutely no faith in the RJD and Congress. Either way, they've given you a strong mandate. You now have the double engine. What is the pressure now to deliver in Bihar?
No, see, it makes us humbler. We knew that people of Bihar have faith on us, and that confidence was obviously there. So the vote is a very positive reinforcement of what we have been doing for last 20 years. And people have to realize, I would just share one NK Singh's article just recently came, that Bihar's nominal GDSP is between 23 to 26%. Now, this is unprecedented. So, we have been working very hard to ensure that the fruits of development reaches the last mile, the last person, wherever that person is. So I'm sure, and the kind of programs and policy the Prime Minister as well as the Chief Minister has made, I'm sure that people would find that their lives would improve even further.
No, you have to do it, sir. That the 10,000 rupee doesn't do it. You'll have to build the roads, the airports, the bridges. The trains, they have to be sorted out. Bihar needs it now, and there are no excuses after a victory like this to deliver in the next 5 years. So my next question, sir, is the BJP has never had a chief minister in Bihar. Never had it. You are going to win the largest vote share. You're going to be, if not but one of the largest parties yet again. Has the time come for a BJP chief minister? Maybe not immediately, maybe 2 years later, 3 years later.
No, see, we never contested this election as a BJP or JDU or LJP. We have always called Panch Pandavs, 5 parties are there and they are one. So it was under the leadership of Nitish ji. So that was, that was never in question. And you saw the kind of historic mandate. The people of Bihar have faith on Nitish ji as a leader. And we have been, and Prime Minister, 5 elections that have been, that has been conducted in Bihar under the leadership of Prime Minister. Every election, people of Bihar have given him support and thumping majority. So these two people are principal figures around which Bihar's development agenda and the vision goes. And I don't see that changing at all.
All right. Okay. This is where for people watching the broadcast, this is where it went all wrong in 2020. It should have been a one-way NDA result, not as emphatic as this one. This is a sweep. But it should have been an NDA government, didn't become an NDA government primarily because of this issue. Of course, you're getting a far stronger, if diplomatic, answer from the BJP spokesperson. So let me try again on a different tack. if we are looking at a position, sir, in Bihar with a trend that is set, where a record number of people have come in now voted for you. We have elections now coming up in the south of India, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, in the northeast, in Assam. It's going to be a busy electoral year next year. Do you think this pattern holds, that you are strong and will perhaps even emerge stronger in the south?
Absolutely. The people of this country have seen the leadership of Prime Minister, and they've seen that this double engine Sarkar works. Bihar was in a very, very sad state of affairs 20 years back. And then, from 2014 onwards, once both these, Prime Minister and Nitish ji came together, the face of Bihar has changed. For last 5-6 years, Bihar has always been top 5 in GDSP growth rate, and second last year.
Okay, we'll be conservative. We won't say changed. We'll try to say changing. I think there's still a long way to go, and like I keep telling you, with great power comes great responsibility. A thumping mandate in Bihar, a pretty stable mandate at the center, double engine, everything, and no excuses left over the next 5 years. Let me get Sulaiman Mohammad Khan. Sulaiman Mohammad Khan, obviously now your job becomes to make sure that they do deliver the development they promised, but it is now single digits. It's 12 o'clock. It's not looking good. It's been a bad day at the office. What do you take away from this?
What should we do? Should we dismantle our party? Let BJP, Prime Minister Modi should become Prime Minister forever, and BJP, be in the government in every state and at the center. And it's like, it will not look like democracy, rather a dictatorship. This is what you and other people want. Because
no. What are you suggesting you and other people want?
20 minutes I heard you. You said even if you vote for Congress or not vote for Congress, the picture doesn't look good. These are the 10 reasons. This narrative is not good.
It's not a narrative, sir. I mean, I wish you had read the A.K. Antony report 12 years ago. Clearly, you've not. I wish you had. This is the problem. Who has said that the Congress is irrelevant in the country? You've come down to 5 seats in Bihar and you're thinking that this is the problem of the narrative. No, the problem is with the parties, not with us.
Once you were speaking for 20 minutes, I just started, I said something, you cut me short. Better I exit the show or you at least listen to me. This is not proper manners. I started, you interjected. You could have replied.
Sulaiman Mohammad Khan, the party is down at 5 seats. I've asked you, how do you see these results? You are saying we'll shut the Congress, a narrative you are setting. I am not setting any such narrative, sir. The party is struggling in a particular state. My question to you is, where do you see it go from here? It's a simple question.
Did you say that transfer of 10,000 rupees, post-model code of conduct, post the nominations being done, it's illegal? It's not hijacking of election. Was election commission not with BJP on this? At least this is an admitted fact that 10,000 rupees have been transferred in each woman's house, bank account on 23rd or 24th of October, post nomination for both the phases. Did anyone say this? That it was illegal? And did you ask that despite worst law and order situation, second in the country, the first being Uttar Pradesh, and its NCRB data, what extraordinary you have done, people being murdered in Patna, near to residence of the Chief Minister, despite people voting, no jobs, nothing. Which university you have opened in 20 years? How many hospitals have you opened? How many jobs have you given? Despite all the failures, they are getting a more than 2/3 majority, and Congress is losing. That's a matter which we'll analyze during the course of the day. But the BJP spokesperson was saying that it's all the policies of the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister, etc., etc. What have you done? Is Bihar the number one state of the country? It's like Europe, very good roads, hospital, education, law and order. These are the parameters. In which parameter Bihar is under top 10?
No, you're right. Those are reasonable parameters. But my question to you was that for some reason, record voter turnout, record women voter turnout since 51, but they haven't voted for you.
Did you find this election result? Did you not find this election result
not very shocking to you or surprising? Even the exit polls have failed to analyze. You said it's a wave election. Where was the wave? Did you cover it on ground or even on TV? Did you see? Is there was a wave?
So what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting the results are fixed? What are you suggesting?
No. This. I am not saying this. Don't put words in my mouth. I am, as a human being, as a thinking person, I am just trying to analyze that nobody, just like Maharashtra, more than two-third. How this happened? We have to analyze that despite a complete failure of Nitish and BJP. And BJP spokesperson talking about Prime Minister's development, etc. You were talking about double engine, coming on ground. What else? Did you remember in 2020 or 2015, if I remember it correctly, in one of the assembly elections, Prime Minister promised that give a special status to Bihar. How much money do you want? 10,000 crore चाहिए. चलो 1.25 crore दिया. 20,000 crore चाहिए. Did 1.25 crore a special status to Bihar has been given? What was the extraordinary thing which has been done by the BJP and Nitish Babu that this has come?
Sir, I don't know because the people have voted and they voted overwhelmingly for one side. Now, why they voted is what we're...
Last
okay.
10 seconds.
Yeah, please go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, what I am saying, it's not about winning and losing. Congress party may lose when it doesn't, it's a matter of concern. We analyze it's 12 noon right now. So it's a whole day which we have to analyze, and tomorrow and how the results come booth-wise, etc., constituency-wise.